Chapter 44 of the Channings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Channings by Ellen Wood. Chapter 44. Mr. Jenkins in a Dilemma. I don't know what you will say to me for introducing you into the privacy of Mr. and Mrs. Jenkins's bedchamber, but it is really necessary to do so. We cannot very well get on without it. A conjugal dispute had occurred that morning when Mrs. Jenkins got up. She was an early riser, as was Jenkins also, in a general way, but since his illness he had barely contrived to come down in time for breakfast. On this morning, which was not the one following the application of mustard to his chest, but one about a week after that medicinal operation, Mrs. Jenkins, on preparing to descend, peremptorily ordered him to remain in bed. Nothing need be recorded of the past week, except two facts. Charles Channing had not been discovered, either in life or in death, and the Earl of Carrick had terminated his visit and left Helstonleigh. "I'll bring up your breakfast," said Mrs. Jenkins. "It is of no use to say that," Jenkins ventured meekly to remonstrate. "You know I must get up." "I say you shall not get up. Here you are, growing weaker and worse every day, and yet you won't take care of yourself. What's the use of your taking a bottle a day of cough mixture? What's the use of your making the market scarce of cod liver oil? What's the use of wasting mustard, if it's all to do you no good? Does it do you any good?" "I'm afraid it has not as yet," confessed Jenkins, "and never will, so long as you give your body and brains no rest. Out you go by 9 o'clock, in all weathers, ill or well, and there you are at your business till evening, stooping yourself double over the writing, dancing abroad on errands, wearing out your lungs with answers to callers. There's no sense in it." "But, my dear, the office must be attended to," said Jenkins with much deference. "There's no must in the case, as far as you are concerned. If I say you shan't go to it, why, you shan't. What's the office, pray, in comparison with a man's life? But I am not so ill as to remain away. I can still go and do my work." "You'd be for going if you were in your coffin," was Mrs. Jenkins's wrathful answer. "Could you do any good then, pray?" "But I am not in my coffin," mildly suggested Jenkins. "Don't I say you'd go if you were?" reiterated Mrs. Jenkins, who sometimes in her heat lost sight of the precise point under dispute. "You know you would. You know there's nothing in the whole world that you think of but that office. Office, office, office! It is with you from morning till night. When you are in your coffin through it, you'll be satisfied." "But it is my duty to go as long as I can, my dear." "But it's my duty to do a great many things that I don't do," was the answer. "And one of my duties, which I haven't done yet, is to keep you indoors for a bit, and nurse you up. I shall begin from to-day, and see if I can't get you well that way." "But hold your tongue, Jenkins. I never say a thing but you are sure to put in a but. You lie in bed this morning, do you hear? And I'll bring up your breakfast." Mrs. Jenkins left the room with the last order, and that ended the discussion. Had Jenkins been a free agent, free from work, he had been only too glad to obey her. In his present state of health, the duties of the office had become almost too much for him. It was with difficulty that he went to it and performed them. Even the walk, short as it was, in the early morning, was almost beyond his strength. Even the early rising was beginning to tell upon him. And though he had little hope that nursing himself up indoors would prove of essential service, he felt that the rest it brought would be to him an inestimable boon. But Jenkins was one who thought of duty before he thought of himself, and therefore to remain away from his office, if he could drag himself to it, appeared to him little less than a sin. He was paid for his time and services, fairly paid, liberally paid, some might have said, and they belonged to his master. But it was not so much from this point of view that Jenkins regarded the necessity of going, conscientious though he was, as at the thought of what the office would do without him, for there was no one to replace him but Roland Yorke. Jenkins knew what he was, and so do we. To lie in bed, or remain indoors under these circumstances, Jenkins felt to be impossible, and when his watch gave him warning that the breakfast hour was approaching, up he got. Behold him sitting on the side of the bed, trying to dress himself, trying to do it. Never had Jenkins felt weaker, or less able to battle with his increasing illness than on this morning, and when Mrs. Jenkins dashed in, for her quick ears had caught the sounds of his stirring, he sat there still, stockings in hand, unable to help himself. "So you were going to trick me, were you? Are you not ashamed of yourself, Jenkins?" Jenkins gasped twice before he could reply. A giddiness seemed to be stealing over him, as it had done that other evening under the elm trees. "My dear, it is of no use your talking." "I must go to the office," he panted. "You shan't go, if I lock you up. There!" Jenkins was spared the trouble of a reply. The giddiness had increased to faintness. His sight left him, and he fell back on to the bed in a state of unconsciousness. Mrs. Jenkins rather looked upon it as a triumph. She put him into bed and tucked him up. "This comes of your attempting to disobey me," said she, when he had come round again. "I wonder what would become of you poor soft mortals of men, if you were let have your own way. There's no office for you to-day, Jenkins." Very peremptorily spoke she, but, lest he should attempt the same again, she determined to put it out of his power. Opening a closet, she thrust every article of his clothing into it, not leaving him so much as a waistcoat, turned the key, and put it into her pocket. Poor Jenkins watched her with despairing eyes, not venturing to remonstrate. "There," said she, speaking amiably in her glow of satisfaction. "You can go to the office now, if you like. I'll not stop you, but you'll have to march through the streets, leaving your clothes in that closet." Under these difficulties, Jenkins did not quite see his way to get there. Mrs. Jenkins went instead, catching Mr. Roland Yorke just upon his arrival. "What's up that Jenkins is not here?" began Roland before she could speak. "Jenkins is not in a fit state to get out of his bed, and I have come to tell Mr. Galloway so," replied she. Roland Yorke's face grew to twice its usual length at the news. "I say, though, that will never do, Mrs. Jenkins. What's to become of this office?" "The office must do the best it can without him. He is not coming to it." "I can't manage it," said Roland in consternation. "I should go dead if I had to do Jenkins's work and my own as well." "He'll go dead unless he takes some rest in time, and gets a little good nursing. I should like to know how I am to nurse him if he is down here all day." "That's not the question," returned Roland, feeling excessively blank. "The question is how the office and I and Galloway are to get on without him. Couldn't he come in a sedan?" "Yes, he can, if he likes to come without his clothes," retorted Mrs. Jenkins. "I have taken care to lock them up." "Locked his clothes up?" repeated Roland in wonder. "What's that for?" "Because, as long as he has a bit of life in him, he'll use it to drag himself down here," answered Mrs. Jenkins tartly. "That's why. He was getting up to come this morning, defying me and every word I said against it, when he fell down on the bed in a fainting fit. I thought it time to lock his things up then." "Upon my word, I don't know what's to be done," resumed Roland, growing quite hot with dismay and perplexity at the prospect of some extra work for himself. "Look here," exhibiting the parchments on Jenkins's desk, all so neatly left. "Here's an array. Jenkins did not intend to stay away when he left those last night, I know." "He intend to stay away! Catch him thinking of it!" retorted Mrs. Jenkins. "It is as I have just told him, that he'd come in his coffin; and it's my firm belief that if he knew a week's holiday would save him from his coffin, he'd not take it, unless I was at his back to make him. It's well he has somebody to look after him that's not quite deficient of common sense." "Well, this is a plague," grumbled Roland. "So it is, for me, I know, if for nobody else," was Mrs. Jenkins's reply. "But there's some plagues in the world that we must put up with, and make the best of, whether we like 'em or not, and this is one of them. You'll tell Mr. Galloway, please. It will save me waiting." However, as Mrs. Jenkins was departing, she encountered Mr. Galloway, and told him herself. He was both vexed and grieved to hear it; grieved on Jenkins's score, vexed on his own. That Jenkins was growing very ill, he believed from his own observation, and it could not have happened at a more untoward time. Involuntarily, Mr. Galloway's thoughts turned to Arthur Channing, and he wished he had him in the office still. "You must turn over a new leaf from this very hour, Roland Yorke," he observed to that gentleman when he entered. "We must both of us buckle to, if we are to get through the work." "It's not possible, sir, that I can do Jenkins's share and mine," said Roland. "If you only do Jenkins's, I'll do yours," replied Mr. Galloway, significantly. "Understand me, Roland. I shall expect you to show yourself equal to this emergency. Put aside frivolity and idleness, and apply yourself in earnest. Jenkins has been in the habit of taking part of your work upon himself, as I believe no clerk living would have done. And in return, you must now take his. I hope in a few days he may be with us again. Poor fellow! We shall feel his loss." Mr. Galloway had to go out in the course of the morning, and Roland was left alone to the cares and work of the office. It occurred to him that, as a preliminary step, he could not do better than open the window, that the sight of people passing, especially any of his acquaintances with whom he might exchange greetings, should cheer him on at his hard work. Accordingly, he threw it up to its utmost extent, and went on with his writing, giving alternately one look to his task, and two to the street. Not many minutes had he been thus spurring on his industry, when he saw Arthur Channing pass. "Hist!" called out Roland, by way of attracting his attention. "Come in, old fellow, will you? Here's such a game!" End of chapter 44.
Chapter 45 of the Channings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Channings by Ellen Wood. Chapter 45. A New Suspicion. Arthur Channing had been walking leisurely down Close Street. Time hung heavily on his hands. In leaving the cathedral after morning service, he had joined Mr. Harper, the lay clerk, and went with him, talking, towards the town, partly because he had nothing to do elsewhere, partly because out of doors appeared more desirable than home. In the uncertain state of suspense they were kept in, respecting Charles, the minds of all, from Hamish down to Annabel, were in a constant state of unrest. When they rose in the morning, the first thought was, "Shall we hear of Charles to-day?" When they retired at bedtime, "What may not the river give up this night?" It appeared to them that they were continually expecting tidings of some sort or other, and, with this expectation, hope would sometimes mingle itself. Hope, where could it spring from? The only faint suspicion of it, indulged at first, that Charlie had been rescued in some providential manner, and conveyed to a house of shelter, had had time to die out. A few houses there were half concealed near the river, as there are near to most other rivers of traffic, which the police trusted just as far as they could see, and whose inmates did not boast of shining reputations. But the police had overhauled these thoroughly, and found no trace of Charlie. Nor was it likely that they would conceal a child. So long as Charles's positive fate remained a mystery, suspense could not cease. And with this suspense there did mingle some faint glimmer of hope. Suspense leads to exertion. Inaction is intolerable to it. Hamish, Arthur, Tom, all would rather be out of doors now than in. There might be something to be heard of, some information to be gathered, and looking after it was better than staying at home to wait for it. No wonder, then, that Arthur Channing's steps would bend unconsciously towards the town when he left the cathedral, morning and afternoon. It was in passing Mr. Galloway's office, the window of which stood wide open, that Arthur had found himself called to by Roland Yorke. "What is it?" he asked, halting at the window. "You are the very chap I wanted to see," cried Roland. "Come in. Don't be afraid of meeting Galloway. He's off somewhere." The prospect of meeting Mr. Galloway would not have prevented Arthur from entering. He was conscious of no wrong, and he did not shrink as though he had committed one. He went in, and Mr. Harper proceeded on his way. "Here's a go!" was Roland's salutation. "Jenkins is laid up." It was nothing but what Arthur had expected. He, like Mr. Galloway, had observed Jenkins growing ill and more ill. "How shall you manage without him?" asked Arthur, Mr. Galloway's dilemma being the first thing that occurred to his mind. "Who's to know?" answered Roland, who was in an explosive temper. "I don't. If Galloway thinks to put it all on my back, it's a scandalous shame. I never could do it, or the half of it. Jenkins worked like a horse when we were busy. He'd hang his head down over his desk and never lift it for 2 hours at a stretch. You know he would not. Fancy my doing that! I should get brain fever before a week was out." Arthur smiled at this. "Is Jenkins much worse?" he inquired. "I don't believe he's worse at all," returned Roland tartly. "He'd have come this morning as usual, fast enough, only she locked up his clothes." "Who?" said Arthur in surprise. "She, that agreeable lady who has the felicity of owning Jenkins. She was here this morning as large as life, giving an account of her doings without a blush. She locked up his things, she says, to keep him in bed. I'd be even with her, I know, were I Jenkins. I'd put on her flounces, but what I'd come out if I'd wanted to. Rather short they'd be for him, though. I shall go, Roland. My being here only hinders you." "As if that makes any difference worth counting. Look here, piles and piles of parchments. I and Galloway could never get through them, hindered or not hindered. I am not going to work over hours. I won't kill myself with hard labour. There's Port Natal, thank goodness, if the screw does get put upon me too much." Arthur did not reply. It made little difference to Roland. Whether encouraged or not, talk he would. "I have heard of folks being worked beyond their strength, and that will be my case, if one may judge by present appearances. It's too bad of Jenkins." Arthur spoke up. He did not like to hear blame, even from Roland Yorke, cast upon patient, hard-working Jenkins. "You should not say it, Roland. It's not Jenkins's fault." "It is his fault. What does he have such a wife for? She keeps Jenkins under her thumb, just as Galloway keeps me. She locked up his clothes, and then told him he might come here without them, if he liked. My belief is she'll be sending him so some day. Jenkins ought to put her down. He's big enough." "He would be sure to come here if he were equal to it," said Arthur. "He? Of course he would," angrily retorted Roland. "He'd crawl here on all fours but what he'd come. Only she won't let him. She knows it, too. She said this morning that he'd come when he was in his coffin. I should like to see it arrive." Arthur had been casting a glance at the papers. They were unusually numerous, and he began to think with Roland that he and Mr. Galloway would not be able to get through them unaided. Most certainly they would not, at Roland's present rate of work. "It is a pity you're not a quick copyist," he said. "I dare say it is," sarcastically rejoined Roland, beginning to play at ball with his wafer box. "I never was made for work, and if—" "You will have to do it, though, sir," thundered Galloway, who had come up and was enjoying a survey of affairs through the open window. Mr. Roland, somewhat taken too, dropped his head and the wafer box together, and went on with his writing as meekly as poor Jenkins would have done, and Mr. Galloway entered. "Good day," he said to Arthur, shortly enough. "Good day, sir," was the response. Mr. Galloway turned to his idle clerk. "Roland Yorke, you must either work or say you will not. There is no time for playing and fooling. No time, sir. Do you hear? Who put that window stark staring open?" "I did, sir," said incorrigible Roland. "I thought the office might be the better for a little air, when there was so much to do in it." Mr. Galloway shut it with a bang. Arthur, who would not leave without some attempt at a passing courtesy, let it be ever so slight, made a remark to Mr. Galloway that he was sorry to hear Jenkins was worse. "He is so much worse," was the response of Mr. Galloway, spoken sharply, for the edification of Roland Yorke, "that I doubt whether he will ever enter this room again. Yes, sir, you may look, but it is the truth." Roland did looked with considerable consternation. "How on earth will the work get done, then?" he muttered. With all his grumbling, he had not contemplated Jenkins being away for more than a day or two. "I do not know how it will get done, considering that the clerk upon whom I have to depend is Roland Yorke," answered Mr. Galloway with severity. "One thing appears pretty evident, that Jenkins will not be able to help to do it." Mr. Galloway, more perplexed at the news brought by Mrs. Jenkins than he had allowed to appear, for, although he chose to make a show of depending upon Roland, he knew how much dependence there was in reality to be placed upon him, none knew better, had deemed it advisable to see Jenkins personally, and judge for himself of his state of health. Accordingly he proceeded thither, and arrived at an inopportune moment for his hopes. Jenkins was just recovering from a second fainting fit, and appeared altogether so ill, so debilitated, that Mr. Galloway was struck with dismay. There would be no more work for Jenkins, as he believed, for him. He mentioned this now in his own office, and Roland received it with blank consternation. An impulse came to Arthur, and he spoke upon it. "If I can be of any use to you, sir, in this emergency, you only have to command me." "What sort of use?" asked Mr. Galloway. Arthur pointed to the parchments. "I could draw out these deeds, and any others that may follow them. My time is my own, sir, except the 2 hours devoted to the cathedral, and I am at a loss how to occupy it. I have been idle ever since I left you." "Why don't you get into an office?" said Mr. Galloway. Arthur's colour deepened. "Because, sir, no one will take me." "Ah!" said Mr. Galloway, dryly. "A good name is easier lost than won." "Yes, it is," freely replied Arthur. "However, sir, to return to the question, I shall be glad to help you, if you have no one better at hand. I could devote several hours a day to it, and you know that I am thoroughly to be trusted with the work. I might take some home now." "Home!" returned Mr. Galloway. "Did you mean that you could do it at home?" "Certainly, sir. I did not think of doing it here," was the pointed reply of Arthur. "I can do it at home just as well as I could here, perhaps better, for I should shut myself up alone, and there would be nothing to interrupt me, or to draw off my attention." It cannot be denied that this was a most welcome proposition to Mr. Galloway. Indeed, his thoughts had turned to Arthur from the first. Arthur would be far better than a strange clerk, looked for and brought in on the spur of the moment, one who might answer well or answer badly, according to chance. Yet that such must have been his resource, Mr. Galloway knew. "It will be an accommodation to me, your taking part of the work," he frankly said, "but you had better come to the office to do it." "No, sir, I would rather—" "Do, Charming!" cried out Roland Yorke, springing up as if he were electrified. "The office will be bearable if you come back again." "I would prefer to do it at home, sir," continued Arthur to Mr. Galloway, while that gentleman pointed imperiously to Yorke, as a hint to him to hold his tongue and mind his own business. "You may come back here and do it," said Mr. Galloway. "Thank you, I cannot come back," was the reply of Arthur. "Of course you can't," said angry Roland, who cared less for Mr. Galloway's displeasure than he did for displaying his own feelings when they were aroused. "You won't, you mean. I'd not show myself such a duffer as you, Channing, if I were paid for it in gold." "You'd get paid in something presently, Roland Yorke, but it won't be in gold," reproved Mr. Galloway. "You will do a full day's work to day, sir, if you stop here till 12 o'clock at night." "Oh, of course I expect to do that, sir," retorted Roland, tartly. "Considering what's before me, on this desk and on Jenkins's, there's little prospect of my getting home on this side 4 in the morning. They needn't sit up for me. I can go in with the milk. I wonder who invented writing. I wish I had the fingering of him just now." Arthur turned to the parchments. He was almost as much at home with them as Jenkins. Mr. Galloway selected 2 that were the most pressing, and gave them to him, with the requisite materials for copying. "You will keep them secure, you know," he remarked. "Perfectly so, sir. I shall sit quite alone." He carried them off with alacrity. Mr. Galloway's face cleared as he looked after him, and he made a remark aloud, expressive of his satisfaction. "There's some pleasure in giving out work when you know it will be done. No play, no dilatoriness, finished to the minute that it's looked for. You should take a leaf out of his book, Yorke." "Yes, sir," freely answered Roland. "When you drove Arthur Channing out of this office, you parted with the best clerk you ever had. Jenkins is all very well for work, but he's nothing but a muff in other things. Arthur's a gentleman, and he'd have served you well. Jenkins himself says so. He is honourable, he is honest, he—" "I know enough of your sentiments with respect to his honesty," interrupted Mr. Galloway. "We need not go over that tale again." "I hope every one knows them," rejoined Roland. "I have never concealed my opinion that the accusation was infamous; that, of all of us in this office, from its head down to Jenkins, none was less likely to finger the note than Arthur Channing. But of course my opinion goes for nothing." "You are bold, young man." "I fear it is my nature to be so," cried Roland. "If it should ever turn up how the note went, you'll be sorry, no doubt, for having visited it upon Arthur. Mr. Channing will be sorry. The precious magistrates will be sorry. That blessed dean who wanted to turn him from the college will be sorry. Not a soul of them but believes him guilty, and I hope they'll be brought to repentance for it, in sackcloth and ashes." "Go on with your work," said Mr. Galloway, angrily. Roland made a show of obeying, but his tongue was like a steam engine. Once set going, it couldn't readily be stopped, and he presently looked up again. I am not uncharitable, at least to individuals. I always said that the post office helped itself to the note, and I'd lay my last half-crown upon it. But there are people in the town who think it could only have gone in another way. You'd go into a passion with me, sir, perhaps, if I mentioned it." Mr. Galloway, it has been before mentioned that he possessed an unbounded amount of curiosity, and also a propensity to gossip, so far forgot the force of good example as to ask Roland what he meant. Roland wanted no further encouragement. "Well, sir, there are people who, weighing well all the probabilities of the case, have come to the conclusion that the note could only have been abstracted from the letter by the person to whom it was addressed. None but he broke the seal." "Do you allude to my cousin, Mr. Robert Galloway?" ejaculated Mr. Galloway as soon as indignation and breath allowed him to speak. "Others do," said Roland. "I say it was the post office." "How dare you repeat so insolent a suspicion to my face, Roland Yorke?" "I said I should catch it," cried Roland, speaking partly to himself. "I am sure to get in for it, one way or another, do what I will. It's not my fault, sir, if I have heard it whispered in the town." "Apply yourself to your work, sir, and hold your tongue. If you say another word, Roland Yorke, I shall feel inclined also to turn you away, as one idle and incorrigible, of whom nothing can be made." "Wouldn't it be a jolly excuse for Port Natal!" exclaimed Roland, but not in the hearing of his master, who had gone into his own room in much wrath. Roland laughed aloud. There was nothing he enjoyed so much as to be in opposition to Mr. Galloway. It had been better for the advancement of that gentleman's work had he habitually kept a tighter rein over his pupil. It was perfectly true, however, that the new phase of suspicion regarding the loss of the note had been spoken of in the town, and Roland only repeated what he had heard. Apparently Mr. Galloway did not like this gratuitous suggestion. He presently came back again. A paper was in his hand, and he began comparing it with one on Roland's desk. "Where did you hear that unjustifiable piece of scandal?" he inquired, as he was doing it. "The first person I heard speak of it was my mother, sir. She came home one day from calling upon people, and said she had heard it somewhere, and it was talked of at Knivett's last night. He had a bachelor's party, and the subject was brought up. Some of us ridiculed the notion, others thought it might have grounds." "And pray which did you favour?" sarcastically asked Mr. Galloway. "I? I said then, as I have said all along, that there was no one to thank for it but the post office. If you ask me, sir, who first set the notion afloat in the town, I cannot satisfy you. All I know is, the rumour is circulating." "If I could discover the primary author of it, I would take legal proceedings against him," warmly concluded Mr. Galloway. "I'd help," said undaunted Roland. "Some fun might arise out of that." Mr. Galloway carried the probate of a will to his room, and sat down to examine it. But his thoughts were elsewhere. This suspicion, mentioned by Roland Yorke, had laid hold of his mind most unpleasantly, in spite of his show of indignation before Roland. He had no reason to think his cousin otherwise than honest. It was next to impossible to suppose he could be guilty of playing him such a trick. But somehow Mr. Galloway could not feel so sure upon the point as he would have wished. His cousin was a needy man, one who had made ducks and drakes of his own property, and was for ever appealing to Mr. Galloway for assistance. Mr. Galloway did not shut his eyes to the fact that if this should have been the case, Robert Galloway had had £40 from him instead of 20, a great help to a man at his wits' end for money. He had forwarded a second £20 note upon receiving information of the loss of the first. What he most disliked, looking at it from this point of view, was, not the feeling that he had been cleverly deceived and laughed at, but that Arthur Channing should have suffered unjustly. If the lad was innocent, why, how cruel had been his own conduct towards him! But with these doubts came back the remembrance of Arthur's unsatisfactory behaviour with respect to the loss, his non-denial, his apparent guilt, his strange shrinking from investigation. Busy as Mr. Galloway was that day, he could not confine his thoughts to his business. He would willingly have given another £20 note out of his pocket to know, beyond doubt, whether or not Arthur was guilty. Arthur, meanwhile, had commenced his task. He took possession of the study, where he was secure from interruption, and applied himself diligently to it. How still the house seemed! How still it had seemed since the loss of Charles! Even Annabel and Tom were wont to hush their voices, ever listening, as it were, for tidings to be brought of him. Excepting the two servants, Arthur was alone in it. Hamish was abroad, at his office. Constance and Annabel were at Lady Augusta's. Tom was in school, and Charles was not. Judith's voice could be heard now and then, wafted from the kitchen regions, directing or reproving Sarah, but there was no other sound. Arthur thought of the old days when the sun had shone, when he was free and upright in the sight of men, when Constance was happy in her future prospects of wedded life, when Tom looked forth certainly to the seniorship, when Charlie's sweet voice and sweeter face might be seen and heard, when Hamish, oh bitter thought of all, when Hamish had not fallen from his pedestal. It had all changed to darkness and to gloom, and Arthur may be pardoned for feeling gloomy with it. But in the very midst of this gloom there arose suddenly, without effort of his, certain words spoken by the sweet singer of Israel, and Arthur knew that he had but to trust to them. For his wrath endureth by the twinkling of an eye, and his pleasure is life. Heaviness may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning. End of chapter 45.
Chapter 46 of the Channings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Channings by Ellen Wood. Chapter 46. A letter for Mr. Galloway. Morning passed into afternoon, and afternoon was drawing towards its close. Roland Yorke had contrived to struggle through it, and be still living, in spite of the amount of work which was pressed upon him. Mr. Galloway had put on his spectacles and copied out several pages himself, a thing he rarely attempted, but he had gone out now, and had carried with him some letters to post. "Yes," grumbled Roland, "he can stretch his legs, but he takes good care I shall not stretch mine. Why couldn't he send me with those letters? It's my place to post them. It's not his. Write, till my fingers are cramped and my feet have no more feeling in them than the stool has. Why, I wouldn't stop by myself in this horrid, musty, parchmented old place. Oh, it's you, is it?" This was addressed to the postman, who came in with the afternoon delivery of letters. 2. He handed them to Roland and departed. Of course, Roland immediately began to scrutinize them, turning them over, critically guessing at the senders, playing with them at pitch and toss. Anything to while away the time, and afford him some cessation from his own work. By these means he contrived to pass 5 minutes rather agreeably, estimating things by comparison, when Mr. Galloway's servant entered. "Is my master in, Mr. Roland?" "Of course he's not," said Roland. "He's gone gallivanting somewhere. He has all the pleasure of it, and I have all the work." "Will you please to give him this letter, then?" said the man. "The post has just left it at our house, so I brought it round." "What's it brought round here for?" asked Roland. "Because he ordered it to be done. He said he expected a letter would be delivered at the house by the afternoon post, and if it came, I was to bring it to him at once. Good afternoon, sir." This little bit of information was quite enough for Roland. He seized the letter, as he had done the others, and subjected it to the same scrutiny. The address was written in a singular hand, in large print-looking letters. Roland satisfied his curiosity, so far as the outside of the letter could do it, and then rose from his stool and laid the 3 letters upon Mr. Galloway's desk in his private room. A short time, and that gentleman entered. "Anything by the post?" was his first question. "2 letters, sir," replied Roland, "and John brought round one, which was addressed to the house. He said you expected it." Mr. Galloway went into his private room. He glanced casually at the addresses on the letters, and then called Roland Yorke. "Where is the letter John brought round?" he inquired somewhat testily. Roland pointed it out. "That was it, sir." "That?" Mr. Galloway bent on it a keener glance, which probably satisfied him that it bore his private address. "Was this the only one he brought?" added he, and from his manner and words Roland inferred that it was not the letter he had expected. "That was all, sir." Roland returned to his own room, and Mr. Galloway sat down and opened his letters. The first two were short communications relative to business. The last was the one brought by John. What did it contain? For one thing, it contained a bank-note for £20. But the contents? Mr. Galloway gazed at it and rubbed his brow, and gazed again. He took off his spectacles and put them on. He looked at the bank-note, and he read and re-read the letter. For it completely upset the theory, and set at naught the data he had been going upon, especially the data of the last few hours. The finder of that lost £20 note sends it back to Mr. Galloway. His motive in doing so is that the wrongly suspected may be cleared. He who was publicly accused of the offence was innocent, as were all others upon whom suspicion, though not acted upon, may have fallen. The writer of this alone took the note, and now restores it. Abrupt and signatureless. Such was the letter. When Mr. Galloway had sufficiently overcome his surprise to reason rationally, it struck him as being a singular coincidence that this should come to him on the day when the old affair had been renewed again. Since its bustle had died out at the time of the occurrence, Mr. Galloway did not remember to have voluntarily spoken of it until that morning with Roland Yorke. He took up the bank-note. Was it the one actually taken? The same note kept possibly in fear, and now returned? He had no means of knowing. He thought it was not the same. His recollection of the lost note had seemed to be that it was a dirty note, which must have passed through many hands. But he had never been quite clear upon that point. This note was clean and crisp. Who had taken it? Who had sent it back? It quite disposed of that disagreeable suspicion touching his cousin. Had his cousin so far forgotten himself as to take the note, he would not have been likely to return it. He knew nothing of the proceedings which had taken place in Helstonleigh, for Mr. Galloway had never mentioned them to him. The writer of this letter was cognizant of them, and had sent it that they might be removed. At the first glance, it of course appeared to be proof positive that Arthur Channing was not guilty. But Mr. Galloway was not accustomed to take only the superficial view of things, and it struck him, as it would strike others, that this might be, after all, a refined bit of finessing on Arthur's own part to remove suspicion from himself. True, the cost of doing so was £20, but what was that compared with the restoration of his good name? The letter bore the London postmark. There was not a doubt that it had been there posted. That betrayed nothing. Arthur, or anyone else, could have a letter posted there, if wishing to do it. Where there is a will, there's a way, thought Mr. Galloway. But again, where was Arthur Channing to procure £20 from? Mr. Galloway did not think that he could procure this sum from anywhere, or that he possessed himself a 20th part of it. So far the probability was against Arthur's being the author. Mr. Galloway quite lost himself in conjectures. Why should it have been addressed to his residence, and not to the office? He had been expecting a letter from one, that afternoon, who always did address to his residence. And that letter, it appeared, had not arrived. However, that had nothing to do with this. Neither paper nor writing afforded any clue to the sender, and the latter was palpably disguised. He called in Roland Yorke for the purpose of putting to him a few useless questions, as a great many of us do when we are puzzled. Questions, at any rate, that could throw no light upon the main subject. What did John say when he brought this letter? Only what I told you, sir, that you expected a letter addressed to the house, and ordered him to bring it round. But this is not the letter I expected, tapping it with his finger, and looking altogether so puzzled and astonished that Roland stirred in his turn. "It's not my fault," returned he. "Shall I run round, sir, and ask John about it?" "No," testily answered Mr. Galloway. "Don't be so fond of running round. This letter— There's someone come into the office," he broke off. Roland turned with alacrity, but very speedily appeared again, on his best behaviour, bowing as he showed in the Dean of Helstonleigh. Mr. Galloway rose, and remained standing. The Dean entered upon the business which had brought him there, a trifling matter connected with the affairs of the chapter. This over, Mr. Galloway took up the letter and showed it to him. The Dean read it, and looked at the bank-note. "I cannot quite decide in what light I ought to take it, sir," remarked Mr. Galloway. "It either refutes the suspicion of Arthur Channing's guilt, or else it confirms it." "In what way confirms it? I do not understand you," said the Dean. "It may have come from himself, Mr. Dean. A will within a will." The Dean paused to revolve the proposition, and then shook his head negatively. "It appears to me to go a very great way towards proving his innocence," he observed. "The impression upon my own mind has been that it was not he who took it, as you may have inferred, Mr. Galloway, by my allowing him to retain his post in the cathedral." "But, sir, if he is innocent, who is guilty?" continued Mr. Galloway, in a tone of remonstrance. "That is more than I can say," replied the Dean. "But for the circumstances appearing to point so strongly to Arthur Channing, I never could have suspected him at all. A son of Mr. Channing's would have been altogether above suspicion in my mind, and, as I tell you, for some time I have not believed him to be guilty." "If he is not guilty—" Mr. Galloway paused, the full force of what he was about to say pressing strongly upon his mind. "If he is not guilty, Mr. Dean, there has been a great deal of injustice done, not only to himself—" "A great deal of injustice is committed every day, I fear," quietly remarked the Dean. "Tom Channing will have lost the seniorship for nothing," went on Mr. Galloway, in a perturbed voice, not so much addressing the Dean as giving vent to his thoughts aloud. "Yes," was the answer, spoken calmly, and imparting no token of what might be the Dean's private sentiments upon the point. "You will see to that matter," the Dean continued, referring to his own business there, as he rose from his chair. "I will not forget it, Mr. Dean," said Mr. Galloway, and he escorted the Dean to the outer door, as was his custom when honoured by that dignitary with a visit, and bowed him out. Roland just then looked a pattern of industry. He had resumed his seat, after rising in salutation as the Dean passed through the office, and was writing away like a steam engine. Mr. Galloway returned to his own room, and set himself calmly to consider all the bearings of this curious business. The great bar against his thinking Arthur innocent was the difficulty of fixing upon any one else as likely to have been guilty. Likely! He might almost have said as possible to have been guilty. "I have a very great mind," he growled to himself, "to send for Butterby, and let him rake it all up again." The uncertainty vexed him, and it seemed as if the affair was never to have an end. "What if I show Arthur Channing the letter first, and study his countenance as he looks at it? I may gather something from that. I don't fancy he'd be an over-good actor, as some might be. If he has sent this money, I shall see it in his face." Acting upon the moment's impulse, he suddenly opened the door of the outer office, and there found that Mr. Roland's industry had, for the present, come to an end. He was standing before the window, making pantomimic signs through the glass to a friend of his, Knivett. His right thumb was pointed over his shoulder towards the door of Mr. Galloway's private room, no doubt to indicate a warning that that gentleman was within, and that the office consequently was not free for promiscuous intruders. A few sharp words of reprimand to Mr. Roland ensued, and then he was sent off with a message to Arthur Channing. It brought Arthur back with Roland. Mr. Galloway called Arthur into his own room, closed the door, and put the letter into his hand in silence. He read it twice over before he could understand it. Indeed, he did not do so fully then. His surprise appeared to be perfectly genuine, and so Mr. Galloway thought it. "Has this letter been sent to you, sir? Has any money been sent to you?" "This has been sent to me," replied Mr. Galloway, tossing the £20 note to him. "Is it the one that was taken, Channing?" "How can I tell, sir?" said Arthur in much simplicity, and Mr. Galloway's long doubts of him began to melt away. "You did not send the money, to clear yourself?" Arthur looked up in surprise. "Where should I get £20 from?" he asked. "I shall shortly have a quarter's salary from Mr. Williams, but it is not quite due yet, and it will not be £20, or anything like that amount." Mr. Galloway nodded. It was the thought which had struck himself. Another thought, however, was now striking Arthur, a thought which caused his cheek to flush and his brow to lower. With the word salary had arisen to him the remembrance of another salary due about this time, that of his brother Hamish. Had Hamish been making this use of it, to remove the stigma from him? The idea received additional force from Mr. Galloway's next words, for they bore upon the point. "The letter is what it purports to be, a missive from the actual thief. Or else it comes from some well-wisher of yours, who sacrifices £20 to do you a service. Which is it?" Mr. Galloway fixed his eyes on Arthur's face, and could not help noting the change which had come over it, over his bearing altogether. The open candour was gone, and in its place reigned the covert look, the hesitating manner, the confusion which had characterized him at the period of the loss. "All I can say, sir, is that I know nothing of this," he presently said. "It has surprised me as much as it can surprise any one." "Channing!" impulsively exclaimed Mr. Galloway, "your manner and your words are opposed to each other, as they were at the time. The one gives the lie to the other. But I begin to believe you did not take it." "I did not," returned Arthur. "And therefore, as I don't like to be played with and made sport of, like a cat tormenting a mouse, I think I shall give orders to Butterby for a fresh investigation." It startled Arthur. Mr. Galloway's curiously significant tone, his piercing gaze upon his face, also startled him. "It would bring no satisfaction, sir," he said. "Pray do not. I would far rather continue to bear the blame." A pause. A new idea came glimmering into the mind of Mr. Galloway. "Whom are you screening?" he asked, but he received no answer. "Is it Roland Yorke?" "Roland Yorke?" repeated Arthur, half reproachfully. "No, indeed! I wish every one had been as innocent of it as was Roland Yorke." In good truth, Mr. Galloway had only mentioned Roland's name as coming uppermost in his mind. He knew that no suspicion attached to Roland. Arthur resumed in agitation. "Let the matter drop, sir. Indeed, it will be better. It appears now that you have the money back again, and for the rest I am willing to take the blame, as I have done." "If I have the money back again, I have not other things back again," crossly repeated Mr. Galloway. "There's the loss of time it had occasioned, the worry, the uncertainty. Who is to repay me all that?" "My portion in it has been worse than yours, sir," said Arthur in a low, deep tone. "Think of my loss of time, my worry and uncertainty, my waste of character, my anxiety of mind. They can never be repaid to me." "And whose the fault? If you were truly innocent, you might have cleared yourself with a word." Arthur knew he might, but the word he had not dared to speak. At this juncture Roland Yorke appeared. "Here's Jenner's old clerk come in, sir," said he to his master. "He wants to see you, he says." "He can come in," replied Mr. Galloway. "Are you getting on with that copying?" he added to Arthur, as the latter was going out. "Yes, sir." The gentleman, whom Roland Yorke designated as Jenner's old clerk, was shut in with Mr. Galloway, and Roland, who appeared to be on the thorns of curiosity, arrested Arthur. "I say, what is it that's agate? He has been going into fits pretty near over some letter that came, asking me 500 questions about it. What have you to do with it? What does he want with you? Some one has been sending him back the money, Roland. It came in a letter." Roland opened his eyes. "What money?" "The money that was lost. A £20 note has come. He asked me whether it was the veritable note that was taken." "A £20 note come?" repeated puzzled Roland. "It's quite true, Roland. It purports to be sent by the stealer of the money for the purpose of clearing me." Roland stood for a few moments, profound surprise on his face, and then began to execute a triumphant hornpipe amidst the desks and stools of the office. "I said it would come right some time. Over and over again I said it. Give us your hand, old fellow. He's not such a bad tramp after all, that thief." "Hush, Roland. You'll be heard. It may not do me much good. Galloway seems to doubt me still." "Doubt you still?" cried Roland, stopping short in his dance, and speaking in a very explosive tone. "Doubt you still! Why, what would he have?" "I don't know," signed Arthur. "I have assured him I did not send it, but he fancies I may have done it to clear myself. He talks of calling in Butterby again." "My opinion then is that he wants to be transported. If he is to turn up such a heathen as that," stamped Roland. "What would he have, I ask? Another 20 given him for interest?" "Arthur, dear old fellow, let's go off together to Port Natal, and leave him and his office to it. I'll find the means, if I rob his cash-box, to get them." But Arthur was already beyond hearing, having waved his adieu to Roland Yorke and his impetuous but warm-hearted championship. Anxious to get on with the task he had undertaken, he hastened home. Constance was in the hall when he entered, having just returned from Lady Augusta Yorke's. His confidant throughout, his gentle soother and supporter, his ever-ready adviser. Arthur drew her into one of the rooms and acquainted her with what had occurred. A look of terror rose to her face as she listened. "Hamish has done it," she uttered in a whisper. "This puts all doubt at an end. There have been times," she burst into tears as she spoke, "when I have fondly tried to cheat myself that we were suspecting him wrongfully. Arthur, others suspect him." Arthur's face reflected the look that was upon hers. "I trust not." "But they do. Ellen Huntley dropped a word inadvertently, which convinces me that he is in some way doubted there." She caught it up again in evident alarm, ere it was well spoken. "And I dare not pursue the subject. It is Hamish who has sent this money." "You speak confidently, Constance." "Listen. I know that he has drawn money, papa's salary and his own. He mentioned it incidentally. A few days ago I asked him for money for housekeeping purposes, and he handed me a £20 note, in mistake for a £5. He discovered the mistake before I did, and snatched it back again in some confusion. 'I can't give you that,' he said in a laughing manner, when he recovered himself. 'That has a different destination.' Arthur, that note, rely upon it, was going to Mr. Galloway." "When was this?" asked Arthur. "Last week, 3 or 4 days ago." Trifling as the incident was, it seemed to bear out their suspicions, and Arthur could only come to the same conclusion as his sister. The thought had already crossed him, you remember. "Do not let it pain you thus, Constance," he said, for her tears were falling fast. "He may not call in Butterby. Your grieving will do no good." "I cannot help it," she exclaimed with a burst of anguish. "How God is trying us!" "Ay, even as silver, which must be 7 times purified ere it be sufficiently refined." End of chapter 46. Chapter 47 of the Channings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Channings by Ellen Wood. Chapter 47. Dark Clouds. Constance Channing sat, her forehead buried in her hands. How God was trying them! The sentence rang from her in the bitterness of her heart, but expressed the echo of surrounding things. Her own future blighted, Arthur's character gone, Tom lost the seniorship, Charlie not heard of, dead or alive. There were moments, and this was one of them, when Constance felt almost beyond the pale of hope. The college school, meanwhile, existed in a state of constant suspense, the sword of terror ever hanging over its head. Punishment for the present was reserved, and what the precise punishment would be when it came, none could tell. Talkative Bywater was fond of saying that it did not matter whether Miss Charlie turned up or not, so far as their backs were concerned, they would be made to tingle either way. Arthur, after communicating to Constance the strange fact of the return of the money to Mr. Galloway, shut himself up in the study to pursue his copying. Tea-time arrived, and Sarah brought in the tea-things, but neither Hamish nor Tom had come in, and Constance sat alone, deep in unpleasant thoughts. That it was Hamish who had now returned the money to Mr. Galloway, Constance could not entertain the slightest doubt. It had a very depressing effect upon her. It could not render worse what had previously happened. Indeed, it rather mended it, insomuch as that it served to show some repentance, some good feeling, but it made the suspicion against Hamish a certainty, and there had been times when Constance had been beguiled into thinking it only a suspicion. And now came this new fear of Mr. Butterby again. Hamish's own footsteps in the hall. Constance roused herself. He came in, books under his arm as usual, and his ever-gay face smiling. There were times when Constance almost despised him for his perpetual sunshine. The seriousness which had overspread Hamish at the time of Charles' disappearance had nearly worn away. In his sanguine temperament he argued that not finding the body was a proof that Charlie was yet alive, and would come forth in a mysterious manner one of these days. "Have I kept you waiting tea, Constance?" began he. "I came home by way of Close Street, and was called into Galloway's by Roland Yorke, and then got detained further by Mr. Galloway." "Where's Arthur?" "He has undertaken some copying for Mr. Galloway, and is busy with it," replied Constance in a low tone. Hamish, raising her eyes to his face, as she gathered resolution to speak of the affair. "Have you heard what has happened?" "That some good fairy has forwarded a bank note to Galloway on the wings of the telegraph?" Roland Yorke would not allow me to remain in ignorance of that. Mr. Galloway did me the honour to ask whether I had sent it." "You?" uttered Constance, regarding the avowal only from her own point of view. "He asked whether you had sent it?" "He did." She gazed at Hamish as if she would read his very soul. "And what did you answer?" "Told him I wished a few others would suspect me of the same, and count imaginary payments for real ones." "Hamish!" she exclaimed. The complaint wrung from her. "How can you be so light, so cruel, when our hearts are breaking?" Hamish, in turn, was surprised at this. "I cruel? In what manner, Constance? My dear, I repeat to you that we shall have Charley back again. I feel sure of it, and it has done away with my fear. Some inward conviction, or presentiment, call it which you like, tells me that we shall, and I implicitly trust to it. We need not mourn for him. It is not for Charley. I do not speak of Charley now," she sadly reiterated. "You are straying from the point, Hamish. Have you no love left for Arthur?" "I have plenty of love for every one," said Mr. Hamish. "Then how can you behave like this? Arthur is not guilty, you know he is not. And look what he has to bear. I believe you would laugh at the greatest calamity. Sending back this money to Mr. Galloway has sadly distressed me." Hamish turned his smiling eyes upon her, but his tone was grave. "Wait until some great calamity occurs, Constance, and then see whether I laugh. Did I laugh that dreadful night and day that succeeded to Charley's loss? Sending back the money to Mr. Galloway is not a cause for sadness. It most certainly exonerates Arthur. And you are gay over it." She would have given anything to speak more plainly. "I am particularly gay this afternoon," acknowledged Hamish, who could not be put out of temper by any amount of reproach whatever. "I have had great news by the post, Constance." "From Germany?" she quickly cried. "Yes, from Germany," he answered, taking a letter from his pocket, and spreading it open before Constance. It contained the bravest news, great news, as Hamish expressed it. It was from Mr. Channing himself, and it told them of his being so far restored that there was no doubt now of his ability to resume his own place at his office. They intended to be home the first week in November. The weather at Borcette continued warm and charming, and they would prolong their stay there to the full time contemplated. It had been a fine autumn everywhere. There was a postscript added to the letter, as if an afterthought had occurred to Mr. Channing. "When you see Mr. Huntley, tell him how well I am progressing. I remember, by the way, that he hinted at being able to introduce you to something, should I no longer require you in Guild Street." In the delight that the news brought, Constance partially lost sight of her sadness. "It is not all gloom," she whispered to herself. "If we could only dwell on God's mercies, as we do on his chastisement, if we could only feel more trust, we should see the bright side of the cloud oftener than we do." But it was dark. Dark in many ways, and Constance was soon to be reminded again of it forcibly. She had taken her seat at the tea-table when Tom came in. He looked flushed, stern, and he flung his Gradus and one or two other books in a heap on the other table, with more force than was necessary, and himself into a chair ditto. "Constance, I shall leave the school." Constance, in her dismay, dropped the sugar-tongs into the sugar. "What, Tom?" "I shall leave the school," he repeated, his tone as fiery as his face. "I wouldn't stop in it another month, if I were bribed with gold. Things are getting too bad there." "Oh, Tom! Tom! Is this your endurance?" "Endurance!" he exclaimed. "That's a nice word in theory, Constance, but just you try it in practice. Who has endured, if I have not? I thought I'd go on and endure it, as you say, at any rate, until papa came home. But I can't." "What has happened more than usual?" inquired Hamish. "It gets worse and worse," said Tom, turning his blazing face upon his brother. "I wouldn't wish a dog to live the life that I live in the college school. They call me a felon, and treat me as one. They send me to Coventry. They won't acknowledge me as one of their seniors. My position is unbearable." "Live it down, Tom," said Hamish quietly. "Haven't I been trying to live it down?" returned the boy, suppressing his emotion. "It has lasted now these 2 months, and I have borne it daily. At the time of Charley's loss I was treated better for a day or two, but that has worn away. It is of no use your looking at me reproachfully, Constance. I must complain. What other boy in the world has ever been put down as I? I was head of the school, next to Gaunt. looking forward to be the head. And what am I now? The seniorship taken from me in shame. Huntley exalted to my place. My chance of the exhibition gone." "Huntley does not take the exhibition," interrupted Constance. "But York will. I shan't be allowed to take it." "Now I know it, Constance, and the school knows it. Let a fellow once go down, and he's kept down. Every dog has a fling at him. The seniorship's gone, the exhibition is gone. I might bear that tamely, you may say, and of course I might, for they are negative evils. But what I can't and won't bear are the insults of everyday life. Only this afternoon they—" Tom stopped, for his feelings were choking him, and the complaint he was about to narrate was never spoken. Before he had recovered breath and calmness, Arthur entered and took his seat at the tea-table. Poor Tom, allowing one of his unfortunate explosions of temper to get the better of him, sprang from his chair and burst forth with a passionate reproach to Arthur, whom he regarded as the author of all the ill. "Why did you do it? Why did you bring this disgrace upon us? But for you, I should not have lost caste in the school." "Tom!" interposed Hamish in a severe tone. Mr. Tom, brave college boy that he was, manly as he coveted to be thought, actually burst into tears. Tears called forth, not by contrition, I fear, but by remembered humiliation, by vexation, by the moment's passion. Never had Tom cast a reproach openly to Arthur. Whatever he may have felt, he buried it within him, but that his opinion vacillated upon the point of Arthur's guilt was certain. Constance went up to him and laid her hand gently and soothingly upon his shoulder. "Tom, dear boy, your troubles are making you forget yourself. Do not be unjust to Arthur. He is innocent as you." "Then, if he is innocent, why does he not speak out like a man, and proclaim his innocence?" retorted Tom, sensibly enough, but with rather too much heat. "That's what the school casts in my teeth, more than anything again. 'Don't preach up your brother's innocence to us,' they cry. If he did not take it, wouldn't he say so? Look at Arthur now!" And Tom pointed his finger at him. "He does not, even here, to me, assert that he is innocent." Arthur's face burnt under the reproach. He turned it upon Hamish with a gesture almost as fiery, quite as hasty, as any that had been vouchsafed them by Tom. Plainly, as look could speak, it said, "Will you suffer this injustice to be heaped upon me?" Constance saw the look, and she left Tom with a faint cry, and bent over Arthur, afraid of what truth he might give utterance to. "Patience yet, Arthur," she whispered. "Do not let a moment's anger undo the work of weeks. Remember how bravely you have borne." "Ay, heaven forgive my pride. Tom," Arthur added, turning to him calmly, "I would clear you, or rather clear myself, in the eyes of the school, if I could. But it is impossible. However, you have less to blame me for than you may think." Hamish advanced. He caught Tom's arm and drew him to a distant window. "Now, lad," he said, "let me hear all about this bugbear. I'll see if it can be in any way lightened for you." Hamish's tone was kindly, his manner frank and persuasive, and Tom was won over to speak of his troubles. Hamish listened with an attentive ear. "Will you abide by my advice?" he asked him, when the catalogue of grievances had come to an end. "Perhaps I will," replied Tom, who was growing cool after his hit. "Then, as I said to you before, so I say now, leave it down. It is the best advice I can give you." "Hamish, you don't know what it is." "Yes, I do. I can enter into your trials and annoyances as keenly as if I had to encounter them. I do not affect to disparage them to you. I know that they are real trials, real insults. But if you will only make up your mind to bear them, they will lose half their sharpness. Your interest lies in remaining in the college school. More than that, your duty lies in it. Tom, don't let it be said that the Channings shrunk from his duty because it brought him difficulties to battle with." "I don't think I can stop in it, Hamish. I'd rather stand in a pillory, and have rotten eggs shied at me." "Yes, you can. In fact, my boy, for the present you must. Disobedience has never been a fault amongst us, and I am sure you will not be the one to inaugurate it. Your father left me in charge, in his place, with full control, and I cannot sanction any such measure as that of your leaving the school. In less than a month's time he will be home, and you can then submit the case to him, and abide by his advice." With all Tom's faults, he was not rebellious. Neither was he unreasonable, and he made up his mind, not without some grumbling, to do as Hamish desired him. He drew his chair with a jerk to the tea-table, which of course was unnecessary. I told you that the young Channings, admirably as they had been brought up, had their faults, as you have yours, and I have mine." It was a silent meal. Annabel, who was wont to keep them alive, whatever might be their troubles, had remained to take tea at Lady Augusta Yorke's, with Caroline and Fanny. Had Constance known that she was in the habit of thoughtlessly chattering upon any subject that came uppermost, including poor Charles's propensity to be afraid of ghosts, she had allowed her to remain with them more charily. Hamish took a book and read. Arthur only made a show of taking anything, and soon left them, to resume his work. Tom did not even make a show of it, but unequivocally rejected all good things. How could he be hungry, he asked, when Constance pressed him. An unsociable meal it was, almost as unpleasant as were their inward thoughts. They felt for Tom, in the midst of their graver griefs, but they were all at cross purposes together, and they knew it. Therefore they could only retain an uncomfortable reticence one with another. Tom laid the blame to the share of Arthur, Arthur and Constance to the share of Hamish. To whom Hamish laid it was only known to himself. He, Hamish, rose as the tea things were carried away. He was preparing for a visit to Mr. Huntley's. His visits there, as already remarked, had not been frequent of late. He had discovered that he was not welcome to Mr. Huntley, and Hamish Channing was not one to thrust his company upon any one. Even the attraction of Ellen could not induce that. But it is very probable that he was glad of the excuse Mr. Channing's letter afforded him to go there now. He found Miss Huntley alone, a tall, stiff lady, who always looked as if she was cased in whalebone. She generally regarded Hamish with some favour, which was saying a great deal for Miss Huntley. "You are quite a stranger here," she remarked to him as he entered. "I think I am," replied Hamish. "Mr. Huntley is still in the dining-room, I hear?" "Mr. Huntley is," said the lady, speaking as if the fact did not give her pleasure, though Hamish could not conceive why. "My niece has chosen to remain with him," she added, in a tone which denoted dissatisfaction. "I am quite tired of talking to her. I tell her this is proper, and the other is improper, and she goes and mixes up my advice in the most extraordinary way, leaving undone what she ought to do, and doing what I tell her she ought not. Only this very morning I read her a sermon upon propriety and the fitness of things. It took me just an hour by my watch, I assure you, Mr. Hamish Channing. And what is the result? I retired from the dinner-table precisely 10 minutes after the removal of the cloth, according to my invariable custom, and Ellen, in defiance of my warning her that it is not ladylike, stays there behind me. 'I have not finished my grapes, aunt,' she says to me, and there she stays, just to talk with her father, and he encourages her. What will become of Ellen, I cannot imagine. She will never be a lady." "It's very sad," replied Hamish, coughing down a laugh, and putting on the gravest face he could call up. "Sad!" repeated Miss Huntley, who sat perfectly upright, her hands, cased in mittens, crossed upon her lap. "It is grievous, Mr. Hamish Channing. What do you think she did only yesterday? One of our maids was going to be married, and a dispute, or some unpleasantness, occurred between her and the intended husband. Would you believe that Ellen actually wrote a letter for the girl, a poor ignorant thing who never learned to read, let alone to write, but an excellent servant, to this man, that things might be smoothed down between them? My niece, Miss Ellen Huntley, lowering herself to write I can scarcely allow my tongue to utter the word, Mr. Hamish, a love letter!" Miss Huntley lifted her eyes and her mittens. Hamish expressed himself inexpressibly shocked, inwardly wishing he could persuade Miss Ellen Huntley to write a few to him. "And I received no sympathy from any one," pursued Miss Huntley. "None. I spoke to my brother, and he could not see that she had done anything wrong in writing, or pretending that he could not. Oh dear, how things have altered from what they were when I was a young girl! Then—" "The master says, will you please to walk into the dining-room, sir?" interrupted a servant at this juncture, and Hamish rose and followed him. Mr. Huntley was alone. Hamish threw his glance to the four corners of the room, but Ellen was not in it. The meeting was not very cordial on Mr. Huntley's side. "What can I do for you?" he inquired, as he shook hands. Which was sufficient to imply coldly, "You must have come to my house for some particular purpose. What is it?" But Hamish could not lose his sunny temperament, his winning manner. "I bring you great news, Mr. Huntley. We have heard from Borcette, and the improvement in my father's health is so great that all doubts as to the result are over." "I said it would be so," replied Mr. Huntley. They continued talking some little time, and then Hamish mentioned the matter alluded to in the postscript of the letter. "Is it correct that you will be able to help me to something?" he inquired, "when my father shall resume his own place in Guild Street?" "It is correct that I told your father so," answered Mr. Huntley. "I thought then that I could." "And is the post gone? I assumed that it was a situation of some sort?" "It is not gone. The post will not be vacant until the beginning of the year. Have you heard that there is to be a change in the Joint Stock Bank?" "No," replied Hamish, looking up with much interest. "Mr. Bartlett leaves. He is getting in years, his health is failing, and he wishes to retire. As one of the largest shareholders in the bank, I shall possess the largest voice in the appointment of a successor, and I had thought of you. Indeed, I have no objection to say that there is not the slightest doubt you would have been appointed. Otherwise, I should not have spoken confidently to Mr. Channing." It was an excellent post. There was no doubt of that. The bank was an extensive one. It was not the principal bank of Helstonleigh, but it was a firmly established, thoroughly respectable concern. And Mr. Bartlett, who had been its manager for many years, enjoyed many privileges and a handsome salary, a far larger salary than was Mr. Channing's. The house, a good one, attached to the bank, was used as his residence, and would be when he left the residence of his successor. "I should like it of all things!" cried Hamish. "So would many a one, young sir, who is in a better position than you," drily answered Mr. Huntley. "I thought you might have filled it." "Can I not, sir?" "No." Hamish did not expect the answer. He looked inquiringly at Mr. Huntley. "Why can I not?" "Because I cannot now recommend you to it," was the reply. "But why not?" exclaimed Hamish. "When I spoke of you as becoming Mr. Bartlett's successor, I believed you would be found worthy to fulfil his duties." "I can fulfil them," said Hamish. "Possibly. But so much doubt has arisen upon that point in my own mind, that I can no longer recommend you for it. In fact, I could not sanction your appointment." "What have I done?" inquired Hamish. "Ask your conscience. If that does not tell you plainly enough, I shall not." "My conscience accuses me of nothing that need render me unfit to fill the post, and to perform my duties in it, Mr. Huntley." "I think otherwise. But to pursue the subject will be productive of no benefit, so we will let it drop. And I would have secured you the appointment, could I have done so conscientiously, but I cannot, and the matter is at an end." "At least you can tell me why you will not?" said Hamish, speaking with some sarcasm in the midst of his respect. "I have already declined to do so. Ask your own conscience, Hamish." "The worst criminal has a right to know his accusation, Mr. Huntley, otherwise he cannot defend himself." "It will be time enough for you to defend yourself when you are publicly accused. I shall say no more upon the point. I am sorry your father mentioned the thing to you, necessitating this explanation so far. I have also been sorry for having ever mentioned it to him. My worst explanation will be with your father, for I cannot enter into cause and effect, any more than I can to you." "I have for some time been conscious of a change in your mind towards me, Mr. Huntley." "Ay, no doubt." "Sir, you ought to tell me what has caused it. I might explain away any prejudice or wrong impression." "There, that will do," interrupted Mr. Huntley. "It is neither prejudice nor wrong impression that I have taken up. And now I have said the last word upon the matter that I shall say." "But, sir—" "No more, I say," peremptorily interrupted Mr. Huntley. "The subject is over. Let us talk of other things. I need not ask whether you have news of poor Charley. You would have informed me of that at once. You see, I was right in advising silence to be kept towards them. All this time of suspense would have told badly on Mr. Channing." Hamish rose to leave. He had done little good, it appeared, by his visit. Certainly he could not wish to prolong it. "There was an unsealed scrap of paper slipped inside my father's letter," he said. "It was from my mother to Charley. This is it." It appeared to have been written hastily, from a sudden thought at the moment of Mr. Channing's closing his letter. Mr. Huntley took it in his hand. "My dear little Charley, how is it you don't write to mamma? Not a message from you now, not a letter. I am sure you are not forgetting me." "Poor boy!" exclaimed Mr. Huntley, handing it back to Hamish. "Poor mother!" "I did not show it to Constance," observed Hamish. "It would only distress her. Good night, sir. By the way," added Hamish, turning as he reached the door, "Mr. Galloway has received that money back again." "What money?" cried Mr. Huntley. "That which was lost. A £20 note came to him in a letter by this afternoon's post. The letter states that Arthur, and all others who may have been accused, are innocent." "Oh, indeed!" cried Mr. Huntley, with cutting sarcasm, as the conviction flashed over him that Hamish, and no other, had been the sender. "The thief has come to his senses at last, has he? So far as to render lame justice to Arthur?" Hamish left the room. The hall had not yet been lighted, and Hamish could hardly see the outline of a form crossing it from the staircase to the drawing-room. He knew whose it was, and he caught it to him. "Ellen," whispered he, "what has turned your father against me?" Of course she could not enlighten him. She could not say to Hamish Channing, "He suspects you of being a thief." Her whole spirit would have revolted from that, as much as it did from the accusation. The subject was a painful one. She was flurried at the sudden meeting, the stealthy meeting it may be said, and she burst into tears. I am quite afraid to say what Mr. Hamish did, this being a sober story. When he left the hall, Ellen Huntley's cheeks were glowing, and certain sweet words were ringing changes in her ears. "Ellen, they shall never take you from me." End of chapter 47.
Chapter 48 of the Channings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patti Cunningham. The Channings by Ellen Wood. Chapter 48. Muffins for Tea. A week or two passed by, and November was rapidly approaching. Things remained precisely as they were at the close of the last chapter. Nothing fresh had occurred, no change had taken place. Tom Channing's remark, though much cannot be said for its elegance, was indisputable in point of truth, that when a fellow was down, he was kept down, and every dog had a fling at him. It was being exemplified in the case of Arthur. The money so mysteriously conveyed to Mr. Galloway had proved of little service towards clearing him. In fact, it had the contrary effect, and people openly expressed their opinion that it had come from himself or his friends. He was down, and it would take more than that to lift him up again. Mr. Galloway kept his thoughts to himself, or had put them into his cash-box with the note, for he said nothing. Roland Yorke did not imitate his example. He was almost as explosive over the present matter as he had been over the loss. It would have pleased him that Arthur should be declared innocent by public proclamation. Roland was in a most explosive frame of mind on another score, and that was the confinement to the office. In reality, he was not overworked, for Arthur managed to get through a great amount of it at home, which he took in regularly, morning after morning, to Mr. Galloway. Roland, however, thought he was, and his dissatisfaction was becoming unbearable. I do not think that Roland could have done a hard day's work. To sit steadily to it for only a couple of hours appeared to be an absolute impossibility to his restless temperament. He must look off, he must talk, he must yawn, he must tilt his stool, he must take a slight interlude at balancing the ruler on his nose, or at other similar recreative and intellectual amusements, but to apply himself in earnest he could not. Therefore there was little fear of Mr. Roland's being overcome with the amount of work on hand. But what told upon Roland was the confinement. I don't mean upon his health, you know, but his temper. It had happened many a day since Jenkins' absence that Roland had never stirred from the office except for his dinner. He must be there in good time in the morning, at the frightfully early hour of 9, and he often was not released until 6. When he went to dinner at 1, Mr. Galloway would say, "You must be back in half an hour, Yorke. I may have to go out." Once or twice he had not gone to dinner until 2 or 3 o'clock, and then he was half dead with hunger. All this chafed poor Roland nearly beyond endurance. Another cause was rendering Roland's life not the most peaceful one. He was beginning to be seriously dunned for money. Careless in that as he was in other things, improvident as was ever Lady Augusta, Roland rarely paid until he was compelled to do so. A very good hand was he at contracting debts, but a bad one at liquidating them. Roland did not intend to be dishonest. Were all his creditors standing around him, and a roll of bank-notes before him, he would freely have paid them all, very probably in his open-heartedness have made each creditor a present over and above for his trouble. But failing the roll of notes, he only staved off the difficulties in the best way he could, and grew cross and ill-tempered on being applied to. His chief failing was his impulsive thoughtlessness. Often, when he had teased or worried Lady Augusta out of money to satisfy a debt for which he was being pressed, that very money would be spent in some passing folly arising with the impulse of a moment before it had time to reach the creditor. There are too many in the world like Roland Yorke. Roland was late in the office one Monday evening, he and a lamp sharing it between them. He was in a terrible temper, and sat kicking his feet on the floor, as if the noise, for it might be heard in the street, would while away the time. He had nothing to do. The writing he had been about was positively finished, but he had to remain in, waiting for Mr. Galloway, who was absent, but had not left the office for the evening. He would have given the whole world to take his pipe out of his pocket and begin to smoke. But that pastime was so firmly forbidden in the office that even Roland dared not disobey. "There goes 6 of 'em," he uttered, as the cathedral clock rang out the hour, and his boots threatened to stave in the floor. "If I stand this life much longer, I'll be shot. It's enough to take the spirit out of a fellow, to wear the flesh off his bones, to afflict him with nervous fever. What an idiot I was to let my lady mother put me here. Better have stuck to those musty old lessons at school, and gone in for a parson. Why can't Jenkins get well and come back? He's shirking it, that's my belief. And why can't Galloway have Arthur back? He might if he pressed it. Talk of solitary confinement driving prisoners mad at their precious model prisons. What else is this? I wish I could go mad for a week, if old Galloway might be punished for it. It's worse than any prison, this office. At 4 o'clock he went out, and now it's 6, and I have not had a blessed soul put his nose inside the door to say, 'How are you getting on?' I'm a regular prisoner and nothing else. Why doesn't he—" The complaint was cut short by the entrance of Mr. Galloway. Unconscious of the rebellious feelings of his clerk, he passed through the office to his own room, Roland's rat-tat-too having ceased at his appearance. To find Roland drumming the floor with his feet was nothing unusual, rather moderate for him. Mr. Galloway had found him doing it with his head. 2 or 3 minutes elapsed, and Mr. Galloway came out again. "You can shut up, Roland, and then take these letters to the post. Put the desk straight first. What a mess you get them into. Is that will engrossed?" "Yes, sir." "Very well. Be here in time in the morning. Good night." "Good night, sir," responded Roland. "Yes, it's all very fine," he went on, as he opened the desks and shoved everything in with his hands, indiscriminately en masse, which was his way of putting things straight. "Be here in time, of course, no matter what time I am let off the previous evening. If I stand this long—" Roland finished his sentence by an emphatic turn of the key of the office door, which expressed quite as much as words could have done, for he was already out of the room, his hat on his head, and the letters in his hand. Calling out lustily for the housekeeper, he flung the key to her, and bounded off in the direction of the post-office. His way lay past Mrs. Jenkins' shop, which the maid had, for the hour, been left to attend to. She was doing it from a leaf taken out of Roland's own book, standing outside the door and gazing all ways. It suddenly struck Roland that he could not do better than pay Jenkins a visit, just to ascertain how long he meant to absent himself. In he darted with his usual absence of hesitation, and went on to the parlour. There was no hurry for the letters. The post did not close until 9. The little parlour, dark by day, looked very comfortable now. A bright fire, a bright lamp, and a well-spread tea-table, at which Mrs. Jenkins sat. More comfortable than Jenkins himself did, who lay back in his easy-chair, white and wan, meekly enjoying a lecture from his wife. He started from it at the appearance of Roland, bowing in his usual humble fashion, and smiling a glad welcome. "I say, Jenkins, I have come to know how long you mean to leave us to ourselves," was Roland's greeting. "It's too bad, you know. How d'ye do, Mrs. Jenkins? Don't you look snug here? It's a nasty cutting night, and I have to tramp all the way to the post office." Free and easy Roland drew a chair forward on the opposite side of the hearth to Jenkins, Mrs. Jenkins and her good things being in the middle, and warmed his hands over the blaze. "Ugh!" he shivered. "I can't bear these keen easterly winds. It's fine to be you, Jenkins, basking by a blazing fire and junketing upon plates of buttered muffins." "Would you please to condescend to take a cup of tea with us, sir?" was Jenkins' answer. "It's just ready." "I don't care if I do," said Roland. "There's nothing I like better than buttered muffins. We get them sometimes at home, but there's so many to eat at our house that before a plate is well in, a dozen hands are snatching at it and it's emptied. Lady Augusta knows no more about comfort than a cow does, and she will have the whole tribe of young ones in to meals." "You'll find these muffins different from what you get at home," said Mrs. Jenkins in her curt, snappish, but really not inhospitable way, as she handed the muffins to Roland. "I know what it is when things are left to servants, as they are at your place. They turn out uneatable, sodden things, with rancid butter 9 times out of 10, instead of good wholesome fresh. Servants' cooking won't do for Jenkins now, and it never did for me." "These are good, though," exclaimed Roland, eating away with intense satisfaction. "Have you got any more downstairs? Mrs. Jenkins, don't I wish you could always toast muffins for me. Is that some ham?" His eyes had caught a small dish of ham, in delicate slices, put there to tempt poor Jenkins. But he was growing beyond such tempting now, for his appetite wholly failed him. It was upon this point he had been undergoing Mrs. Jenkins' displeasure when Roland interrupted them. The question led to an excellent opportunity for renewing the grievance, and she was too persistent a diplomatist to let it slip. Catching up the dish and leaving her chair, she held it out before Roland's eyes. "Young Mr. Yorke, do you see anything the matter with that ham? Please to tell me." "I see it looks uncommonly good," replied Roland. "Do you hear?" sharply ejaculated Mrs. Jenkins, turning short round upon her husband. "My dear, I never said a word but what it was good. I never had any other thought," returned he with deprecation. "I only said that I could not eat it. I can't. Indeed I can't. My appetite is gone." Mrs. Jenkins put the dish down upon the table with a jerk. "That's how he goes on," said she to Roland. "It's enough to wear a woman's patience out. I get him muffins, I get him ham, I get him fowls, I get him fish, I get him puddings, I get him every conceivable nicety that I can think of, and not a thing will he touch. All the satisfaction I can get from him is, that his stomach turns against food." "I wish I could eat," interposed Jenkins mildly. "I have tried to do it till I can try no longer. I wish I could." "Will you take some of this ham, young Mr. Yorke?" she asked. "He won't. He wants to know what scarcity of food is." "I'll take it all if you like," said Roland, "if it's going begging." Mrs. Jenkins accommodated him with a plate and knife and fork, and with some more muffins. Roland did ample justice to the whole, dispatching it down with about 6 cups of good tea, well sugared and creamed. Jenkins looked on with satisfaction, and Mrs. Jenkins appeared to regard it in the light of a personal compliment, as chief of the commissariat department. "And now," said Roland, turning back to the fire, "when are you coming out again, Jenkins?" Jenkins coughed, more in hesitation for an answer than of necessity. "I am beginning to think, sir, that I shall not get out again at all," he presently said. "Hullo! I say, Jenkins, don't go and talk that rubbish," was Roland's reply. "You know what I told you once about that dropsy. I heard of a man that took it into his head to fancy himself dead, and he ordered a coffin and lay down in it, and stopped in it for 6 days, only to get up at night to steal the bread and cheese. His folks couldn't think at first where the loaves went to. You'll be fancying the same, if you don't mind." "If I could only get a little stronger, sir, instead of weaker, I should soon be at my duty again. I am anxious enough, sir, as you may imagine, for there's my salary, sir, coming to me as usual, and I doing nothing for it. It's just this, Jenkins, that if you don't come back speedily, I shall take French leave and be off some fine morning. I can't stand it much longer. I can't tell you how many blessed hours at a stretch I am in that office with no one to speak to. I wish I was at Port Natal." "Sir," said Jenkins, thinking he would say a word of warning in his kindly spirit, "I have heard that there's nothing more deceptive than those foreign parts that people flock to when the rage arises for them. Many a man only goes out to starve and die." "Many a muff, you mean," returned the self-complacent Roland. "I say, Jenkins, isn't it a shame about Arthur Channing? Galloway has his money back from the very thief himself, as the letter said, and yet the old grumbler won't speak out like a man and say, 'Shake hands, old fellow,' and 'I know you're innocent, and come back to the office again.' Arthur would return if he said that. See if I don't start for Port Natal." "I wish Mr. Arthur was back again, sir. It would make me easier." "He sits and stews and frets and worries his brains about that office, and how it gets on without him," tartly interposed Mrs. Jenkins. "A sick man can't expect to grow better if he is to fret himself into fiddle-strings." "I wish," repeated poor Jenkins, in a dreamy sort of mood, his eyes fixed on the fire, and his thin hands clasped upon his knees, "I do wish Mr. Arthur was back. In a little while he'd quite replace me, and I should not be missed." "Hear him?" uttered Mrs. Jenkins. "That's how he goes on." "Well," concluded Roland, rising, and gathering up his letters, which he had deposited upon a side table, "if this is not a nice part of the world to live in, I don't know what is. Arthur Channing kept down under Galloway's shameful injustice, Jenkins making out things are all over with him, and I driven off my head doing everybody's work. Good night, Jenkins. Good night, Mrs. J. That was a stunning tea. I'll come in again some night, when you have toasted muffins." End of Chapter 48. Recording by Patti Cunningham.
Chapter 49 of the Channings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pam Castille. The Channings by Ellen Wood. Chapter 49. A Chateau in Espagne. A keen wind, blowing from the east, was booming through the streets of Helstonleigh, striking piteously the eyes and cheeks of the wayfarers, cutting thin forms nearly in two, and taking stout ones off their legs. Blinded by the sharp dust, giving hard words to the wind, to the cold, to the post office for not being nearer, to anything and everything, Roland Yorke dashed along, suffering nothing and no one to impede his progress. He flung the letters into the box at the post office when he reached that establishment, and then set off at the same pace back again. Roland was in a state of inward commotion. He thought himself the most injured, the most hard-worked, the most to be pitied fellow under the sun. The confinement in the office, with the additional work he had to get through there, was his chief grievance, and a grievance it really was to one of Roland's temperament. When he had Arthur Channing and Jenkins for his companions in it, to whom he could talk as he pleased, and who did all the work, allowing Roland to do all the play, it had been tolerably bearable. But that state of things was changed, and Roland was feeling that he could bear it no longer. Another thing that Roland would perhaps be allowed to bear no longer was immunity from his debts. They had grown on him latterly, as much as the work had. Careless Roland saw no way out of that difficulty, any more than he did out of the other, except by an emigration to that desired haven which had stereotyped itself on the retina of his imagination in colours of the brightest fantasy, Port Natal. For its own sake, Roland was hurrying to get to it, as well as that it might be convenient to do so. "Look here," said he to himself as he tore along, "even if Carrick were to set me all clear and straight, and I dare say he might, if I told him the bother I am in, where would be the good? It would not forward me. I wouldn't stop at Galloway's another month to be made into a royal duke. If he'd take back Arthur with honours, and Jenkins came out of his cough and his thinness and returned, I don't know but I might do violence to my inclination and remain. I can't as it is. I should go dead with the worry and the work." Roland paused, fighting for an instant with a puff of wind and dust. Then he resumed. "I'd pay my debts if I could, but if I can't, what am I to do but leave them unpaid? Much better get the money from Carrick to start me off to Port Natal, and set me going there. Then, when I have made enough, I'll send the cash to Arthur, and get him to settle up for me. I don't want to cheat the poor wretches out of their money. I'd rather pay 'em double than do that. Some of them work hard enough to get it, almost as hard as I do at Galloway's, and they have a right to their own. In 3 months' time after landing, I shall be able to do the thing liberally. I'll make up my mind from to-night and go. I know it will be all for the best. Besides, there's the other thing." What the other thing might mean, Mr. Roland did not state more explicitly. He came to another pause, and then went on again. "That's settled. I'll tell my lady to-night, and I'll tell Galloway in the morning, and I'll fix on the time for starting, and be off for London, and see what I can do with Carrick. Let's see. I shall want to take out lots of things. I can get them in London. When Bagshaw went, he told me of about 1,000. I think I dotted them down somewhere. I must look. Rum odds and ends there were. I know frying pans were among them. Carrick will go with me to buy them if I ask him, and then he'll pay, if it's only out of politeness. Nobody sticks out for politeness more than Carrick. Roland's castles in the air were suddenly cut short. He was passing a dark part near the cathedral, when a rough hand, rough in texture, not in motion, was laid upon his shoulder, and a peculiar piece of paper thrust upon him. The assailant was Hopper, the sheriff's officer. Roland flew into one of his passions. He divined what it was perfectly well. Nothing less than one of those little mandates from our sovereign Lady the Queen, which, a short time back, had imperilled Hamish Channing. He repaid Hopper with a specimen of his tongue, and flung the writ back to him. "Now, sir, where's the good of your abusing me, as if it was my fault?" returned the man in a tone of remonstrance. "I have had it in my pocket this 3 weeks, Mr. Yorke, and not a day but I could have served it on you. But I'm loath to trouble young gentlemen such as you, as I'm sure many of you in this town could say. I have got into displeasure with our folk about the delay in this very paper, and, in short, sir, I have not done it till I was obliged." "You old preacher!" foamed Roland. "I have not tipped you with half a crown lately, and therefore you can see me." "Mr. Yorke," said the man earnestly, "if you had filled my hands with half-crowns yesterday, I must have done this to-day. I tell you, sir, I have got into a row with our people over it, and it's the truth. Why don't you, sir, if I may presume to give advice, tell your little embarrassments to your mother, the Lady Augusta? She'd be sure to see you through them." "How dare you mention the Lady Augusta to me?" thundered haughty Roland. Is it fitting that the Lady Augustus's name should be bandied in such transactions as these? Do you think I don't know what's due to her better than that? If I have got into embarrassment, I shall not drag my mother into it." "Well, sir, you know best. I did not mean to offend you, but the contrary. Mind, Mr. Roland Yorke," added Hopper, pointing to the writ, which still lay where it had been flung. "You can leave it there if you choose, sir, but I have served it upon you." Hopper went his way. Roland caught up the paper, tore it to pieces with his strong hands, and tossed them after the man. The wind took up the quarrel and scattered the pieces indiscriminately right and left. Roland strode on. "What a mercy that there's a Port Natal to be off to," was his comment. Things were not particularly promising at home when Roland entered. Looking at them from a quiet, sociable point of view, Lady Augusta was spending the evening at the deanery, and the children, from Gerald downwards, were turning the general parlour into a bear garden. Romping, quarrelling, shouting, and screaming, they were really as unrestrained as so many young bears. It would often be no better when Lady Augusta was at home. How Gerald and Tod contrived to do their lessons amidst it was a marvel to every one. Roland administered a few cuffs to enjoin silence, and then went out again. He did not much care where. His feet took him to the house of his friend Knivett, with whom he spent a pleasant evening, the topics of conversation turning chiefly upon the glories of Port Natal, and Roland's recent adventure with Hopper. Had anything been wanted to put the finishing touch to Roland's resolution, that little adventure would have supplied it. It was past 10 when he returned home. The noisy throng had dispersed then, all except Gerald. Gerald had just accomplished his tasks, and was now gracefully enjoying a little repose before the fire, his head on the back of my lady's low embroidered chair, and his feet extended on either hob. "What's for supper?" asked Roland, turning his eyes on the cloth, which bore traces that a party, and not a scrupulously tidy one, had already partaken of that meal. "Bones," said Gerald. "Bones?" echoed Roland. "Bones," rejoined Gerald. "They made a show of broiling some downstairs, but they took good care to cut off the meat first. Where all the meat goes to in this house I can't think. If a good half of the leg of mutton didn't go down from dinner to-day, I possessed no eyes." "They are not going to put me off with bones," said Roland, ringing the bell. "When a man's worked within an ace of his life, he must eat. Martha," when the maid appeared, "I want some supper." "There's no meat in the house, sir. There were some broiled bone—" "You may eat the bones yourself," interrupted Roland. "I never saw such a house as this. Loads of provisions come into it, and yet there's rarely anything to be had when it's wanted. You must go and order me some oysters. Get 4 dozen. I am famished. If I hadn't had a substantial tea supplied me out of charity, I should be fainting before this. It's a shame. I wonder my lady puts up with you 2 incapable servants." "There are no oysters to be had at this time, Mr. Roland," returned Martha, who was accustomed to these interludes touching the housekeeping. "The shop shuts up at 10." Roland beat on the floor with the heel of his boot. Then he turned round fiercely to Martha. "Is there nothing in the house that's edible?" "There's an apple pie, sir." "Bring that, then, and while I am going into it, the cook can do me some eggs and ham." Gerald had turned round at this, angry in his turn. "If there's an apple pie, Martha, why could you not have produced it for our supper? You know we were obliged to put up with cheese and butter." "Cook told me not to bring it up, Master Gerald. My lady gave no orders. Cook says if she made 10 pies a day, they'd get eaten, once you young gentlemen knew of their being in the house." "Well," said Gerald, "she doesn't provide them out of her own pocket." Roland paid his court to the apple pie, Gerald joining him. After it was finished, they kept the cook employed some time with the eggs and ham. Then Gerald, who had to be up betimes for morning school, went to bed, and I only hope he did not suffer from nightmare. Roland took up his place before the fire, in the same chair and position vacated by Gerald. Thus he waited for Lady Augusta. It was not long before she came in. "Come and sit down a bit, good mother," said Roland. "I want to talk to you." "My dear, I am not in a talking humour," she answered. "My head aches, and I shall be glad to get to bed. It was a stupid, humdrum evening. She was walking to the side table to light her bed candle, but Roland interposed. He drew the couch close to the fire, settled his mother in it, and took his seat with her. She asked him what he had to say so particularly that night. "I am going to tell you what it is, but don't you fly out at me, mother dear," he coaxingly added. "I find I can't get along here at all, mother, and I shall be off to Port Natal." Lady Augusta did fly out, and with a scream and a start from her seat. Roland pulled her into it again. "Now, mother, just listen to me quietly. I can't bear my life at Galloway's. I can't do the work. If I stopped at it, I'm not sure but I should do something desperate. You wouldn't like to see your son turn jockey and ride in a pink silk jacket and yellow breeches on the race course, and you wouldn't like to see him enlist for a soldier or run away for a sailor. Well, worse than that might come if I stopped at Galloway's. Taking it at the very best, I should only be worked into my grave." "I will not hear another word, Roland," interrupted Lady Augusta. "How can you be so wicked and ungrateful?" "What is there wicked in it?" asked Roland. "Besides, you don't know all. I can't tell you what I don't owe in Helstonleigh, and I've not a sixpence to pay it with." "You wouldn't like to see me marched off to prison, mother?" Lady Augusta gave another shriek. "And there's a third reason why I wish to be away," went on Roland, drowning the noise. "But I'll not go into that, because it concerns myself alone." Of course, the announcement that it concerned himself alone only made my lady the more inquisitive to hear it. She peremptorily ordered Roland to disclose it to her. But Roland could be as peremptory as she, and he declined, in positive terms, to explain further. "It would not afford you any pleasure, mother," he said, "and I should not have mentioned it but as an additional reason why I must be off." "You unhappy boy! You have been doing something dreadful." "It's not over good," acknowledged Roland. "Perhaps I'll write you word all about it from London. I've not smothered William Yorke, or set old Galloway's office on fire, and those respected gentlemen are my two bêtes noires. So don't look so scared, mother." "Roland," uttered Lady Augusta, as the fact struck her, "if you go off in this manner, all the money that was paid with you to Mr. Galloway will be lost. I might as well have sent it down the gutter." "So I said at the time," answered cool Roland. "Never mind that, mother. What's that paltry hundred or two compared with the millions I shall make? And as to these folks that I owe money to—" "They'll be coming upon me," interposed Lady Augusta. "Heaven knows, I have enough to pay." "They will do nothing of the sort," said Roland. "You have no legal right to pay my debts, not one of them but has been contracted since I was of age. If they come to you, tell them so." "Roland, Lord Carrick gave you money once or twice when he was here," resumed Lady Augusta. "I know he did. What have you done with it all?" "Money melts," responded Roland. "Upon my word of honour, I do believe it must melt at times, it vanishes so quickly." My lady could not cavil at the assertion. She was only too much given to the same belief herself. Roland continued. "In a little while, about 3 months, as I calculate, after my arrival at Port Natal, I shall be in a position to send funds home to pay what I owe, and be assured I will faithfully send them. There is the finest opening, mother, at Port Natal. Fortunes are being made there daily. In a few years' time I shall come home with my pockets lined, and shall settle down by you for life." "If I could only think the prospect was so good a one!" exclaimed Lady Augusta. "It is good," said Roland emphatically. "Why, mother, Port Natal is all the rage. Hundreds are going out. Were there no reasons to urge me away, you would be doing the most unwise thing possible to stand in the light of my going. If I were at something that I liked, that I was not worked to death at, if I did not owe a shilling, if my prospects here, in short, were first rate, and my life a bower of rose leaves, I should do well to throw it all up for Port Natal." "But in what manner are these great fortunes made?" wondered Lady Augusta. "Of course I shall acquire all that information. Stuck in this know-nothing Helstonleigh, I can only state the fact that they are made. I dare say I can find an opening for one or two of the boys out there." Lady Augusta, persuadable as ever was a child, began to look upon the plan with less prejudiced eyes, as Roland would have styled it. As to Roland, so fully had he become imbued with the golden harvest to be gathered at Port Natal, that had an angel descended to undeceive him, he would have refused to listen. "There will be the losing you, Roland," said Lady Augusta, hesitating whether she should scold or cry. "Law, what's that?" returned Roland slightingly. "You'll get over that in a day, and return thanks that there's one source of trouble less. Look here, if I were in the luck of having a good commission given me in some crack Indian regiment, would you not say, 'Oh, be joyful,' and start me off at once? What are you the worse for George's being away? Mother," he added somewhat passionately, "would you like to see me tied down for life to an old proctor's office?" "But, Roland, you cannot go without money. There'll be your outfit and your passage, and you can't land with empty pockets." "As to an outfit," said Roland, "you must not run your head upon such a one as George had. A few new shirts, and a pair or two of waterproof boots, that will be about all I shall want. I remember shirts and waterproof boots were mentioned by Bagshaw. What I shall chiefly want to buy will be tools, and household utensils, frying pans, and items of that sort." "Frying pans!" ejaculated Lady Augusta. "I am sure frying pans were mentioned," answered Roland. "Perhaps it was only one, though, for private use. I'll hunt up Bagshaw's list and look it over." "And where's the money to come from?" repeated my lady. "I shall get it of Lord Carrick. I know he'll give me what I want. I often talked to him about Port Natal when he was here." "I had a letter from him to day," said Lady Augusta. "He will be returning to Ireland next week." "Will he, though?" uttered Roland, aroused by the information. "I have no time to lose, then." "Well, Roland, I must hear more about this to morrow, and consider it over," said my lady, rising to retire. "I have not said yet. You are to go, mind." "I shall go, whether you say it or not," replied frank Roland. "And when I come home with my pockets lined, a rich man for life, the first thing I'll buy shall be a case of diamonds for you." "Stupid boy!" said she, laughing. "I shall be too old to wear diamonds then." "Oh, no, you won't." My lady gave him a hearty kiss, and went to bed and to sleep. Roland's visions were not without their effect upon her, and she had a most delightful dream of driving about in a charming city, whose streets were paved with malachite marble, brilliant to look upon. How many times Roland had dreamt that Port Natal was paved with gold, he alone knew. Had Roland been troubled with over-sensitiveness in regard to other people's feelings, and felt himself at a loss how to broach the matter to Mr. Galloway, he might have been pleased to find that the way was, in a degree, paved to him. On the following morning Mr. Galloway was at the office considerably before his usual hour, consequently before Roland Yorke. Upon looking over Roland's work of the previous day, he found that a deed that was in a hurry too, had been imperfectly drawn out, and would have to be done over again. The cause must have been sheer carelessness, and Mr. Galloway naturally felt angered. When the gentleman arrived, he told him what he thought of his conduct, winding up the reproaches with the declaration that Roland did him no service at all, and would be as well out of the office as in it. "I am glad of that, sir," was Roland's answer. "What I was about to tell you will make no difference then. I wish to leave, sir." "Do you?" retorted Mr. Galloway. "I am going to leave, sir," added Roland, rather improving upon the assertion. "I am going to Port Natal." Mr. Galloway was a little taken aback. "Going to where?" cried he. "To Port Natal." "To Port Natal!" echoed Mr. Galloway, in the most unbounded astonishment, for not an inkling of Roland's long thought of project had ever reached him. "What on earth should you want there?" "To make my fortune," replied Roland. "Oh!" said Mr. Galloway. "When do you start?" "It is quite true, sir," continued Roland. "Of course I could not go without informing you." "Do you start to day?" repeated Mr. Galloway, in the same mocking tone. "No, I don't," said Roland. "But I shall start, sir, before long, and I beg you to believe me. I have talked Lady Augusta over to the plan, and I shall get the money for it from Lord Carrick. I might drum on here all my life and never rise to be anything better than a proctor, besides having my life worked out of me, Whereas if I go to Port Natal, my fortune's made. Hundreds and thousands of enterprising spirits are emigrating there, and they are all going to make their fortunes." Had Mr. Galloway not been angry, he would have laughed outright. "Yorke," said he, "did you ever hear of a sickness that fell suddenly upon this kingdom some years ago? It was called the gold fever. Hundreds and thousands, as you phrase it, caught the mania, and flocked out to the Australian gold diggings to 'make their fortunes' by picking up gold. Boy," laying his hand on Roland's shoulder, "how many of those, think you, instead of making their fortunes, only went out to die?" "That was not Port Natal, sir." "It was not. But unless some of you wild young men come to your senses, we shall have a second edition of the Australian madness at Port Natal. Nothing can be more futile than these visionary schemes, Roland Yorke. They are like the apples of Sodom, fair and promising to the eye, ashes to the taste. Do not you be deceived by them." "One must get on at Port Natal, sir." "If one does not get off," returned Mr. Galloway in a cynical tone that chafed Roland's ear. The stream that flocked out to the gold diggings all thought they should get on. Each individual was fully persuaded that he should come home in a year or two with a plum in each of his breeches pockets. Where one made his way, Roland, made wealth, many starved, died, vanished. It was not known how, were never heard of by their friends, or saw old England again. What good do you suppose you could do at Port Natal?" "I intend to do a great deal," said Roland. "But suppose you found you could do none. Suppose it, I say. What would become of you out in a strange place, without money and without friends?" "Well," returned Roland, who was never at a loss for an answer, "if such an impossible thing as a failure were to turn up, I should come back to my Uncle Carrick, and make him start me in something else." "Ah!" mockingly observed Mr. Galloway. "A rolling stone gathers no moss. Meanwhile, Mr. Roland Yorke, suppose you come down from the clouds to your proper business. Draw out this deed again, and see if you can accomplish it to a little better purpose than you did yesterday." Roland, liking the tone less and less, sat down and grew sullen. "Don't say I did not give you notice, sir," he observed. But Mr. Galloway vouchsafed no reply. Indeed, it may be questioned if he heard the remark, for he went into his own room at the moment Roland spoke, and shut the door after him. "Mocking old caterpillar!" grumbled angry Roland. "No fortunes at Port Natal! I'd go off, if it was only to tantalize him." Chapter 49. Recording by Pam Castille.
Chapter 50 of the Channings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Channings by Ellen Wood. Chapter 50. Really gone. Mrs. Jenkins had many virtues. Besides the cardinal one, which has been particularly brought under the reader's notice, that of keeping her husband in due subjection, she also possessed in an eminent degree the excellent quality of being a most active housewife. In fact, she had the bump of rule and order, and personally superintended everything, with hands and tongue. Amongst other careful habits was that of never letting any one put a finger on her best sitting-room, for the purpose of cleaning it, except herself. She called it her drawing-room, a small pretty room over the shop, very well furnished. It was let to Mr. Harper, with the bedroom behind it. Had Lydia dared even to wipe the dust off a table, it might have cost her her place. Mrs. Jenkins was wont to slip her old buff dressing-gown over her clothes, after she was dressed in the morning, and take herself to this drawing-room. Twice a week it was carefully swept, and on those occasions a large green handkerchief, tied cornerwise across Mrs. Jenkins's head, to save her cap from dust, was added to her costume. On the morning following Roland's communication to Mr. Galloway, Mrs. Jenkins was thus occupied, a dust-pan in one hand, a shorthand broom in the other, for you may be sure She did not sweep her carpets with those long, slashing, tear-away brooms that wear out a carpet in 6 months, and the green kerchief adjusted gracefully over her ears, when she heard a man's footsteps clattering up the stairs. In much astonishment as to who could have invaded the house at that hour, Mrs. Jenkins rose from her knees and flung open the door. It was Roland Yorke, coming up at full speed, with a carpet-bag in his hand. "Whatever do you want?" exclaimed she. "Is anything the matter?" "The matter is, that I want to say a word to Jenkins," replied Roland. "I know he must be in bed, so I just ran straight through the shop and came up." "I'm sure you are very polite," exclaimed Mrs. Jenkins. "For all you knew, I might have been in the room." "So you might," cried easy Roland. "I never thought of that. I should not have swallowed you, Mrs. Jenkins. Take care, I have hardly a minute to spare. I shall lose the train." On he went, up the second flight of stairs, without the slightest hesitation, and into Jenkins's room, ignoring the ceremony of knocking. Poor Jenkins, who had heard the colloquy, and recognized Roland's voice, was waiting for him with wondering eyes. "I am off, Jenkins," said Roland, advancing and bending over the bed. "I wouldn't go without just saying a word to you." "Off where, sir?" returned Jenkins, who could not have looked more bewildered had he been suddenly aroused from sleep. "To Port Natal. I am sick and tired of everything here, so I'm off at last." Jenkins was struck dumb. Of course, the first thought that passed through his mind was Mr. Galloway's discomfiture, unless he was prepared for it. "This is very sudden, sir," he cried, when speech came to him. "Who is replacing you at the office?" "No one," replied Roland. "That's the primest bit of the whole play. Galloway will know what work is now. I told him yesterday morning that I should go, but he went into a tantrum, and didn't take it in earnest. He pointed out to me about 60 things as my day's work to-day, when he left the office last night. Errands to go upon, and writings to do, and answers to give, and the office to mind. A glorious commotion there'll be, when he finds it's all thrown upon his own hands. He'll see how he likes work." Jenkins could do nothing but stare. Roland went on. "I have just slipped round there now, to leave a message with my compliments. It will turn his hair green when he hears it, and finds I am really gone. Do you feel any better, Jenkins?" The question was put in a different tone, a soft, gentle tone, one in which Roland rarely spoke. He had never Jenkins looked so ill as he was looking now. "I shall never feel any better in this world, sir." "Well, give us your hand, Jenkins. I must be off. You are the only one, old fellow, that I have said good bye to. You have been a good lot, Jenkins, and done things for me that other clerks would not. Good luck to you, old chap, whether you go into the next world or whether you stop in this. God bless you, Mr. Roland. God bless you everywhere." Roland leapt down the stairs. Mrs. Jenkins stood in the drawing-room. "Good-bye," he said to her. "You see, I should not have had time to eat you. What do you call that thing you've got upon your head, Mrs. Jenkins? Only wear it to church next Sunday, and you'll set the fashion." Away he tore to the station. The first person he saw there, officials excepted, was Hamish Channing, who had gone to it for the purpose of seeing his friend off by the train. The second was Lady Augusta Yorke. Hamish he saw first, as he was turning away from getting his ticket. "Hamish," said he, "you tell Arthur that I did not come round to him for a last word. I shall write it from London. Roland," and Hamish spoke more gravely than was his wont, "you are starting upon a wild-goose scheme." "It is not," said Roland. "Why do you preach up nonsense? If the worst came to the worst, I should come back to Carrick, and he'd set me on my legs again. I tell you, Hamish, I have 100 reasons to urge me away from Helstonleigh." "Is this carpet-bag all your luggage?" "All I am taking with me. The rest will be sent afterwards. Had I dispatched the bellman about the town to announce my departure, I might have been stopped. So I have told no one, except poor harmless Jenkins. Of course it never occurred to proud and improvident Roland that it was possible to travel in any carriage but a first-class one. A first-class ticket he took, and a first-class compartment he entered. Fortunately it was an empty one. Hamish was filling up the door, talking to him, when sounds of distress were heard coming swiftly along the platform. Before Hamish had time to see what caused them, they were close upon his ear, and he found himself vehemently pushed aside, just as Roland himself might have pushed him. He turned with surprise. Panting, breathless, in tears, wailing out that she should never see her darling son again, stood the Lady Augusta Yorke. What could be the cause of her appearing there in that state? The cause was Roland. On the previous day he had held a second conversation with his mother, picturing the glories of Port Natal in colours so vivid that the thought nearly crossed my lady's mind, couldn't she go too, and make her fortune? She then inquired when he meant to start. "Oh," answered Roland, carelessly, "between now and a week's time." The real fact was, that he contemplated being away on the following morning, before my lady was up. Roland's motive was not an unfilial one. He knew how she excited herself over these partings, the violent, if short grief to which she gave the reins. He remembered what it had been on the departure of his brother George. One other motive also held weight with him, and induced reticence. It was very desirable, remembering that he was not perfectly free from claims upon his purse, that he should depart, if not absolutely sub rosa, still without its being extensively known, and that, he knew, would be next door to an impossibility were the exact period confided to my lady. Lady Augusta Yorke could not have kept a secret for a single hour, had it been to save her life. Accordingly she retired to rest in blissful ignorance, and in ignorance she might have remained until he was fairly off, but for Roland's own want of caution. Up with daylight, and daylight, you know, does not surprise us too early when the dark days of November are at hand, Roland began turning over his drawers and closets to pick out the few articles he meant to carry with him. The rest would be packed afterwards. This aroused his mother, whose room was underneath his, and she angrily wondered what he could be doing. Not for some time until after the noise had ceased did the faintest suspicion of the truth break upon her, and it might not then have done so, but for the sudden remembrance which rose in her mind of Roland's particularly affectionate farewell the night before. Lady Augusta rang her bell. "Do you know what Mr. Roland is about in his room?" she inquired, when Martha answered it. "Mr. Roland is gone out, my lady," was Martha's reply. "He came down to the kitchen and drank a cup of coffee, and then went out with a carpet-bag." Lady Augusta became excited. "Where's he gone?" she wildly asked. "Somewhere by rail, I think, my lady. He said, as he drank his coffee, that he hoped our heads wouldn't ache till he saw us again. Cook and me couldn't think what he meant, my lady." My lady divined only too well. She gave a prolonged series of shrieks, jumped out of bed, flung on any clothes that came uppermost, and started in pursuit of him, to the intense wonder of Martha and to the astonishment of Helstonleigh, as she flew wildly through the streets to the station. The sight of Hamish at the carriage door guided her to her runagate son. She sprang into the carriage (it was well, I say, that it was empty), and overwhelmed him with a torrent of reproaches, all the while kissing and hugging him. Not 2 minutes could be given to their farewell, for the time was up, and Lady Augusta had to descend again, weeping bitterly. "Take care of her home, Hamish," said Roland, putting his head out. "Mother dear, you'll live to say I have done very well yet. You'll see me come home one of these fine days, with a covered waggon after me, bringing the bags of gold." Poor Roland! The train steamed off, and Lady Augusta, to the discomfiture of Hamish and the admiration of the porters and station boys, set off at full speed after it, wringing her hands and tearing her hair, and sobbing and shrieking out that she'd go with it, that she should never see her darling boy again. With some difficulty Hamish soothed her down to tolerable calmness, and put her into a fly. They were scarcely beyond the station when she suddenly bent forward to Hamish, who sat in the seat opposite to her, and seized his hands. "Is it true that every one gets rich who goes to Port Natal?" The question was a poser for sunny Hamish. He liked to scatter flowers in his path rather than thorns. How could he tell that grieving woman that Roland, careless, lazy, improvident Roland, would be almost sure to return in a worse plight than he had gone? "I have heard of people doing well at Port Natal," he answered, "and Roland is young and strong, and has years before him." "I cannot think how so much money can be made," continued my lady, beginning to dry her tears. "There are no gold fields there, are there?" "I think not," said Hamish. "They must trade then, I suppose. And goodness me, what does Roland know about trading? Nothing. He talks of taking out tools and frying pans." "Frying pans!" repeated Hamish, struck with the item. "I am sure he said frying pans. "Oh dear," sobbed Lady Augusta, "what a relief it would be if folks never had any children, or if boys did not possess wills of their own. Hamish, you have never given sorrow to your mother. I feel that you have not." Hamish smiled at her. "Now you know, Lady Augusta, that your children are your dearest treasures," cried he, soothingly. "You would be the most unhappy woman living if you had none." "Ah, you can't judge, Mr. Hamish Channing. You have no children of your own." "No," said Hamish, laughing; "but my turn may come some day. Dear Lady Augusta, if Roland has his faults, he has his good qualities. Look on the bright side of things. Look forward with hope to the time that you shall see him home safe and well again. It will be sure to come." "You speak as if you believed it would." "Of course I do," said Hamish; "and every one finds me a true prophet." They were then passing the Hazeldon Charity. At the iron gates of the enclosure, talking to an old man, stood the Reverend William Yorke. "Roland left a message for him!" exclaimed Hamish, half mockingly, as his eyes fell upon the clergyman. Lady Augusta, impulse all over, suddenly put her head out at the window and stopped the fly. William Yorke, looking surprised to see who were its inmates, advanced to the door. The lady's tears flowed afresh. "He is gone, William! My darling, self-willed, troublesome boy is gone, and I shall perhaps never see him more, till I am an old woman." "Who is gone?" returned Mr. Yorke. "Roland. Never was a mother so tried as I. He will soon be on the sea, ploughing his way to Port Natal. I wish there was no sea, no Port Natals. He went off without saying a word to me, and he is gone." Mr. Yorke, bewildered, turned his eyes on Hamish for explanation. He had never heard of the Port Natal project. Hamish nodded in confirmation. "The best place for him," said Mr. Yorke. "He must work for his bread there, before he eats it." Lady Augusta shrieked. "How cruelly hard you are, William!" "Not hard, Lady Augusta, kind," he gently said. "If your boys were brought up to depend upon their own exertions, they would make better men." "You said you had a message for him from Roland," resumed Lady Augusta, looking at Hamish. Hamish smiled significantly. "Not much of one," he said, and his lips, as he bent towards William Yorke, assumed an expression of sarcastic severity. "He merely requested me, after he was in the train, to give his love to the Reverend William Yorke as a parting legacy." Either the words or the tone, probably the latter, struck the Reverend William Yorke's self-esteem, and flushed his cheek crimson. Since the rupture with Constance, Hamish, though not interfering in the remotest degree, had maintained a tone of quiet sarcasm to Mr. Yorke; and though Mr. Yorke did not like it, he could not prevent it. "When does Mr. Channing return?" he abruptly asked of Hamish. "We shall be expecting him shortly now." Lady Augusta gave the signal for the fly to drive on. William Yorke put his hand over the door, and took hers as the man began to whip up his horse. "Do not grieve too much after him, Lady Augusta. It may prove to be the best day's work Roland ever did. God has given him hands and brains, and a good heart, as I verily believe. If he shall only learn their value out there, let his lines be ever so hard, he may come home a wise and a good man. One of my poor pensioners here said to me, not 10 minutes ago, 'I was brought to know my Saviour, sir, through hard lines.' Lady Augusta, those hard lines are never sent in vain." End of Chapter 50.
Chapter 51 of the Channings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Channings by Ellen Wood. Chapter 51. An Arrival in a Fly. Was anyone ever so ill-used as that unfortunate Mr. Galloway? On the morning which witnessed his troublesome clerk's departure, he sat rather longer than usual over his breakfast, never dreaming of the calamity in store for him. That his thoughts were given to business there was no doubt, for his newspaper lay untouched. In point of fact, his mind was absorbed by the difficulties which had arisen in his office, and the ways and means by which those difficulties might best be remedied. That it would be impossible to get on with Roland Yorke alone, he had said to himself 20 times, and now he was saying it again, little supposing, poor unconscious man, that even Roland, bad as he was, had taken flight. He had never intended to get along with only Roland, but circumstances had induced him to attempt doing so for a time. In the first place, he had entertained hopes until very recently that Jenkins would recover. In the second place, failing Jenkins, there was no one in the wide world he would so soon have in his office as Arthur Channing, provided that Arthur could prove his innocence. With Arthur and Roland he could go on very well, or with Jenkins and Roland, but poor Jenkins appeared to be passing beyond hope, and Arthur's innocence was no nearer the light than it had been, in spite of that strange restitution of the money. Moreover, Arthur had declined to return to the office, even to help with the copying, preferring to take it home. All these reflections were pressing upon Mr. Galloway's mind. "I'll wait no longer," said he, as he brought them to a conclusion. "I'll go this very day after that young Bartlett. I think he might suit, with some drilling. If he turns out a second York, I shall have a nice pair upon my hands. But he can't well turn out as bad as Roland. He comes of a more business-like stock." This point settled, Mr. Galloway took up the Times. Something in its pages awoke his interest, and he sat longer over it than had been his wont since the departure of Jenkins. It was 20 minutes past 9 by his watch when he started for his office. "Now I wonder how I shall find that gentleman," soliloquized he when he drew near. "Amusing himself as usual, of course. He'll have made a show of putting out the papers, and there they will be, lying unopened. He'll be at Aunt Sally with the letters, or dancing a quadrille with the stools, or stretched 3 parts out of the window, saluting the passengers. I never thought he'd do me much good, and should not have taken him, but for the respect I owed the late Dr. York. Now for it." It was all very well for Mr. Galloway to say, "Now for it," and to put his hand stealthily upon the door-handle, with the intention of pouncing suddenly upon his itinerant pupil. But the door would not open. Mr. Galloway turned, and shook the handle, as our respected friend Mr. Ketch did when he was locked up in the cloisters, but he turned it to no purpose. "He has not come in yet!" wrathfully exclaimed Mr. Galloway. "All the work of the office on his shoulders and mine, the most busy time of the whole year, and here's 9:30, and no appearance of him. If I live this day out, I'll complain to Lady Augusta." At this moment the housekeeper's little maid came running forward. "Where's Mr. York?" thundered the proctor in his anger, as if the child had the keeping of him. "Please, sir, he's gone to Port Natal." "Gone to what?" uttered Mr. Galloway. She was unlocking the door, and then stood back to curtsy while Mr. Galloway entered, following in after him, an intelligent child for her years. "Please, sir, Mr. York came round this morning, while me and missus was a-dusting of the place, and he said we was to tell Mr. Galloway, when he come, that he had gone to Port Natal, and left his compliments." "It's not true!" cried Mr. Galloway. "How dare he play these tricks?" he added to himself. "Please, sir, missus said she thought it was true, 'cause he had a carpet-bag," returned the young servant. Mr. Galloway stared at the child. "You go round at once to Lady Augusta's," said he, "and ask what Mr. York means by being so late. I desire that he will come immediately." The child flew off, and Mr. Galloway, hardly knowing what to make of matters, proceeded to do what he ought to have found done. He and Jenkins had duplicate keys to the desks, letter-box, etc. Since Jenkins's illness, his keys had been in the possession of Roland. Presently the child came back again. "Please, sir, her ladyship's compliments, and Mr. Roland has gone to Port Natal." The consternation that this would have caused Mr. Galloway, had he believed it, might have been pitiable. An intimation that our clerk, who was in the office last night, pursuing his legitimate work, has "gone to Port Natal," as we might say of someone who goes to make a morning call at the next door, is not very credible. Neither did Mr. Galloway give credence to it. "Did you see her ladyship?" he asked. "Please, sir, I saw one of the servants, and she went to her ladyship and brought out the message." The young messenger retired, leaving Mr. Galloway to his fate. He persisted in assuming that the news was too absurd to be correct, but a dreadful inward misgiving began to steal over him. The question was set at rest by the Lady Augusta. Feeling excessively vexed with Roland for not having informed Mr. Galloway of his intended departure, as from the message it would appear he had not done, she determined to go round, and did so, following closely on the heels of the maid. Her ladyship had already wonderfully recovered her spirits. They were of a mercurial nature, liable to go up and down at touch, and Hamish had contrived to cheer her greatly. "What does all this mean? Where's Roland?" began Mr. Galloway, showing little more deference to her ladyship in his flurry than he might have shown to Roland himself. "Did you not know he was going?" she asked. "I know nothing. Where is he gone?" "He has started for Port Natal. That is, he has started for London on his way to it. He went by the 8 o'clock train." Mr. Galloway sat down in consternation. "My lady, allow me to inquire what sort of behaviour you call this." "Whether it is good or bad, right or wrong, I can't help it," was the reply of Lady Augusta. "I'm sure I have enough to bear," she added, melting into tears. "Of course he ought to have informed you of his intention, Mr. Galloway. I thought he did. He told me he had done so." A reminiscence of Roland's communication crossed Mr. Galloway's mind, of his words, "Don't say I did not give you notice, sir." He had paid no heed to it at the time. "He is just another of my headstrong boys," grumbled Lady Augusta. "They are all specimens of wilfulness. I never knew that it was this morning he intended to be off until he was gone, and I had to run after him to the station. Ask Hamish Channing." "He must be mad!" exclaimed Mr. Galloway. "He says great fortunes are made out at Port Natal. I don't know whether it is so." "Great fortunes made!" irascibly responded Mr. Galloway. "Pittances that folks go out with are lost, when they are such as he. That's what it is. Harum-scarum chaps who won't work can do no good at Port Natal. Great fortunes made, indeed! I wonder that you can be led away by notions so wild and extravagant, Lady Augusta." "I am not led away by them," peevishly returned Lady Augusta, a recollection of her own elation on the point darting unpleasantly to her mind. "Where would have been the use of my holding out against it, when he had his heart set upon the thing? He would have gone out in spite of me. Do you not think fortunes are made there, Mr. Galloway?" "I am sure they are not, by such as Roland," was the reply. "A man who works 1 hour in the day and plays 11 would do less good at Port Natal than he would in his own country. A business man, thoroughly industrious and possessing some capital, may make something at Port Natal, as he would at any other port. In the course of years he might realize a fortune. In the course of years, I say, Lady Augusta." This was not precisely the prospect Roland had pictured to Lady Augusta, or to which her own imagination had lent its hues, and she stood in consternation almost equal to Mr. Galloway's. "What on earth will he do, then, when he gets there?" ejaculated she. "Find out his mistake, my lady, and come home without a coat to his back, as hundreds have done before him, and worked their passage home to get here. It is to be hoped he will have to do the same. I will teach him what work is." "There never was such an unhappy mother as I am," bewailed my lady. "They will do just as they like, and always would, from George downwards. They won't listen to me. Poor dear boy, reduced perhaps to live on brown bread and pea soup." "And lucky to get that!" cried angry Mr. Galloway. "But the present question, Lady Augusta, is not what he may do when he gets to Port Natal, but what am I to do without him here? Look at the position it has placed me in." Lady Augusta could neither give help nor counsel. In truth, it was not her fault, but she saw that Mr. Galloway seemed to think it was hers, or that it was partially hers. She departed home again, feeling cross with Roland, feeling damped about his expedition, and beginning to fancy that Port Natal might not, after all, bring her diamonds to wear, or offer her streets paved with malachite marble. Mr. Galloway sat down and reiterated the question in relation to himself, which Lady Augusta had put regarding Roland, when he should arrive at Port Natal. What on earth was he to do? He could not close his office. He could not perform its various duties himself. He could not be out of doors and in at one and the same time, unless, indeed, he cut himself in two. What was he to do? It was more than Mr. Galloway could tell. He put his 2 hands upon his knees and stared in consternation, feeling himself grow hot and cold alternately. Could Roland, Then, whirling along in the train, reclining at his ease, his legs up on the opposite cushion as he enjoyed a luxurious pipe, to the inestimable future benefit of the carriage, have taken a view of Mr. Galloway and his discomfiture, his delight would have been unbounded. Incorrigible as he was better than nobody, ejaculated Mr. Galloway, rubbing up his flaxen curls. He could keep office, if he did not do much in it. He received and answered callers. He went out on hasty messages. And, upon a pinch, he did accomplish an hour or so's copying. I am down on my beam ends, and no mistake. What a simpleton the fellow must be! Port natal, indeed, for him! If Lord Carrick were not own brother to my lady, he might have the sense to stop it. Why— Arrival the first, and no one to answer it but Mr. Galloway. A fly had driven up and stopped at the door. No one appeared to be getting out of it, so Mr. Galloway, perforce, proceeded to see what it wanted. It might contain one of the chapter, or the dean himself. But by the time he reached the pavement, the inmates were descending. A short lady in a black bonnet and short black skirts had let herself out on the opposite side, and had come round to assist somebody out on this. Was it a ghost, or was it a man? His cheeks were hollow and hectic, his eyes were glistening as with fever, his chest heaved. He had a fur boa wrapped around his neck, and his overcoat hung loosely on his tall, attenuated form, which seemed too weak to support itself, or to get down the fly steps without being lifted. "Now don't you be in a hurry," the lady was saying in a cross tone. "You'll come pitch into the mud with your nose. Can't you wait? It's my belief you are wanting to do it. Here, let me get a firm hold of you. You know you are as weak as ever was a rat." You may recognise the voice as belonging to Mrs. Jenkins, and that poor shadow could be no one but Jenkins himself, for there certainly was not another like it in all Helstonleigh. Mr. Galloway stood in astonishment, wondering what this new move could mean. The descent accomplished, Jenkins was conducted by his wife through the passage to the office. He went straight to his old place at his desk, and sat down on his stool, his chest palpitating, his breath coming in great sighs. Laying his hat beside him, he turned respectfully to Mr. Galloway, who had followed him in, speaking with all his native humility. "I have come, sir, to do what I can for you in this emergency." And there he stopped, coughing, panting, shaking, looking like a man more fit to be lying on his deathbed than to be keeping office. Mr. Galloway gazed at him with compassion. He said nothing. Jenkins at that moment could neither have heard nor answered, and Mrs. Jenkins was out, paying the driver. The paroxysm was not over when she came in. She approached Jenkins, slightly shook him, her mode of easing the cough, dived in his pockets for his silk handkerchief, with which she wiped his brow, took off the fur from his neck, waited until he was quiet, and began. "I hope you were satisfied. If you are not, you ought to be. Who's to know whether you'll get back alive? I don't." "What did he come for?" asked Mr. Galloway. "Ah," said Mrs. Jenkins, "that's just what I want to know. As if he could do any good in the state he is. Look at him, sir." Poor Jenkins, who was indeed a sight to be looked at, turned his wan face upon Mr. Galloway. "I cannot do much, sir, I know. I wish I could. But I can sit in the office, at least I hope I can, just to take care of it while you're out, sir, until you can find somebody to replace Mr. Roland." "How did you know he was gone off?" demanded Mr. Galloway. "It was in this way," interposed Mrs. Jenkins, ages before poor Jenkins could gain breath to answer. "I was on my hands and knees brushing the fluff off my drawing-room carpet this morning, when I heard something tearing up the stairs at the rate of a coach and six. Who should it be but young Mr. Yorke, on his way to Jenkins in bed, without saying so much as 'with your leave' or 'by your leave.' A minute or two, and down he came again, gave me a little touch of his impudence, and was gone before I could answer. Well, sir, I kept on at my room, and when it was done I went downstairs to see about the breakfast, never suspecting what was going on with him," pointing her finger at Jenkins. "I was pouring out his tea when it was ready to take up to him, and putting a bit of something on a plate, which I intended to make him eat, when I heard somebody creeping down the stairs, stumbling and panting and coughing, and out I rushed. There stood he, Mr. Galloway, dressed and washed as you see him now. He that has not got up lately till evening, and me dressing him then. 'Have you took leave of your senses?' said I to him. 'No,' said he, 'my dear, but I must go to the office to-day. I can't help myself. Young Mr. Yorke's gone away, and there'll be nobody.' 'And good luck go with him, for all the use he's been of here, getting you out of bed,' said I. If Jenkins were as strong as he used to be, Mr. Galloway, I should have felt tempted to treat him to a shaking, and then perhaps he'd have remembered it." "Mr. Roland told me he was going away, sir, and that you had nobody to replace him. Indeed, I gathered that you were ignorant of the step," struck in the quiet, meek voice of poor Jenkins. "I could not stay away, sir, knowing the perplexity you would be put to." "No, it's my belief he could not," tartly chimed in Jenkins's lady. "He would have tantalized himself into a fever. Why, Mr. Galloway, had I marched him back to his bed and turned the key upon him, he'd have been capable of letting himself down by a cord from his window, in the face and eyes of all the street. Now, Jenkins, I'll have none of your contradiction, you know you would." "My dear, I am not contradicting. I am not well enough to contradict," panted poor Jenkins. "He would have come off there and then, all by himself. He would, Mr. Galloway, as I am a living sinner," she hotly continued. "It's unbeknown how he'd have got here, holding on by the wall like a snail, or fastening himself on to the tail of a cart, but try at it in some way he would. Be quiet, Jenkins. How dare you attempt to interrupt?" Poor Jenkins had not thought to interrupt. He was only making a movement to pull off his greatcoat. Mrs. Jenkins resumed. "No," said I to him, "if you must go, you shall be conveyed there, but you don't start without your breakfast." So I sat him down in his chair, Mr. Galloway, and gave him breakfast, such as it was. If there's one thing that Jenkins is obstinate in above all others, it's about eating. Then I sent Lydia for a fly, and wrapped up his throat in my boa, and that he wanted to fight against, and here he is." "I wished to get here, sir, before you did," cried Jenkins meekly. "I knew the exertion would set me coughing at first, but if I had sat a while before you saw me, I should not have seemed so incapable. I shall be better presently, sir." "What are you at with that coat?" tartly asked Mrs. Jenkins. "I declare your hands are never at rest. Your coat's not to come off, Jenkins. The office is colder than our parlour, and you'll keep it on." Jenkins, humbly obeying, began to turn up the cuffs. "I can do a little writing, sir," he said to Mr. Galloway. "Is there anything that is in a hurry?" "Jenkins," said Mr. Galloway, "I could not suffer you to write. I could not keep you here. Were I to allow you to stop in the state you are, just to serve me, I should lay a weight upon my conscience." Mrs. Jenkins looked up in triumph. "You hear, Jenkins? What did I tell you? I said I'd let you have your way for once. 'Twas but the cost of the fly. But that if Mr. Galloway kept you here once he set eyes on your poor creechy body, I'd eat him." "Jenkins, my poor fellow," said Mr. Galloway gravely, "you must know that you are not in a state to exert yourself. I shall not forget your kindness, but you must go back at once. Why, the very draught from the frequent opening of the door would do you an injury. The exertion of speaking to answer callers would be too much for you." "Didn't I tell you so, Jenkins, just in them very words?" interrupted the lady. "I am aware that I am not strong, sir," acknowledged Jenkins to Mr. Galloway, with a deprecatory glance towards his wife to be allowed to speak. "But it is better I should be put to a trifle of inconvenience than that you should, sir. I can sit here, sir, while you are obliged to be out, or occupied in your private room. What could you do, sir, left entirely alone?" "I don't know what I can do," returned Mr. Galloway with an acidity of tone equal to that displayed by Mrs. Jenkins, for the question recalled all the perplexity of his position. "Sacrifice yourself to me, Jenkins, you shall not. What absurd folly can have taken off Roland Yorke?" he added. "Do you know?" "No, sir, I don't. When Mr. Roland came in this morning and said he was really off, you might have knocked me down with a feather. He would often get talking about Port Natal, but I never supposed it would come to anything. Mr. Roland was one given to talk." "He had some tea at our house the other night, and was talking about it then," struck in Mrs. Jenkins. "He said he was worked to death." "Worked to death!" satirically repeated Mr. Galloway. "I'm afraid, sir, that through my unfortunate absence he has found the work heavier, and he grew dissatisfied," said Jenkins. "It has troubled me very much." "You spoiled him, Jenkins, that's the fact," observed Mr. Galloway. "You did his work and your own. Idle young dog! He'll get a sickener at Port Natal." "There's one thing to be thankful for, sir," said patient Jenkins, "that he has his uncle, the Earl, to fall back upon." "Hark at him!" interrupted Mrs. Jenkins. "That's just like him. He'd be thankful to hear that his worst enemy had an uncle to fall back upon. That's Jenkins all over. But now what is to be the next movement?" she sharply demanded. "I must get back to my shop. Is he to come with me, or to stop here? A spectacle for every one that comes in." But at this moment, before the question could be decided, though you may rest assured Mrs. Jenkins would only allow it to be decided in her own way, hasty footsteps were heard in the passage, and the door was thrown open by Arthur Channing. End of chapter 51. Chapter 52 of the Channings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Channings by Ellen Wood. Chapter 52. A Relic from the Burial Ground. When Hamish Channing joined the breakfast table at home that morning at 9 o'clock, he mentioned his adventure at the station with Lady Augusta Yorke. It was the first intimation they had received of Roland's departure, indeed the first that some of them had heard of his intention to depart. Arthur laid down his knife and fork. To him alone could the full consequences of the step present themselves, as regarded Mr. Galloway. "Hamish, he cannot actually have gone." "That he is actually off by the train to London, I can certify," was the reply of Hamish. "Whether he will be off to Port Natal is another thing. He desired me to tell you, Arthur, that he should write his adieu to you from town." "He might have come to see me," observed Arthur, a shade of resentment in his tone. "I never thought he would really go." "I did," said Hamish, "funds permitting him. If Lord Carrick will supply those, he'll be off by the first comfortable ship that sails. His mind was so completely bent upon it." "What can he think of doing at Port Natal?" inquired Constance wonderingly. "Making his fortune." But Hamish laughed as he said it. "Wherever I may have met him latterly, his whole talk has been of Port Natal. Lady Augusta says he is going to take out frying pans to begin with." "Hamish!" "She said so, Constance. I have no doubt Roland said so to her. I should like to see the sort of cargo he will lay in for the start." "What does Mr. Galloway say to it, I wonder?" exclaimed Arthur, that gentleman's perplexities presenting themselves to his mind above everything else. "I cannot think what he will do." "I have an idea that Mr. Galloway is as yet unaware of it," said Hamish. "Roland assured me that no person whatever knew of his departure, except Jenkins. He called upon him on his way to the station." "Unaware of it!" Arthur fell into consternation great as Mr. Galloway's, as he repeated the words. Was it possible that Roland had stolen a march on Mr. Galloway? He relapsed into silence and thought. "What makes you so sad?" Constance asked of Arthur later, when they were dispersing to their several occupations. "I'm not sad, Constance, only thoughtful. I have been carrying on an inward battle," he added, half laughingly. "With your conscience?" "With my spirit. It is a proud one yet, in spite of all I have had to tame it. A great deal more rebellious than I like it to be." "Why, what is the matter, Arthur?" "Constance, I think I ought to come forward and help Mr. Galloway out of this strait. I think my duty lies in doing it." "To return to his office, you mean?" "Yes, until he can see his way out of the wood. But it goes against the grain." "Arthur, dear, I know you will do it," she gently said. "Were our duty always pleasant to us, where would be the merit in fulfilling it?" "I shall do it," he answered. "To that I have made up my mind. The difficulty is, Constance, to do it with a good grace." She looked at him with a loving smile. "Only try. A firm will, Arthur, will conquer even a rebellious spirit." Arthur knew it. He knew how to set about it. And a little later he was on his way to Close Street with the best grace in the world. Not only in appearance, mind you, but inwardly. It is a great thing, reader, to conquer the risings of a proud spirit, to bring it from its haughty, rebellious pedestal down to cordiality and love. Have you learnt the way? Some parchments under his arm, for he had stayed to collect them together, Arthur bounded into Mr. Galloway's. The first object his eyes fell on was that shadowy form coughing and panting. "Oh, Jenkins!" he involuntarily uttered. "What do you do out of your house?" "Anxiety for me has brought him out," said Mr. Galloway. "How can I scold him?" I could not rest, sir, knowing my master was alone in his need, cried Jenkins to Arthur. What is to become of the office, sir, with no one in it? But he is not alone, said Arthur, and if he had wanted a reward for coming forward, that moment would have supplied it in satisfying poor Jenkins. If you will allow me, sir, Arthur added, turning frankly to Mr. Galloway, I will take my place here until you shall be suited. Thank you, emphatically replied Mr. Galloway. It will relieve me from a serious embarrassment. Arthur went to his old desk, and sat down on his old stool, and began settling the papers and other things on it, just as though he had not been absent an hour. I must still attend the cathedral as usual, sir, he observed to Mr. Galloway, but I can give you the whole of my remaining time. I shall be better for you than no one. I would rather have you here than any one else, Channing. He, laying his hand on Jenkins's shoulder, accepted. I offered that you should return before. I know you did, sir, replied Arthur in a brief tone, one that seemed to intimate he would prefer not to pursue the subject. And now are you satisfied? Struck in Mrs. Jenkins to her husband. I am more than satisfied, answered Jenkins, clasping his hands. With Mr. Arthur in the office, I shall have no fear of its missing me, and I can go home in peace to die. Please just to hold your tongue about dying, reprimanded Mrs. Jenkins. Your business is to get well if you can, and now I am going to see after a fly. A pretty dance I should have had here if he had persisted in stopping, bringing him messes and cordials every half hour. Which would have worn out first, I wonder, the pavement or my shoes? Channing, said Mr. Galloway, let us understand each other. Have you come here to do anything there may be to do, out of doors as well as in? In short, to be my clerk as heretofore? Of course I have, sir. Until, Arthur spoke very distinctly, you shall be able to suit yourself, not longer. Then take this paper round to Deering's office and get it signed. You will have time to do it before college. Arthur's answer was to put on his hat and vault away with the paper. Jenkins turned to Mr. Galloway as soon as they were alone. Oh, sir, keep him in your office, he earnestly said. He will soon be of more value to you than I have ever been. That he will not, Jenkins, nor any one else. Yes, he will, sir. He'll be able to replace you in the chapter house upon any emergency, and I could never do that, you know, sir, not being a gentleman. When you have him to yourself alone, sir, you will see his value, and I shall not be missed. He is steady and thoughtful beyond his years, sir, and every day will make him older. You forget the charge against him, Jenkins. Until he shall be cleared of that, if he can be cleared of it, he will not be of great value to any one, certainly not to me. Sir, said Jenkins, raising his wan face, its hectic deepening, find his eye lighting, while his voice sunk to a whisper, so deep as to savour of solemnity. That time will come. He never did it, and he will as surely be cleared as that I am now saying it. Sir, I have thought much about this accusation. It has troubled me in sleep. But I know that God will bring the right to light for those who trust in him. If anyone ever trusted in God, it is Mr. Arthur Channing. I lie and think of all this, sir. I seem to be so near God now, Jenkins went on dreamily, that I know the right must come to light, that it will come in God's own good time, and I believe I shall live to see it. You have certainly firm faith in his innocence, Jenkins. How then do you account for his very suspicious manner? It does not weigh with me, sir. I could as soon believe a good wholesome apple tree would bring forth poison, as that Mr. Arthur would be guilty of a deliberately bad action. Sometimes I have thought, sir, when puzzling over it, that he may be screening another. There's no telling how it was. I hear, sir, that the money has been returned to you. Yes. Was it he who told you? It was Mr. Roland Yorke who told me, sir. Mr. Roland is another, sir, who has had firm faith in his innocence from the first. Much his faith goes for, ejaculated Mr. Galloway, as he came back from his private room with a letter, which he handed to Jenkins, who was skilled in calligraphy. What do you make of it? He asked. It is the letter which came with the returned money. It is a disguised hand, sir, there's no doubt of that, replied Jenkins when he had surveyed it critically. I do not remember to have seen any person write like it. Mr. Galloway took it back to his room, and presently a fly drove up with Mrs. Jenkins inside it. Jenkins stood at the office door, hat in hand, his face turned upon the room. Mrs. Jenkins came up and seized his arm to marshal him to the fly. "I was but taking a farewell of things, sir," he observed to Mr. Galloway. "I shall never see the old spot again." Arthur arrived just as Jenkins was safely in. He put his hand over the door. "Make yourself easy, Jenkins. It will all go smoothly here. Good-bye, old fellow. I'll come and see you very soon." "How he breaks, does he not, sir?" exclaimed Arthur to Mr. Galloway. "Ay, he's not long for this world." The fly proceeded on its way. Mrs. Jenkins, with her snappish manner, though really not unkind heart, lecturing Jenkins on his various shortcomings, until it drew up at their own door. As Jenkins was being helped down from it, one of the college boys passed at a great speed. A railroad was nothing to it. It was Stephen Bywater. Something, legitimate or illegitimate, had detained him, and now the college bell was going. He caught sight of Jenkins, and hurried as he was, much of punishment as he was bargaining for, it had such an effect upon him, that he pulled up short. Was it Jenkins or his ghost? Bywater had never been so struck with any sight before. The most appropriate way in which it occurred to him to give vent to his surprise was to prop his back against the shop door, and indulge in a soft, prolonged whistle. He could not take his eyes from Jenkins's face. "Is it you or your shadow, Jenkins?" he asked, making room for the invalid to pass. "I'm myself, sir, thank you. I hope you are well, sir." "Oh, I'm always jolly," replied Bywater, and then he began to whistle again. He followed Mr. and Mrs. Jenkins into the shop with his eyes. That is, they followed Jenkins. Bywater had heard, as a matter of necessity, of Jenkins's illness, and had given as much thought to it as he would have done if told Jenkins had a headache, but to fancy him like this had never occurred to Bywater. Now somewhere beneath Bywater's waistcoat there really was a little bit of a heart, and as he thus looked, a great fear began to thump against it. He followed Jenkins into the parlour. Mrs. Jenkins, after divesting Jenkins of his coat and her boa, planted him right before the fire in his easy-chair, with a pillow at his back, and was now whisking down into the kitchen, regardless of certain customers waiting in the shop to be served. Bywater, unasked, sat himself in a chair near to poor Jenkins and his panting breath, and indulged in another long stare. "I say, Jenkins," he said, "what's the matter with you?" Jenkins took the question literally. "I believe it may be called a sort of decline, sir. I don't know any other name for it." "Shan't you get well?" "Oh, no, sir, I don't look for that now." The fear thumped at Bywater's heart worse than before. A past vision of locking old Ketch up in the cloisters, through which pastime Jenkins had come to a certain fall, was uncomfortably present to Bywater just then. He had been the ringleader. "What brought it on?" asked he. "Well, sir, I suppose it was to come," meekly replied Jenkins. "I have had a bad cough, spring and autumn, for a long while now, Master Bywater. My brother went off just the same, sir, and so did my mother." Bywater pushed his honest red face forward, but it did not look quite so impudent as usual. "Jenkins," said he, plunging headlong into the fear, "did that fall do it?" "Fall, sir? What fall?" "That fall down from the organ loft, because that was my fault. I had the most to do with locking up the cloisters that night." "Oh, bless you, no, sir. Never think that. Master Bywater," lowering his voice till it was as grave as Bywater's, "that fall did me good. Good, sir, instead of harm." "How do you make out that?" asked Bywater, drawing his breath a little easier. "Because, sir, in the few quiet days that I had in my bed, my thoughts seemed in an unaccountable manner to be drawn to thinking of heaven. I can't rightly describe, sir, how or why it could have been. I remember his lordship, the bishop, talked to me a little bit in his pleasant, affable way about the necessity of always being prepared, and my wife's Bible lay on the drawers by my bed's head, and I used to pick up that. But I don't think it was either of those causes much. I believe, sir, that it was God himself working in my heart. I believe he sent the fall in his mercy. After I got up, I seemed to know I should go soon to him, and, I hope it is not wrong to say it, I seemed to wish to go." Bywater felt somewhat puzzled. "I'm not speaking about your heart and religion and all that, Jenkins. I want to know if the fall helped to bring on this illness." "No, sir, it had nothing to do with it. The fall hurt my head a little, nothing more, and I got well from it directly. This illness, which has been taking me off, must have been born with me." "Who?" Bywater's shout, as he tossed up his trencher, was broken in upon by Mrs. Jenkins. She had been beating up an egg with sugar and wine, and now brought it in a tumbler. "My dear," said Jenkins, "I don't feel to want it." "Not want it!" said Mrs. Jenkins resolutely, and in 2 seconds she had taken hold of him, and it was down his throat. "I can't stop parleying here all day with my shop full of customers." Bywater laughed, and she retreated. "If I could eat gold, sir, she'd get it for me," said Jenkins. "But my appetite fails. She's a good wife, Master Bywater." "Stunning," acquiesced Bywater. "I wouldn't mind a wife myself if she'd feed me up with eggs and wine. But for her care, sir, I should not have lasted so long. She has had great experience with the sick." Bywater did not answer. Rising to go, his eyes had fixed themselves upon some object on the mantelpiece as pertinaciously as they had been previously fixed upon Jenkins's face. "I say, Jenkins, where did you get this?" he exclaimed. "That, sir? Oh, I remember. My old father brought it in yesterday. He had cut his hand with it. Where now did he say he'd found it? In the college burial ground, I think, Master Bywater." It was part of a small broken phial, of a peculiar shape, which had once apparently contained ink, an elegant shape, it may be said, not unlike a vase. Bywater began turning it about in his fingers. He was literally feasting his eyes upon it. "Do you want to keep it, Jenkins?" "Not at all, sir. I wonder my wife did not throw it away before this." "I'll take it, then," said Bywater, slipping it into his pocket. "And now I'm off. Hope you'll get better, Jenkins." "Thank you, sir. Let me put the broken bottle in paper, Master Bywater. You will cut your fingers if you carry it loose in your pocket." "Oh, that be bothered," answered Bywater. "Who cares for cut fingers?" He pushed himself through Mrs. Jenkins's customers, with as little ceremony as Roland Yorke might have used, and went flying towards the cathedral. The bells ceased as he entered, the organ pealed forth, and the dean and chapter, preceded by some of the bedesmen, were entering from the opposite door. Bywater ensconced himself behind a pillar until they should have traversed the body, crossed the nave, and were safe in the choir. Then he came out and made his way to old Jenkins, the bedesman. The old man in his black gown stood near the bell ropes, for he had been one of the ringers that day. Bywater noticed that his left hand was partially tied up in a handkerchief. "Hullo, old Jenkins!" said he, sotto voce. "What have you done with your hand?" "I gave it a nasty cut yesterday, sir, just in the ball of the thumb. I wrapped my handkerchief round it just now for fear of opening it again while I was ringing the bell. See?" said he, taking off the handkerchief and showing the cut to Bywater. "What an old muff you must be to cut yourself like that." "But I didn't do it on purpose," returned the old man. "We was ordered into the burial ground to be put a bit to rights, and I fell down with my hand on a broken phial. I ain't as active as I was. I say, though, sir, do you know that service has begun?" "Let it begin," returned careless Bywater. "This was the bottle you fell over, was it not? I found it on Joe's mantelpiece just now." "Ay, that was it. It must have laid there some time. A good 3 months, I know." Bywater nodded his head. He returned the bottle to his pocket, and went to the vestry for his surplice. Then he slid into college under the severe eyes of the Reverend Mr. Pye, which were bent upon him from the chanting desk, and ascended, his stall just in time to take his part in the Venite exultemus Domino. End of chapter 52. Chapter 53 of the Channings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Channings by Ellen Wood. Chapter 53. The Return Home. It almost seemed to Mr. Channing's grateful heart as if the weather had prolonged its genial warmth on purpose for him. A more charming autumn he had never known at Borcette, and up to the very hour of Mr. Channing's departure there were no signs of winter. Taking it as a whole, it had been the same at Helstonleigh. 2 or 3 occasional wet days, 2 or 3 cold and windy ones, but they soon passed over, and people remarked to each other how this fine weather would shorten the winter. Never did November turn out a more lovely day than the one that was to witness Mr. Channing's return. The sun shone brightly, the blue sky was without a cloud, All nature seemed to have put on a smiling face to give him welcome. And yet, to what was he returning? For once in his life Hamish Channing shrank from meeting his father and mother. How should he break the news to them? They were arriving full of joy, of thankfulness at the restoration to health of Mr. Channing. How could Hamish mar it with the news regarding Charles? Told it must be, and he must be the one to do it. In good truth, Hamish was staggered at the task. His own hopeful belief that Charlie would some day turn up was beginning to die out, for every hour that dragged by without bringing him certainly gave less and less chance of it, and even if Hamish had retained hope himself, it was not likely he could impart it to Mr. or Mrs. Channing. "I shall get leave from school this afternoon," Tom suddenly exclaimed that morning at breakfast. "For what purpose?" inquired Hamish. "To go up to the station and meet them." "No, Tom, you must not go to the station." "Who says so?" sharply cried Tom. "I do," replied Hamish. "I dare say that's good," returned Tom, speaking in his hasty spirit. "You know you are going yourself, Hamish, and yet you would like to deprive me of the same pleasure. Why, I wouldn't miss being there for anything. Don't say, Hamish, that you are never selfish." Hamish turned upon him with a smile, but his tone changed to sadness. "I wish with all my heart, Tom, that you or someone else could go and meet them instead of myself, and undertake what I shall have to do. I can tell you I never had a task imposed upon me that I found so uncongenial as the one I must go through this day." Tom's voice dropped a little of its fierce shade. "But, Hamish, there's no reason why I should not meet them at the station. That will not make it the better or the worse for you." "I will tell you why I think you should not," replied Hamish. "Why it will be better that you should not. It is most desirable that they should be home, here, in this house, before the tidings are broken to them. I should not like them to hear of it in the streets or at the station, especially my mother." "Of course not," assented Tom. "And, were you at the station," quietly went on Hamish to him, "the first question would be, where's Charlie? If Tom Channing can get leave of absence from school, Charlie can." "I could say—" "Well?" said Hamish, for Tom had stopped. "I don't know what I could say," acknowledged Tom. "Nor I. My boy, I have thought it over, and the conclusion I come to, if you appear at the station, is this: either that the tidings must be told to them then and there, or else an evasion, bordering upon an untruth. If they do not see you there, they will not inquire particularly after Charles. They will suppose you are both in school." "I declare I never set my mind upon a thing but something starts in to frustrate it," cried Tom in vexation. But he relinquished his intention from that moment. Chattering Annabel threw up her head. "As soon as papa and mamma come home, we shall put on mourning, shall we not? Constance was talking about it with Lady Augusta." "Do not talk of mourning, child," returned Hamish. "I can't give him up if you do." Afternoon came, and Hamish proceeded alone to the station. Tom, listening to the inward voice of reason, was in school, and Arthur was occupied in the cathedral. The expected hour of their arrival was towards the close of afternoon service. Hamish had boasted that he should walk his father through Helstonleigh for the benefit of beholders, if happily he came home capable of walking, but, like poor Tom and his plan, that had to be relinquished. In the first half-dozen paces they would meet a half-dozen gossipers, and the first remark from each, after congratulations, would be, "What a sad thing this is about your little Charles." Hamish lived in doubt whether it might not, by some untoward luck, come out at the station, in spite of his precaution in keeping away Tom. But, so far, all went well. The train came in to its time, and Hamish, his face lightened with excitement, saw his father once more in possession of his strength, descending without assistance from the carriage, walking alone on the platform. Not in the full strength and power of old, that might never be again. He stooped slightly and moved slowly, as if his limbs were yet stiff, limping a little. But that he was now in a sound state of health was evident; his face betrayed it. Hamish did not know whose hands to clasp first, his or his mother's. "Can you believe that it is myself, Hamish?" asked Mr. Channing, when the first few words of thankful greeting had passed. "I should hide my head for ever as a false prophet if it could be any one else," was the reply of Hamish. "You know I always said you would so return. I am only in doubt whether it is my mother." "What is the matter with me, Hamish?" asked Mrs. Channing. "Because you would make about 2 of the thin, pale, careworn Mrs. Channings who went away," cried he, turning his mother round to look at her, deep love shining out from his gay blue eyes. "I hope you have not taken to rouge your cheeks, ma'am, but I am bound to confess they look uncommonly like it." Mrs. Channing laughed merrily. "It has done me untold good, Hamish, as well as papa. It seems to have set me up for years to come. Seeing him grow better day by day would have effected it without any other change." Mr. Channing had actually gone himself to see after the luggage. How strange it seemed! Hamish caught him up. "If you can give yourself trouble now, sir, there's no reason that you should do so, while you have your great lazy son at your elbow." "Hamish, boy, I am proud of doing it." It was soon collected. Hamish hastily, if not carelessly, told a porter to look to it, took Mr. Channing's arm, and marched him to the fly, which Mrs. Channing had already found. Hamish was in lively dread of some officious friend or other coming up, who might drop a hint of the state of affairs. "Shall I help you in, father?" "I can help myself now, Hamish. I remember you promised me I should have no fly on my return. You have thought better of it." "Yes, sir, wishing to get you home before bedtime, which might not be the case if you were to show yourself in the town, and stop at all the interruptions." Mr. Channing stepped into the fly. Hamish followed, first giving the driver a nod. "The luggage! The luggage!" exclaimed Mrs. Channing, as they moved off. "The porter will bring it, mother. He would have been a month putting it onto the fly." How could they suppose anything was the matter? Not a suspicion of it ever crossed them. Never had Hamish appeared more light-hearted. In fact, in his self-consciousness, Hamish a little overdid it. Let him get them home before the worst came. "We find you all well, I conclude?" said Mrs. Channing. "None of them came up with you. Arthur is in college, I suppose, and Tom and Charles are in school." "It was Arthur's hour for college," remarked Hamish, ignoring the rest of the sentence. "But he ought to be out now. Arthur is at Galloway's again," he added. "He did not write you word, I believe, as you were so shortly expected home." Mr. Channing turned a glance on his son, quick as lightning. "Cleared, Hamish?" "In my opinion, yes. In the opinion of others, I fear not much more than he was before." "And himself?" asked Mr. Channing. "What does he say now?" "He does not speak of it to me." Hamish put his head out at the window, nodding to some one who was passing. A question of Mr. Channing's called it in again. "Why has he gone back to Galloway's?" Hamish laughed. "Roland Yorke took an impromptu departure one fine morning for Port Natal, leaving the office and Mr. Galloway to do the best they could with each other. Arthur buried his grievances and offered himself to Mr. Galloway in the emergency. I am not quite sure that I should have been so forgiving." "Hamish, he has nothing to forgive Mr. Galloway. It is on the other side." "I am uncharitable, I suppose," remarked Hamish. "I cannot like Mr. Galloway's treatment of Arthur." "But what is it you say about Roland Yorke and Port Natal?" interposed Mrs. Channing. "I do not understand." "Roland is really gone, mother. He has been in London these 10 days, and it is expected that every post will bring news that he has sailed. Roland has picked up a notion somewhere that Port Natal is an enchanted land, converting poor men into rich ones, and he is going to try what it will do for him, Lord Carrick fitting him out. Poor Jenkins is sinking fast." "Changes, changes," remarked Mr. Channing. "Go away only for 2 or 3 months, and you must find them on return. Some gone, some dying, some restored, who were looked upon as incurable," interrupted Hamish. "My dear father, I will not have you dwell on dark things the very moment of your arrival. The time for that will come soon enough." Judy nearly betrayed all, and Constance's aspect might have betrayed it had the travellers been suspicious. She, Constance, came forward in the hall, white and trembling. When Mrs. Channing shook hands with Judy, she put an unfortunate question. "Have you taken good care of your boy?" Judy knew it could only allude to Charles, and for answer there went up a sound between a cry and a sob that might have been heard in the far-off college schoolroom. Hamish took Judy by the shoulders, bidding her go out and see whether any rattletraps were left in the fly, and so turned it off. They were all together in the sitting-room, Mr. and Mrs. Channing, Hamish, Constance, Arthur, and Annabel, united, happy, as friends are and must be when meeting after a separation, talking of this and of that, giving notes of what had occurred on either side. Hamish showed himself as busy as the rest, but Hamish felt all the while upon a bed of thorns, for the hands of the timepiece were veering on for 5, and he must get the communication over before Tom came in. At length Mrs. Channing went up to her room accompanied by Constance. Annabel followed. And now came Hamish's opportunity. Arthur had gone back to Mr. Galloway's, and he was alone with his father. He plunged into it at once. Indeed, there was no time for delay. "Father," he exclaimed with deep feeling, his careless manner changing as by magic, "I have very grievous news to impart to you. I would not enter upon it before my mother, though she must be told of it also, and at once." Mr. Channing was surprised, more surprised than alarmed. He never remembered to have seen Hamish betray so much emotion. A thought crossed his mind that Arthur's guilt might have been brought clearly to light. "Not that," said Hamish. "It concerns Father, I do not like to enter upon it. I shrink from my task. It is very bad news indeed." "You, my children, are all well," cried Mr. Channing, hastily speaking the words as a fact, not as a question. "What other very bad news can be in store for me?" "You have not seen us all," was Hamish's answer. And Mr. Channing, alarmed, now looked inquiringly at him. "It concerns Charles. An accident has happened to him." Mr. Channing sat down and shaded his eyes. He was a moment or two before he spoke. "One word, Hamish. Is he dead?" Hamish stood before his father and laid his hand affectionately upon his shoulder. "Father, I wish I could have prepared you better for it," he exclaimed with emotion. "We do not know whether he is dead or alive." Then he explained more in summary than in detail, touching lightly upon the worst features of the case, enlarging upon his own hopeful view of it. Bad enough it was, at the best, and Mr. Channing found it so. He could feel no hope. In the revulsion of grief he turned almost with resentment upon Hamish. "My son, I did not expect this treatment from you." "I have taken enough blame to myself. I know he was left in my charge," sadly replied Hamish. "But indeed I do not see how I could have helped it. Although I was in the room when he ran out of it, I was buried in my own thoughts, and never observed his going. I had no suspicion anything was astir that night with the college boys. Father, I would have saved his life with my own." "I am not blaming you for the fact, Hamish. Blame is not due to you. Had I been at home myself, I might no more have stopped his going out than you did. But you ought to have informed me of this instantly. A whole month, and I to be left in ignorance. We did it for the best. Father, I assure you that not a stone has been left unturned to find him, alive or dead. You could not have done more had you hastened home, and it has been so much suspense and grief spared to you." Mr. Channing relapsed into silence. Hamish glanced uneasily to that ever-advancing clock. Presently he spoke. "My mother must be told before Tom comes home. It will be better that you take that task upon yourself, Father. Shall I send her in?" Mr. Channing looked at Hamish, as if he scarcely understood the meaning of the words. From Hamish he looked to the clock. "Ay, go and send her." Hamish went to his mother's room and returned with her, but he did not enter. He merely opened the door and shut her in. Constance, with a face more frightened than ever, came and stood in the hall. Annabel stood there also. Judy, wringing her hands and sending off short ejaculations in an undertone, came to join them, and Sarah stood peeping out from the kitchen door. They remained gazing at the parlour door, dreading the effect of the communication that was going on inside. "If it had been that great big Tom, it wouldn't matter so much," wailed Judith in a tone of resentment. "The missus would know that he'd be safe to turn up some time or other, a strong fellow like him." A sharp cry within the room. The door was flung open, and Mrs. Channing came forth, her face pale, her hands lifted. "It cannot be true! It cannot be! Hamish! Judith! Where is he?" Hamish folded her hands in his, and gently drew her in again. They all followed. No reason why they should not, now that communication was made. Almost at the same moment Mr. Huntley arrived. Of course, the first thought that had occurred to the minds of Mr. and Mrs. Channing was, that had they been at home to direct affairs in the search, Charley would have been found. It is the thought that would occur to us all. We never give others credit for doing as much as we should have done. This might have been tried, and the other might have been tried. It makes little difference when told that they have been tried, for then we fall back upon some other suggestion. Mrs. Channing reproached Hamish with keeping it from them. "My dear lady, you must blame me, not him," interposed Mr. Huntley. "Left to himself, Hamish would have started Arthur off to you, post-haste. It was I who suggested the desirability of keeping you in ignorance. It was I who brought Hamish to see it. And I know that, when the brunt of your grief shall have passed, you will acknowledge that it was the best, the wisest, and the kindest course." "But there are so many things that we could have suggested, that perhaps none but a father or mother would think of," urged Mrs. Channing, lifting her yearning face. They wished they could see her weep. "You could have suggested nothing that has not been done," returned Mr. Huntley. "Believe me, dear Mrs. Channing, we have had many good counsellors. Butterby has conducted the search." Mr. Channing turned to them. He was standing at the far window. "I should like to see Butterby." "He will be here in an hour's time," said Hamish. "I knew that you would wish to see him, and I requested him to come." "The worst feature of the whole," put in Judith, with as much acrimony as ever was displayed by Mr. Ketch, "is that them boys should not have got their deserts. They have not as much as had a birching, and I say that the college masters ought to be hooted. I ghost 'em." "The punishment lies in abeyance for the present," explained Hamish. "A different punishment from any the head master could inflict will be required should Hamish stopped. He did not like to say, in the presence of his mother, "should the body be found." "Some of them are suffering pretty well as it is," he continued, after a brief pause. "Master Bill Simms lay in bed for a week with fright, and they were obliged to have Mr. Hurst to him. Report goes that Hurst soundly flogged his son by way of commencing his share." A pushing open of the outer door, a bang, and hasty footsteps in the hall. Tom had arrived. Tom, with his sparkling eyes, his glowing face. They sparkled for his father only in that first moment, his father, who turned and walked to meet him. "Oh, papa, what baths those must be!" cried honest Tom. "If ever I get rich, I'll go over there and make them a present of £1,000. To think that nothing else should have cured you!" "I think something else must have had a hand in curing me, Tom." Tom looked up inquiringly. "Ah, papa, you mean God?" "Yes, my boy. God has cured me. The baths were only instruments in his hands." End of chapter 53. Chapter 54 of the Channings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Channings by Ellen Wood. Chapter 54. The Ship's Drowned. Rejecting all offers of refreshment, the meal which Constance had planned and Judith prepared, both with so much loving care, Mr. Channing resolved to seek out Butterby at once. In his state of suspense he could neither wait, nor eat, nor remain still. It would be a satisfaction only to see Butterby, and hear his opinion. Mr. Huntley accompanied him, scarcely less proud than Hamish would have been to walk once more arm in arm with Mr. Channing. But, as there is not the least necessity for our going to the police station, for Mr. Butterby could tell us no more than we already know, we will pay a short visit to Mr. Stephen Bywater. That gentleman stood in the cloisters, into which he had seduced old Jenkins, the bedesman, having waited for the twilight hour, that he might make sure no one else would be there. Ever since the last day you saw old Jenkins in the cathedral, he had been laid up in his house with a touch of what he called his rheumatiz. Decrepit old fellows were all the bedesmen, monopolizing enough rheumatiz between them for half the city. If one was not laid up, another would be, especially in winter. However, old Jenkins had come out again to-day, to the gratification of Mr. Bywater, who had been wanting him. The cloisters were all but dark, and Mr. Ketch must undoubtedly be most agreeably engaged, or he would have shut up before. "Now then, old Jenkins," Bywater was saying, "you show me the exact spot, and I'll give you 6pence for smoke." Old Jenkins hobbled to one of the mullioned windows near to the college entrance, and looked over into the dim graveyard. 'twas about 4 or 5 yards off here," he said. "But I want to know the precise spot," returned Bywater. "Get over and show me." The words made old Jenkins laugh. "Law, sir! Me get over there? You might as well ask me to get over the college. How am I to do it?" "I'll hoist you up," said Bywater. "No, no," answered the man. "My old bones be past hoisting now. I should never get back alive, once I were propelled over into that graveyard." Bywater felt considerably discomfited. "What a weak rat you must be, old Jenkins! Why, it's nothing." "I know it ain't, for you college gents. 'Twouldn't have been much for me when I was your age. Skin and clothes weren't of much account to me then." "Oh, it's that, is it?" returned Bywater contemptuously. "Look here, old Jenkins, if your things come to grief, I'll get my uncle to look you out some of his old ones. I'll give you 6pence for baccy, I say." The old bedesman shook his head. "If you give me a waggon load of baccy, I couldn't get over there. You might just as good put a baby in arms on the ground and tell it to walk." "Here, get out of the way for an old muff," was Bywater's rejoinder, and in a second he had mounted the window frame and dropped into the burial ground. "Now then, old Jenkins, I'll go about, and you call out when I come to the right spot." By these means Bywater arrived at a solution of the question, where the broken phial was found, old Jenkins pointing out the spot to the best of his ability. Bywater then vaulted back again, and alighted safe and sound in the cloisters. Old Jenkins asked after his 6pence. "Why, you did not earn it," said Bywater. "You wouldn't even get over." "A 6pence is always useful to me," said the old man, "and some of you gents has 'em in plenty. I ain't paid much, and Joe, he don't give me much. 'Tain't him, he'd give away his head, and always would. It's her. Precious close she is with the money, though she earns a sight of it, I know, at that shop of her'n, and keeps Joe like a king. Wine and all the rest of it she's got for him since he was ill. 'There's a knife and a fork for you, whenever you like to come,' she says to me, in her tart way. But deuce a bit of money will she give. If it weren't for one and another friend giving me an odd 6pence now and then, Master Bywater, I should never hardly get any baccy." "There, don't bother," said Bywater, dropping the coin into his hand. "Why, bless my heart, who's this a prowling in the cloisters at this hour?" exclaimed a well-known cracked voice, advancing upon them with shuffling footsteps. "What do you do here, pray?" "You would like to know, wouldn't you, Mr. Calcraft?" said Bywater. "Studying architecture. There!" Old Ketch gave a yell of impotent rage, and Bywater decamped, as fast as his legs would carry him, through the west door. Arrived at his home, or rather his uncle's, where he lived, for Bywater's paternal home was in a far-away place over the sea, he went straight up to his own room, where he struck a match and lighted a candle. Then he unlocked a sort of bureau, and took from it the phial found by old Jenkins, and a smaller piece which exactly fitted into the part broken. He had fitted them in 10 times before, but it appeared to afford him satisfaction, and he now sat down and fitted them again. "Yes," soliloquized he, as he nursed one of his legs, his favourite attitude, "it's as sure as eggs. And I'd have had it out before, if that helpless old muff of a Jenkins had been forthcoming. I knew it was safe to be somewhere near the college gates, but it was as well to ask." He turned the phial over and over between his eye and the candle, and resumed. "And now I'll give Mr. Gurr a last chance. I told him the other day that if he'd only speak up like a man to me, and say it was an accident, I'd drop it for good. But he won't. And find it out I will. I have said I would from the first, just for my own satisfaction, and if I break my word, may they tar and feather me. Gurr will only have himself to thank. If he won't satisfy me in private, I'll bring it against him in public. I suspected Mr. Gurr before, not but that I suspected another. But since Charley Channing— Oh, bother, though, I don't want to get thinking of him." Bywater locked up his treasures and descended to his tea. That over, he had enough lessons to occupy him for a few hours, and keep him out of mischief. Meanwhile, Mr. Channing's interview with the renowned Mr. Butterby had brought forth nothing, and he was walking back home with Mr. Huntley. Mr. Huntley strove to lead his friend's thoughts into a different channel. It seemed quite a mockery to endeavour to whisper hope for Charley. "You will resume your own place in Guild Street at once?" he observed. "To-morrow, please God." They walked a few steps further in silence, and then Mr. Channing entered upon the very subject which Mr. Huntley was hoping he would not enter upon. "I remember you spoke at Borcette of having something in view for Hamish, should I be able to attend to business again. What is it?" "I did," said Mr. Huntley, "and I am sorry that I did. I spoke prematurely." "I suppose it is gone?" "Well, no, it is not gone," replied Mr. Huntley, who was above equivocation. "I do not think Hamish would suit the place." Mr. Channing felt a little surprised. There were few places that Hamish might not suit, if he chose to exercise his talents. "You thought he would suit then?" he remarked. "But circumstances have since induced me to alter my opinion," said Mr. Huntley. "My friend," he more warmly added to Mr. Channing, "you will oblige me by allowing the subject to drop. I candidly confess to you that I am not so pleased with Hamish as I once was, and I would rather not interfere in placing him elsewhere." "How has he offended you? What has he done?" "Nay, that is all I will say. I could not help giving you a hint to account for what you might have thought caprice. Hamish has not pleased me, and I cannot take him by the hand. There let it rest." Mr. Channing was content to let it rest. In his inmost heart he entertained no doubt that the cause of offence was in some way connected with Mr. Huntley's daughter. Hamish was poor, Ellen would be rich, therefore it was only natural that Mr. Huntley should consider him an eligible parti for her. Mr. Channing did not quite see what that had to do with the present question, but he could not, in delicacy, urge it further. They found quite a levee when they entered. The Reverend Mr. Pye, Mr. Galloway, who had called in with Arthur upon leaving the office for the night, and William Yorke. All were anxious to welcome and congratulate Mr. Channing, and all were willing to tender a word of sympathy respecting Charles. Possibly Mr. Yorke had also another motive. If so, we shall come to it in due time. Mr. Pye stayed only a few minutes. He did not say a word about the seniorship, neither did Mr. Channing to him. What indeed could either of them say? The subject was unpleasant on both sides, therefore it was best avoided. Tom, however, thought differently. "Papa," he exclaimed, plunging into it the moment Mr. Pye's back was turned, "you might have taken the opportunity to tell him that I shall leave the school. It is not often he comes here." "But you are not going to leave the school," said Mr. Channing. "Yes, I am," replied Tom, speaking with unmistakable firmness. "Hamish made me stay on until you came home, and I don't know how I have done it. It is of no use, papa. I cannot put up with the treatment, the insults I receive. It was bad enough to lose the seniorship, but that is as nothing to the other. And to what end should I stop, when my chance of the exhibition is gone?" "It is not gone, Tom. Mr. Huntley, as word was written to me at Borcette, has declined it for his son." "It is not the less gone for me, papa. Let me merit it as I will, I shall not be allowed to receive it any more than I did the seniorship. I am out of favour, both with master and boys, and you know what that means in a public school. If you witnessed the way I am served by the boys, you would be the first to say I must leave." "What do they do?" asked Mr. Channing. "They do enough to provoke my life out of me," said Tom, falling into a little of his favourite heat. "Were it myself only that they attacked, I might perhaps stop and brave it out, but it is not so. They go on against Arthur in a way that would make a saint mad." "Pooh, pooh!" interposed Mr. Galloway, who was standing by. "If I am content to accept Arthur's innocence, surely the college school may be." Mr. Channing turned to the proctor. "Do you now believe him innocent?" "I say I am content to accept his innocence," was the reply of Mr. Galloway; and Arthur, who was within hearing, could only do as he had had to do so many times before, school his spirit to patience. Content to accept and open exculpation were essentially different things. "Let me speak with you a minute, Galloway," said Mr. Channing, taking the proctor's arm and leading him across the hall to the drawing-room. "Tom," he added, looking back, "you shall tell me of these grievances another time." The drawing-room door closed upon them, and Mr. Channing spoke with eagerness. "Is it possible that you still suspect Arthur to have been guilty?" "Channing, I am fairly puzzled," returned Mr. Galloway. "His own manner relating to it has not changed, and that manner is not compatible with innocence. You made the same remark yourself at the time." "But you have had the money returned to you, I understand." "I know I have." "Well, that is surely a proof that the thief could not have been Arthur." "Pardon me," replied Mr. Galloway. "It may be a proof as much against him as for him. It may have come from himself." "Nay, where was Arthur to find £20 to send to you?" "There are two ways in which he might find it. But," Mr. Galloway broke off abruptly, "I do not like to urge these things on you. They can only inflict pain." "Not greater pain than I have already undergone," was Mr. Channing's answer. "Tell me, I pray you, all your thoughts, all you suspect, just as though you were speaking to any indifferent friend. It is right that I should know it. Yes, come in, Huntley," Mr. Channing added, for Mr. Huntley at that moment opened the door, unconscious that any private conference was going forward. "I have no secrets from you. Come in, we are talking of Arthur." "I was observing that there are two means by which the money could have come from Arthur," resumed Mr. Galloway when Mr. Huntley had entered. "The one by his never having used the note originally taken, the other by getting a friend to return it for him. Now my opinion is that he did not pursue the first plan. I believe that if he took the note he used it. I questioned him on the evening of its arrival, and at the first moment his manner almost convinced me that he was innocent. He appeared to be genuinely surprised at the return of the money, and ingenuously confessed that he had not possessed any to send. But his manner veered again, suddenly, strangely veered round to all its old unsatisfactory suspiciousness, and when I hinted that I should recall Butterby to my counsels, he became agitated as he had done formerly. My firm belief," Mr. Galloway added, laying his hand impressively upon Mr. Channing, "my firm belief is that Arthur did get the money sent back to me through a friend." "But what friend would be likely to do such a thing for him?" debated Mr. Channing, not in the least falling in with the argument. "I know of none." "I think," and Mr. Galloway dropped his voice, "that it came from Hamish." "From Hamish!" was Mr. Channing's echo, in a strong accent of dissent. "That is nonsense. Hamish would never screen guilt. Hamish has not £20 to spare." "He might spare it in the cause of a brother, and for a brother's sake he might even screen guilt," pursued Mr. Galloway. "Honourable and open as Hamish is, I must still express my belief that the £20 came from him." "Honourable and open as Hamish is!" The words grated on Mr. Huntley, and a cynical expression rose to his face. Mr. Channing observed it. "What do you think of it?" he involuntarily asked. "I have never had any other opinion but that the money did come from Hamish," drily remarked Mr. Huntley. And Mr. Channing, in his utter astonishment, could not answer. "Hamish happened to call in at my office the afternoon that the money was received," resumed Mr. Galloway. "It was after I had spoken to Arthur. I had been thinking it over, and came to the conclusion that if it had come from Arthur, Hamish must have done it for him. In the impulse of the moment, I put the question to him, had he done it to screen Arthur? And Hamish's answer was a mocking one." "A mocking one?" repeated Mr. Channing. "A mocking, careless answer, one that vexed me, I know, at the time. The next day I told Arthur point blank that I believed the money came from Hamish. I wish you could have seen his flush of confusion. And deny it he did not. Altogether my impression against Arthur was rather confirmed than the contrary by the receipt of the money, though I am truly grieved to have to say it." "And you think the same?" Mr. Channing exclaimed to Mr. Huntley. "Never mind what I think," was the answer. "Beyond the one opinion I expressed, I will not be drawn into the discussion. I did not intend to say so much. It was a slip of the tongue." Mr. Huntley was about to leave the room as he spoke, perhaps lest he should make other slips, but Mr. Channing interposed and drew him back. "Stay, Huntley," he said. "We cannot rest in this uncertainty. Oblige me by remaining one instant while I call Hamish." Hamish entered in obedience. He appeared somewhat surprised to see them assembled in conclave, looking so solemn, but he supposed it related to Charles. Mr. Channing undeceived him. "Hamish, we are speaking of Arthur. Both these gentlemen have expressed a belief—" "I beg your pardon," interrupted Mr. Huntley. "I said that I should be obliged if you would leave me out of the discussion." "What does it signify?" returned Mr. Channing, his tone one of haste. "Hamish, Mr. Galloway has expressed to me a belief that you have so far taken part with Arthur in that unhappy affair as to send back the money to him." "Oh, indeed?" said Hamish, and his manner was precisely what Mr. Galloway had described it to have been at the time, light, mocking, careless. "Mr. Galloway did me the honour to express something of the same belief, I remember." "Did you send it, Hamish?" asked his father, a severe look crossing his face. "No, sir, I did not," emphatically replied Hamish, and Mr. Huntley turned and bent his keen eye upon him. In his heart of hearts he believed it to be a deliberate falsehood. "I did not send the money, and I do not know who did send it," went on Hamish. But, as we are upon the subject, perhaps I may be allowed to express my opinion that, if there were as much labour taken to establish Arthur's innocence as it seems to me there is to prove him guilty, he might have been cleared long ago. That the remark was aimed at Mr. Galloway there was no doubt. Mr. Huntley answered it, and had they been suspicious, they might have detected a covert meaning in his tone. You, at any rate, must hold firm faith in his innocence. Firm and entire faith, distinctly assented Hamish. Father, he added, impulsively turning to Mr. Channing, put all notion of Arthur's guilt from you at once and for ever. I would answer for him with my life. Then he must be screening some one, cried Mr. Galloway. It is one thing or the other. Hamish, it strikes me you know. Who is it? A red flush mounted to Hamish's brow, but he lapsed into his former mocking tone. Nay, said he, I can tell nothing about that. He left the room as he spoke, and the conference broke up. It appeared that no satisfactory solution could be come to if they kept on it till midnight. Mr. Galloway took leave, and hastened home to dinner. I must be going also, remarked Mr. Huntley. Nevertheless, he returned with Mr. Channing to the other room. You told me at Borcette that you were fully persuaded of Arthur's innocence. You were ready to ridicule me for casting a doubt upon it, Mr. Channing remarked to him in a low tone as they crossed the hall. I have never been otherwise than persuaded of it, said Mr. Huntley. He is innocent as you or as I. And yet you join Mr. Galloway in assuming that he and Hamish sent back the money. The one assertion is incompatible with the other. Mr. Huntley laid his hand upon Mr. Channing's shoulder. My dear friend, all that you and I can do is to let the matter rest. We should only plunge into shoals and quicksands, and lose our way in them, were we to pursue it. They had halted at the parlour door to speak. Judith came bustling up at that moment from the kitchen, a letter in her hand, looking as if in her hurry she might have knocked them over, had they not made way for her to enter. Bad luck to my memory, then. It's getting not worth a button. Here, Master Arthur. The postman gave it me at the door, just as I had caught sight of the fly turning the corner with the master and missus. I slipped it into my pocket, and never thought of it till this minute. So it has come at last, has it? Cried Arthur, recognizing Roland Yorke's handwriting. Is he really off? Inquired Tom. Yes, he is really off, replied Arthur, opening the letter and beginning to glance over the contents. He has sailed in the ship Africa. Don't talk to me, Tom. What a long letter. They left him to read it in peace. Talking together, Mr. and Mrs. Channing, Mr. Huntley, William Yorke, Hamish, Constance, all were in a group round the fire, paying no attention to him. No attention until an exclamation caused them to turn. An exclamation half of distress, half of fear. Arthur had risen from his chair, and stood, the picture of excitement, his face and lips blanching. What is the matter? They exclaimed. Roland! The ship! Roland! And there Arthur stopped, apparently unable to say more. Oh, it's drowned! It's drowned! cried quick Annabel. The ship's drowned, and Roland with it! And Arthur sank back into his chair again, and covered his face with his hands. End of chapter 54.
Chapter 55 of The Channings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pam Castille. The Channings by Ellen Wood. Chapter 55. News from Roland. You will like to look over Arthur's shoulder as he reads the letter just received from Roland Yorke. Dear old chum, by the time you get this letter, I shall be ploughing the waves of the briny deep in the ship Africa. You will get the letter on Wednesday night. That is, you ought to get it, for I have desired Carrick to post it accordingly, and I'm sure he'll do it if he does not forget. And old Galloway will get a letter at the same time, and Lady Augusta will get one. I shall have been off more than 24 hours, for we leave Gravesend on Tuesday at noon. Carrick has behaved like a trump. He has bought me all the things I asked him, and paid my passage money, and given me £50 in my pocket to land with, so I am safe to get on. The only thing he stood out about was the frying pans. He couldn't see of what use they'd be, he said. So we made a compromise, and I am taking out only 24 instead of the 40 dozen that I had thought of. I could not find Bagshaw's list, and the frying pans are about all I am taking in the shape of utensils, except a large tool chest, which they palmed off upon Carrick, for it was as dear as fire's hot. I dare say you have been vowing vengeance upon me for not coming round to see you before I started, but I stopped away on purpose, for I might have let out something that I did not care to let out then, and that's what I am writing for. Old fellow, I have been fit to kill myself. All that bother that they laid upon you about the bank note ought to have fallen upon me, for it was I who took it. There, the confession's made, and now explode at me for 10 minutes with all your energy and wrath before you read on. It will be a relief to your feelings and to mine. Perhaps if you'd go out of the way to swear a bit, it mightn't be amiss. It was at this juncture that Arthur had started up so wildly, causing Annabel to exclaim that the ship was drowned. In his access of bewilderment, the first shadowy thought that overpowered him was a dreadful feeling of grief for Roland's sake. He had liked Roland, with all his faults. He had liked him much, and it was as if some cherished statue had fallen and been dashed to pieces. Wild, joyful beatings of relief that Hamish was innocent were mingling with it, thumping against his heart, soon to exclude all else and fill it to bursting. But as yet this was indistinct, and the first clear idea that came to him was Roland telling truth, or was he only playing a joke upon him? Arthur read on. I was awfully hard up for money. I was worse than Hamish, and he was pretty hard up then. Though he seems to have stayed off the fellow since, he best knows how. I told him one day I should like to borrow the receipt, and he laughed and said he'd give it to me with all the pleasure in life if it were transferable. Ask him if he remembers saying it. When Galloway was sending the money that day to the cousin Galloway, I thought what a shame it was, as I watched him slip the bank note into the letter. That cousin Galloway was always having money sent him, and I wished Galloway would give it to me instead. Then came that row with Mad Nance, and as you and Galloway turned to see what was up, I just pulled open the envelope, that instant wet and stuck down, took out the money, pressed the gum down again, and came and stood at your back at the window leaning out. It did not take me half a minute, and the money was in my pocket, and the letter was empty. But now look here, I never meant to steal the note. I am not a Newgate thief yet. I was in an uncommon fix just then, over a certain affair, and if I could not stop the fellow's mouth, there'd have been the dickens to pay. So I took the money for that stopgap, never intending to do otherwise than replace it in Galloway's desk as soon as I could get it. I knew I should be having some from Lord Carrick. It was all Lady Augustus's fault. She had turned crusty and would not help me. I stopped out all that afternoon with Knivett, if you remember, and that placed me beyond suspicion when the stir came, though it was not for that reason I stayed, for I never had a thought that the row would fall upon us in the office. I supposed the loss would be set down to the letter carriers, as of course it ought to have been. I stayed out, the bank note burning a hole all the while in my waistcoat pocket, and sundry qualms coming over me whether I should not put it back again. I began to wonder how I could get rid of it safely, not knowing but that Galloway might have the number, and I think I should have put it back, what with that doubt and my twitchings of conscience, but for a thing that happened. After I parted with Knivett, I ran home for something I wanted, and Lady Augusta heard me and called me into her bedroom. "Roland," said she, "I want you to get me a £20 note from the bank. I have occasion to send one to Ireland." Now, Arthur, I ask you, was ever such encouragement given to a fellow in wrong-doing? Of course, my note, that is, Galloway's note, went to Ireland, and a joyful riddance it seemed, as thoroughly gone as if I had dispatched it to the North Pole. Lady Augusta handed me 20 sovereigns, and I made believe to go to the bank and exchange them for a note. She put it into a letter, and I took it to the post office at once, No wonder you grumbled at my being away so long. Next came the row, and when I found that suspicion fell upon you, I was nearly mad. If I had not parted with the money, I should have gone straight to Galloway and said, 'Here it is, I took it.' Not a soul stood up for you as they ought. Even Mr. Channing fell into the suspicion, and Hamish seemed indifferent and cool as a cucumber. I have never liked Galloway since, and long to this day to give Butterby a ducking. How I kept my tongue from blurting out the truth I don't know, but a gentleman born does not like to own himself a thief. It was the publicity given to it that kept me silent, and I hope old Galloway and Butterby will have horrid dreams for a week to come, now they know the truth. I was boiling over always. I don't know how I managed to live through it, and that soft calf of a Jenkins was always defending Galloway when I flew out about him. Nobody could do more than I did to throw the blame upon the post office, and it was the most likely thing in the world for the post office to have done. But the more I talked, the more old Galloway brought up that rubbish about his seals. I hope he'll have horrid dreams for a month to come. I'd have prosecuted the post office if I had had the cash to do it with, and that might have turned him. Well, old chap, it went on and on. You lying under the cloud, and I mad with everyone. I could do nothing to clear you, unless I had confessed, except sending back the money to Galloway's, with a letter to say you did not do it. It was upon my mind night and day. I was always planning how to accomplish it, but for some time I could not find the money. When Carrick came to Helstonleigh, he was short himself, and I had to wait. I told him I was in an awful mess for the want of £20, and that was true in more senses than one, for I did not know where to turn for money for my own uses. At last Carrick gave it to me. He had given me a trifle or two before, of £5 or so, of no use, and then I had to wait an opportunity of sending it to London to be posted. Carrick's departure afforded that. I wrote the note to Galloway with my left hand, in print sort of letters, put the money into it, and Carrick promised to post it in London. I told him it was a valentine to old Galloway, flattering him on his youthful curls, and Carrick laughed till he was hoarse at the notion. Deuce take his memory, he had been pretty nearly a week in London before he thought of the letter, and then putting his hand into his pocket he found it. I had given it up at that time, and thought no one in the world ever had such luck as I. At last it came, and all I can say is, I wish the post office had taken that before it ever did come. Of all the crying shames, that was the worst. The old carp got the money, and yet would not clear you. I shall never forgive Galloway for that, and when I come back from Port Natal, rolling in wealth, I'll not look at him when I pass him in the street, which will cork him uncommonly, and I don't care if you tell him so. Had I wavered about Port Natal before, that would have decided me. Clear you I would, and I saw there was no way to do it but by telling the truth, which I did not care to do while I was in Helstonleigh. And now I am off, and you know the truth, and Galloway knows it, for he'll have this letter when you have yours, and I hope it will be a pill for him, and all Helstonleigh will know it, and you are cleared, dear old author. The first person that I shall lavish a little of my wealth upon when I return will be poor Jenkins, if he should be still in the land of the living. We all know that he has as much in him as a gander, and lets that adorable Mrs. J. I wish you could have seen her turban the morning I took leave, be mistress and master. But he has done me many a good turn, and what's more, he stood up for you. When Galloway, Butterby, and company were on at it, discussing proofs against you, Jenkins's humble voice would be heard. I am sure, gentlemen, Mr. Arthur never did it. Many a time I could have hugged him, and he shall have some of my good luck when I reach home. You shall have it too, Arthur. I shall never make a friend to care for half as much as I care for you, and I wish you would have been persuaded to come out with me and make your fortune. But as you would not, you shall share mine. Mind, I should have cleared you just the same if you had come, and that's all I have to tell. And now you see why I did not care to say good-bye, for I don't think I could have said it without telling all. Remember me to the folks at your house, and I hope Mr. Channing will come home stunning. I shall look to you for all the news, mind. If a great wind blows the cathedral down, or a fire burns the town up, it's you who must write it, no one else. Direct to me, Post Office, Port Natal, until I send you an address, which I shall do the first thing. Have you any news of Charlie? I had almost forgotten that bright kinsman of mine, the chaplain of Hazeldon. Pray present my affectionate compliments to him, and say he has not the least idea how very much I revere him. I should like to see his face when he finds it was I who was the delinquent. Constance can turn the tables on him now, but if she ever forgives him, she'll deserve to be as henpecked as Jenkins is, and tell her I say so. I meant to have told you about the spree I have had since I came to London, but there's no room, so I'll conclude sentimentally, as a lady does. Yours for ever and ever, Roland Yorke. You must not think that Arthur Channing read this letter deliberately, as you have been able to read it. He had only skimmed it with straining eye and burning brow, taking in its general sense, its various points, but of its words none. In his overpowering emotion, his perplexed confusion, he started up with wild words. "Oh, father, he is innocent! Constance, he is innocent! Hamish, Hamish, forgive me! I have been wicked enough to believe you guilty all this time." To say that they stared at him, to say that they did not understand him, would be weak words to express the surprise that fell upon them, and seemed to strike them dumb. Arthur kept on reiterating the words, as if he could not sufficiently relieve his overburdened heart. "Hamish never did it. Constance, we might have known it. Constance, what could so have blinded our reason? He has been innocent all this time." Mr. Huntley was the first to find his tongue. "Innocent of what?" asked he. "What news have you received there?" pointing to the letter. "It is from Roland Yorke. He says—" Arthur hesitated and lowered his voice. "That bank note lost by Mr. Galloway." "Well?" they uttered, pressing round him. "It was Roland who took it." Then arose a babel of voices, questions to Arthur, references to the letter, and explanations. Mr. Channing, amidst his deep thankfulness, gathered Arthur to him with a fond gesture. "My boy, there has been continual conflict waging in my heart," he said. "Appearances versus my better judgment. But for your own doubtful manner, I should have spurned the thought that you were guilty. Why did you not speak out boldly?" "Father, how could I, believing that it was Hamish? Hamish, dear Hamish, say you forgive me." Hamish was the only one who had retained calmness. Remarkably cool was he. He gazed upon them with the most imperturbable self-possession, rather inclined to be amused than otherwise. "Suspect me?" cried he, raising his eyebrows. "We did indeed." "Bien obligé," responded Mr. Hamish. "Perhaps you shared the honour of the doubt?" he mockingly added, turning to Mr. Huntley. "I did," replied that gentleman. "Ellen did not," he added, losing his seriousness in half a laugh. "Miss Ellen and I have been at daggers drawn upon the point." Hamish actually blushed like a schoolgirl. "Ellen knows me better," was all he said, speaking very quietly. "I should have thought some of the rest of you had known me better also." "Hamish," said Mr. Huntley, "I think we were all in for a host of blunders." Mr. Channing had listened in surprise, Mrs. Channing in indignation. Her brave, good Hamish, her best and dearest. "I cannot see how it was possible to suspect Hamish," observed Mr. Channing. But before any more could be said, they were interrupted by Mr. Galloway, an open letter in his hand. "Here's a pretty repast for a man!" he exclaimed. "I go home expecting to dine in peace, and I find this pill upon my plate." Pill was the very word Roland had used. They understood naturally what the pill was, especially Arthur, who had been told by Roland himself that he was writing to Mr. Galloway. "You see, sir," said Arthur with a bright smile, "that I was innocent." "I do see it," replied Mr. Galloway, laying his hand on Arthur's shoulder. "Why could you not speak openly to my face and tell me so?" "Because I am ashamed, sir, now to confess why. We were all at cross purposes together, it seems." He suspected that it was all in the family, Mr. Galloway, cried Hamish, in his gay good humour. It appears that he laid the charge of that little affair to me. Nonsense, said Mr. Galloway. We both did, exclaimed Constance, coming forward with tears in her eyes. Do you think that the mere fact of suspicion being cast upon him, publicly though it was made, could have rendered us as cowardly miserable as it did? Hamish, how shall we atone to you? The question is, how shall I atone to you, my old friend, for the wrong done your son? Exclaimed Mr. Galloway, seizing Mr. Channing's hand. Arthur, you and I shall have accounts to make up together. If reparation for unjust suspicion is to be the order of the day, I think I ought to have some of it, said laughing Hamish, with a glance at Mr. Huntley. A sudden thought seemed to strike Mr. Channing. Huntley, he impulsively cried, was this the cause of displeasure that you hinted had been given you by Hamish? That and nothing else, was Mr. Huntley's answer. I suppose I must take him into favour again. Make reparation, as he says. A saucy smile crossed the lips of Hamish. It as good as said, I know who will, if you don't. But Mr. Galloway was interrupting. The most extraordinary thing of the whole is, he observed with unwonted emphasis, that we never suspected Roland Yorke. Knowing him as we did know him, it will be a caution to me as long as I live never to go again by appearances. Careless, thoughtless, impulsive, conscienceless Roland Yorke! Of course, who else would have been likely to help themselves to it? I wonder what scales were before our eyes. Mr. Channing turned to his son Tom, who had been seated astride on the arm of a sofa, in a glow of astonishment, now succeeded by satisfaction. Tom, my boy, there'll be no particular hurry for leaving the college school, will there? Tom slid off his perch and went straight up to Arthur. Arthur, I beg your pardon heartily for the harsh words and thoughts I may have given you. I was just a fool, or I should have known you could not be guilty. Were you screening Roland Yorke? No, said Arthur. I never suspected him for a moment. As to anyone's begging my pardon, I have most cause to do that for suspecting Hamish. You'll be all right now, Tom. But now, in the midst of this demonstration from all sides, I will leave you to judge what were the feelings of that reverend divine, William Yorke. You may remember that he was present. He had gone to Mr. Channing's house ostensibly to welcome Mr. Channing home, congratulate him on his restoration. Glad in truth was he to possess the opportunity to do that. But Mr. Yorke's visit also included a purpose less disinterested. Repulsed by Constance in the 2 or 3 appeals he had made to her, he had impatiently awaited the return of Mr. Channing to solicit his influence. Remembering the past, listening to this explanation of the present, you may imagine, if you can, what his sensations must have been. He who had held up his head in his haughty Yorke spirit, ready to spurn Arthur for the suspicion cast upon him, ready to believe that he was guilty, resenting it upon Constance, had now to stand and learn that the guilt lay in his family, not in theirs. No wonder that he stood silent, grave, his lips drawn in sternness. Mr. Galloway soon departed again. He had left his dinner untouched upon his table. Mr. Huntley took the occasion to leave with him, and in the earnestness of discussion, they all went out with them to the hall except Constance. This was Mr. Yorke's opportunity. His arms folded, his pale cheek flushed to pain, he moved before her and stood there, drawn to his full height, speaking hoarsely. Constance, will it be possible for you to forgive me? What a fine field it presented for her to play the heroine, to go into fierce declamations that she never could and never would forgive him, but would hold herself aloof from him for ever and a day, condemning him to bachelorhood. Unfortunately for these pages, Constance Channing had nothing of the heroine in her composition. She was only one of those simple, truthful, natural English girls whom I hope you often meet in your everyday life. She smiled at William Yorke through her glistening eyelashes, and drew closer to him. Did he take the hint? He took her. took her to that manly breast that would henceforth be her shelter for ever. Heaven knows how I will strive to atone to you, my darling. It was a happy evening, checkered though it necessarily must be with thoughts of Charles, and Mr. Channing, in the midst of his deep grief and perplexity, thanked God for his great mercy in restoring the suspected to freedom. "My boy," he exclaimed to Arthur, "how bravely you have borne it all!" "Not always very bravely," said Arthur, shaking his head. "There were times when I inwardly rebelled." "It could not have been done without one thing," resumed Mr. Channing: "firm trust in God." Arthur's cheek kindled. That had ever been present with him. When things would wear their darkest aspect, I used to say to myself, "Patience and hope, and trust in God." But I never anticipated this bright ending, he added. "I never thought that I and Hamish should both be cleared." "I cannot conceive how you could have suspected Hamish," Mr. Channing repeated, after a pause. Of all the wonders, that fact seemed to have taken most hold of his mind. Arthur made a slight answer, but did not pursue the topic. There were circumstances connected with it regarding Hamish not yet explained. He could not speak of them to Mr. Channing. Neither were they to be explained, as it seemed to Arthur; at any rate, not at present. When they retired to rest, Hamish came into his room as he had done that former night, months ago, when suspicion had just been thrown upon Arthur. They went up together, and Hamish, instead of turning into his own room, followed Arthur to his. He set down the candle on the table, and turned to Arthur with his frank smile. "How is it that we can have been playing at these cross purposes? Arthur, why did you not tell me at the time that you were innocent?" "I think I did tell you, Hamish, if my memory serves me rightly." "Well, I am not sure. It may have been so, but in a very undemonstrative sort of manner, if you did at all. That sort of manner from you, Arthur, would only create perplexity." Arthur smiled. "Don't you see? Believing that you had taken it, I thought you must know whether I was innocent or guilty, and for your sake I did not dare to defend myself to others. Had only a breath of suspicion fallen upon you, Hamish, it might have cost my father his post." "What induced you to suspect me? Surely not the simple fact of being alone for a few minutes with the letter in Galloway's office?" "Not that. That alone would have been nothing; but, coupled with other circumstances, it assumed a certain weight, Hamish. I will tell you. Do you remember the trouble you were in at the time, owing money in the town?" A smile parted Hamish's lips. He seemed half inclined to make fun of the reminiscence. "I remember it well enough. What of that?" "You contrived to pay those debts, or partially pay them, at the exact time the note was taken, and we knew you had no money of your own to do it with. We saw you also with gold in your purse, through Annabel's tricks, do you remember? And we knew that it could not be yours, legitimately yours, I mean." Hamish's smile turned into a laugh. "Stop a bit, Arthur. The money with which I paid up, and the gold you saw, was mine, legitimately mine. Don't speak so fast, old fellow." "But where did it come from, Hamish?" "It did not come from Galloway's office, and it did not drop from the skies," laughed Hamish. "Never mind where else it came from. Arthur, boy, I wish you had been candid, and had given me a hint of your suspicion." "We were at cross purposes, as you observe," repeated Arthur. "Once plunge into them, and there's no knowing when enlightenment will come; perhaps never. But you were not very open with me." "I was puzzled," replied Hamish. "You may remember that my seeing a crowd round the Guildhall was the first intimation I received of the matter. When they told me, in answer to my questions, that my brother, Arthur Channing, was taken up on suspicion of stealing a bank note, and was then under examination, I should have laughed in their faces, but for my inclination to knock them down. I went into that hall, Arthur, trusting in your innocence as implicitly as I trusted in my own, boiling over with indignation against all who had dared to accuse you, ready to stand up for you against the world. I turned my eyes upon you as you stood there, and your gaze met mine. Arthur, what made you look so? I never saw guilt, or perhaps I would rather say shame, conscious shame shine out more palpably from any countenance than it did from yours then. It startled me, it cowed me, and in that moment I did believe you guilty. Why did you look so?" "I looked so for your sake, Hamish. Your countenance betrayed your dismay, and I read it for signs of your own guilt and shame. Not until then did I fully believe you guilty. We were at cross purposes, you see, throughout the piece." "Cross purposes, indeed," repeated Hamish. "Have you believed me guilty until now?" "No," replied Hamish. "After a few days my infatuation wore off. It was an infatuation and nothing less, ever to have believed a Channing guilty. I then took up another notion, and that I have continued to entertain." "What was it?" "That you were screening Roland Yorke." Arthur lifted his eyes to Hamish. "I did indeed. Roland's excessive championship of you, his impetuous agitation when others brought it up against you, first aroused my suspicions that he himself must have been guilty, and I came to the conclusion that you also had discovered his guilt, and were generously screening him. I believed that you would not allow a stir be made in it to clear yourself, lest it should bring it home to him. Cross purposes again, you will say." "Ah, yes. Not so much as an idea of suspecting Roland Yorke ever came across me. All my fear was that he, or any one, should suspect you." Hamish laughed as he placed his hands upon Arthur's shoulders. "The best plan for the future will be to have no secrets one from the other. Otherwise, it seems hard to say what labyrinths we may not get into. What do you say, old fellow?" "You began the secrets first, Hamish." "Did I? Well, let us thank Heaven that the worst are over." Ah, thank Heaven! Most sincerely was Arthur Channing doing that. The time to give thanks had come. Meanwhile, Mr. Huntley had proceeded home. He found Miss Huntley in the stiffest and most uncompromising of moods, and no wonder, for Mr. Huntley had kept dinner waiting. I'm afraid to say how long. Harry, who was to have dined with them that day, had eaten his and flown off to the town again, to keep some appointment with the college boys. Miss Huntley now ate hers in dignified displeasure, but Mr. Huntley, sitting opposite to her, appeared to be in one of his very happiest moods. Ellen attributed it to the fact of Mr. Channing's having returned home well. She asked 100 questions about them, of their journey, their arrival, and Mr. Huntley never seemed tired of answering. Barely was the cloth removed when Miss Huntley rose. Mr. Huntley crossed the room to open the door for her and bow her out. Although he was her brother, she would never have forgiven him had he omitted that little mark of ceremony. Ellen was dutifully following. She could not always brave her aunt. Mr. Huntley, however, gave Ellen a touch as she was passing him, drew her back, and closed the door upon his sister. "Ellen, I have been obliged to take Mr. Hamish into favour again." Ellen's cheeks became glowing. She tried to find an answer, but none came. "I find Hamish had nothing to do with the loss of the bank note." Then she found words. "Oh, papa, no! How could you ever have imagined such a thing? You might have known the Channings better. They are above suspicion." "I did know them better at one time, or else, you may be sure, young lady, Mr. Hamish would not have been allowed to come here as he did. However, it is cleared up, and I suppose you would like to tell me that I was just a donkey for my pains." Ellen shook her head and laughed. She would have liked to ask whether Mr. Hamish was to be allowed to come again on the old familiar footing, had she known how to frame the question, but it was quite beyond her courage. "When I told him this evening that I had suspected him," she clasped her hands and turned to Mr. Huntley, her rich colour going and coming. "Papa, you told him?" "Ay, and I was not the only one to suspect him, or to tell him. I can assure you that, Miss Ellen." "What did he say? How did he receive it?" "Told us he was much obliged to us all. I don't think Hamish could be put out of temper." "Then you do not dislike him now, papa?" she said timidly. "I never have disliked him. When I believed what I did of him, I could not dislike him even then, try as I would. There, you may go to your aunt now." And Ellen went, feeling that the earth and air around her had suddenly become as Eden. End of chapter 55. Recording by Pam Castille.
Chapter 56 of the Channings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
The Channings, by Ellen Wood.
Chapter 56. The Broken Phial. That broken phial you have heard of was burning a hole in Bywater's pocket, as Roland Yorke had said the banknote did in his. He had been undecided about complaining to the master, strangely so for Bywater. The fact was, he had had a strong suspicion from the very first that the boy who did the damage to the surplice was Pierce senior. At least his suspicions had been divided between that gentleman and Gerald Yorke. The cause of suspicion against Pierce need not be entered into, since it was misplaced. In point of fact, Mr. Pierce was, so far as that feat went, both innocent and unconscious. But Bywater could not be sure that he was, and he did not care to bring the accusation publicly against Gerald, should he be innocent. You saw Bywater, a chapter or two back, fitting the broken pieces together in his bedroom. On the following morning, it was also the morning following the arrival of the important letter from Roland Yorke, Bywater detained Gerald Yorke when the boys tore down the schoolroom steps after early school. "I say, Yorke, I said I'd give you a last chance, and now I'm doing it," he began. "If you'll acknowledge the truth to me about that surplice affair, I'll let it drop. I will, upon my honour. I'll never say another word about it." Gerald flew into a rage. "Now look you here, Mr. Bywater," was his angry retort. "You bother me again with that stale fish, and I'll put you up for punishment. It's—" Gerald stopped. Tom Channing was passing close to them, and Mr. Gerald had never cared to be heard when talking about the surplice. At that moment a group of boys who were running out of the cloisters, the opposite road to Tom Channing, turned round and hissed him, Tod Yorke adding some complimentary remark about stolen notes. As usual, it was a shaft launched at Arthur. Not as usual did Tom receive it. There was nothing of fierce defiance now in his demeanour, nothing of half-subdued rage. Tom halted, took off his trencher with a smile of suavity that might have adorned Hamish, and thanked them with as much courtesy as if it had been real, especially Tod. Gerald Yorke and Bywater looked on with surprise. They little dreamt of the great secret that Tom now carried with him. He could afford to be calm. "Why, it's 4 months, good, since that surplice was damaged," resumed Gerald, in a tone of irritation, to Bywater, as soon as they were alone again. "One would think it was of rare value by your keeping up the ball in this way. Every now and then you break out afresh about that surplice. Was it made of gold?" "It was made of Irish linen," returned Bywater, who generally contrived to retain his coolness, whoever might grow heated. "I tell you that I have a fresh clue, Yorke, one that I have been waiting for. I thought it would turn up some time. If you say you did it, by accident or how you like, I'll let it drop. If you don't, I'll bring it before Pye after breakfast." "Bring it," retorted Gerald. "Mind you, I mean what I say. I shall bring the charge against you, and I have the proofs." "Bring it, I say," fiercely repeated Gerald. "Who cares for your bringings? Mind your bones afterwards, that's all." He pushed Bywater from him with a haughty gesture and raced home to breakfast, hoping there would be something good to assuage his hunger. But Bywater was not to be turned from his determination. Never a boy in the school less likely than he. He went home to his breakfast and returned to school to have his name inscribed on the roll, and then went into college with the other 9 choristers and took his part in the service. And the bottle, I say, was burning a hole in his pocket. The Reverend William Yorke was chanting, and Arthur Channing sat at the organ. Would the very Reverend the Dean of Helstonleigh, standing in his stall so serenely placid, his cap resting on the cushion beside him, ever again intimate a doubt that Arthur was not worthy to take part in the service? But the Dean did not know the news yet. Back in the schoolroom, Bywater lost no time. He presented himself before the master, and entered upon his complaint, schoolboy fashion. "Please, sir, I think I've found out who inked my surplice." The master had allowed the occurrence to slip partially from his memory. At any rate, it was some time since he had called it up. "Oh, indeed," said he somewhat cynically to Bywater, after a pause given to revolving the circumstances. "Think you've found out the boy, do you?" "Yes, sir, I'm pretty sure of it. I think it was Gerald Yorke." "Gerald Yorke, one of the seniors?" repeated the master, casting a penetrating gaze upon Bywater. The fact was, Mr. Pye, at the time of the occurrence, had been somewhat inclined to a secret belief that the real culprit was Bywater himself. Knowing that gentleman's propensity to mischief, knowing that the destruction of a few surplices, more or less, would be only fun to him, he had felt an unpleasant doubt upon the point. "Did you do it yourself?" he now plainly asked of Bywater. Bywater for once was genuinely surprised. "I had no more to do with it, sir, than this desk had," touching the master's. "I should not have spent many an hour since trying to ferret it out if I had done it." "Well, what have you found out?" "On the day it happened, sir, when we were discussing it in the cloisters, little Channings suddenly started up with a word that caused me to think he had seen something connected with it, in which Gerald Yorke was mixed up. But the boy recollected himself before he had said much, and I could get no more from him. Once afterwards I heard him tell Yorke that he had kept counsel about the inked surplice." "Is that all?" asked the master, while the whole school sat with tingling ears, for Bywater was not making his complaint in private. "Not quite, sir. Please to look at this." Bywater had whipped the broken phial out of his pocket, and was handing the smaller piece towards the master. Mr. Pye looked at it curiously. "As I was turning over my surplice, sir, in the vestry, when I found it that day, I saw this bit of glass lying in the wet ink. I thought it belonged to a small ornamental phial which Gerald Yorke used to keep about that time in his pocket, full of ink, but I couldn't be sure. So I put the bit of glass into my pocket, thinking the phial would turn up some day if it did belong to it. And so it has. You can put the piece into it, sir, and see whether it fits." Gerald Yorke left his place, and joined Bywater before the head master. He looked white and haughty. "Is it to be borne, sir, that he should tell these lies of me?" "Are they lies?" returned Mr. Pye, who was fitting the piece into the bottle. "I have told no lies yet," said Bywater, "and I have not said for certain you did it. I say I think so." "You never found that bottle upon the surplice. I don't believe it," foamed Gerald. "I found the little piece of glass. I put it into my trousers pocket, wet with ink as it was, and here are the stains of ink still," added Bywater, turning out that receptacle for the benefit of Mr. Pye. "It was the same pair of trousers I had on that day." "Bywater," said the master, "why did you not say at the time that you had found the piece of glass?" "Because, sir, the bit by itself would have told nothing. I thought I'd wait till the bottle itself turned up. Old Jenkins, the bedesman, found it a few days ago in the college burial ground, pretty near to the college gates. Just in the spot where it most likely would be, sir, if one came out of the college in a fright and dashed it over." "Does this belong to you, Yorke?" inquired the master, scrutinizing that gentleman's countenance as he had previously scrutinized Bywater's. Gerald Yorke took the phial in his hand and examined it. He knew perfectly well that it was his, but he was asking himself whether the school, apart from Bywater, could contradict him if he said it was not. He feared they might. "I had a phial very much like this, sir," he said, turning it over and over in his hand, apparently for the purpose of a critical inspection. "I'm not sure that this is the same. I don't think it is. I lost mine, sir. Somebody stole it out of my pocket, I think." "When did you lose it?" demanded Mr. Pye. "About the time that the surplice got inked, sir. A day or two before it." "Who is telling lies now?" cried bold Bywater. "He had the bottle that very day, sir, at his desk here in the schoolroom. The upper boys know he had it, and that he was using it. Channing," turning round and catching Tom's eye, the first he did catch, "you can bear witness that he was using it that morning." "Don't call upon me," replied Tom stolidly. "I decline to interfere with Mr. Yorke, for or against him." "It is his bottle, and he had it that morning, and I say that I think he must have broken it over the surplice," persisted Bywater, with as much noise as he dared display in the presence of the master. "Otherwise, how should a piece out of the bottle be lying on the surplice?" The master came to the conclusion that the facts were tolerably conclusive. He touched Yorke. "Speak the truth, boy," he said, with a tone that seemed to imply he rather doubted Gerald's strict adherence to truth at all times and seasons. Gerald turned crusty. "I don't know anything about it, sir. Won't I pummel you for this?" he concluded in an undertone to Bywater. "Besides that, sir," went on Bywater, pushing Gerald aside with his elbow as if he were nobody, "Charles Channing, I say, saw something that led him to suspect Gerald Yorke. I'm certain he did. I think it likely he saw him fling the bottle away after doing the mischief. Yorke knows that I have given him more than one chance to get out of this. If he had only told me in confidence that it was he who did it, whether by accident or mischief, I'd have let it drop." "Yorke," said the master, leaning his face forward and speaking in an undertone. "Do you remember what I promised the boy who did this mischief? Not for the feat itself, but for braving me when I ordered him to speak out and he would not." Yorke grew angry and desperate. "Let it be proved against me, sir, if you please, before you punish. I don't think even Bywater, rancorous as he is, can prove me guilty." At this moment who should walk forward but Mr. Bill Simms, much to the astonishment of the head master, and of the school in general. Since Mr. Simms's confession to the master, touching the trick played on Charles Channing, he had not led the most agreeable of lives. Some of the boys treated him with silent contempt, some worried his life out of him, and all hated him. He could now enjoy a little bit of retaliation on one of them, at any rate. "Please, sir, the day the surplice was inked, I saw Gerald Yorke come out of the college just before afternoon service, and chuck a broken ink bottle over into the burial ground." "You saw it?" exclaimed the master, while Gerald turned his livid face, his flashing eye on the young telltale. "Yes, sir. I was in the cloisters, inside one of the niches, and I saw it. Charlie Channing was in the cloisters too, but he didn't see me, and I don't think Mr. Yorke saw either of us." "Why did you not tell me this at the time?" Mr. Bill Simms stood on his heels and stood on his toes, and pulled his lanky straw-coloured hair, and rubbed his face ere he spoke. "I was afraid, sir. I knew Mr. Yorke would beat me." "Cur!" ejaculated Gerald below his breath. The head-master turned his eyes upon him. "Yorke, A commotion at the door, and Mr. Pye stopped. There burst in a lady with a wide extent of crinoline, but that was not the worst of the bustle. Her cheeks were flushed, her hands lifted, her eyes wild. Altogether she was in a state of the utmost excitement. Gerald stared with all his might, and the head-master rose to receive her as she sailed down upon him. It was Lady Augusta Yorke. End of chapter 56.
Chapter 57 of the Channings. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pam Castille. The Channings by Ellen Wood. Chapter 57. A Ghost Again. Minds are differently constituted, as was exemplified in the case under our immediate notice. While one of Mr. Galloway's first thoughts, on the receipt of Roland Yorke's letter, was to rush round to Lady Augusta's with the news, half in anger, half in a reproachful humour, Arthur Channing was deliberating how they could contrive to keep it from her. The one was actuated by an angry, the other by a generous spirit. Mr. Galloway at length concluded his long-delayed dinner that evening. Then he put on his hat, and with Roland's letter safe in his pocket, went out again to call on Lady Augusta. It happened, however, that Lady Augusta was not at home. She had gone to dine at Colonel Jolliffe's, a family who lived some distance from Helstonleigh, necessitating an early departure from home, if she would be in time for their 6 o'clock dinner hour. It had thus occurred that when the afternoon's post arrived, Lady Augusta was in the bustle and hurry of dressing, and Lady Augusta was one of those who are, and must be, in a bustle, even if they are only going to a friendly dinner party. Martha was busily assisting, and the cook brought up 2 letters. "Both for my lady," she said, giving them to Martha. "I have no time for letters now," called out my lady. "Put them into my drawer, Martha." Martha did as she was bid, and Lady Augusta departed. She returned home pretty late, and the letters remained in their receptacle untouched. Of course, to retire to rest late necessitated with Lady Augusta Yorke rising late the next morning. About 11 o'clock she came down to breakfast. A letter on the breakfast table brought to her remembrance the letters of the previous night, and she sent Martha for them. Looking at their addresses, she perceived one of them to be from Roland, the other from Lord Carrick, and she laid them by her to be opened presently. "Mr. Galloway called last night, my lady," observed Martha. "Oh, did he?" said Lady Augusta. "He said he wanted to see your ladyship particularly, but I said you were gone to Colonel Jolliffe's." Barely had Lady Augusta tasted her coffee, the letters still lying unopened at her side, when William Yorke entered, having just left the cathedral. "This is a terrible blow, Lady Augusta," he observed as he sat down. "What's a blow?" returned Lady Augusta. "Will you take some coffee, William? Have you not heard of it?" he replied, declining the coffee with a gesture. "I thought it probable that you would have received news from Roland." "A letter arrived from Roland last night," she said, touching the letter in question. "What is the matter? Is there bad news in it? What? Have you heard anything?" Mr. Yorke had not the slightest doubt that the letter before him must contain the same confession which had been conveyed to Arthur and to Mr. Galloway. He thought it better that she should hear it from him than read it unprepared. He bent towards her and spoke in a low tone of compassion. "I fear that the letter does contain bad news, very bad news indeed. Good heavens! What has happened to him?" she interrupted, falling into excitement, just as Roland himself might have done. "Is he ill? Has he got hurt? Is he killed?" "Now, pray calm yourself, Lady Augusta. Roland is well in health, and has sailed for Port Natal under what he considers favourable auspices. Then why in the world do you come terrifying me out of my wits with your tales, William Yorke?" she broke forth. "I declare you are no better than a child." "Nay, Lady Augusta, you terrified yourself, jumping to conclusions. Though Roland is safe and sound, there is still some disagreeable news to be told concerning him. He has been making a confession of bad behaviour." "Oh!" cried Lady Augusta, in a tone which seemed to say, "Is that all?" as if bad behaviour and Roland might have some affinity for each other. William Yorke bent his head nearer and dropped his voice lower. "In that mysterious affair of the bank note, when Arthur Channing was accused—" "Well, well?" she hastily repeated, for he had made a slight pause, and a tone of dread, as a shadow of evil, might be detected in her accents. "It was Roland who took the note." Lady Augusta jumped up. She would not receive it. "It is not true! It cannot be true!" she reiterated. "How dare you so asperse him, William Yorke? Thoughtless as Roland is, he would not be guilty of dishonour." "He has written full particulars both to Arthur Channing and to Mr. Galloway," said Mr. Yorke calmly. "I have no doubt that that letter to you also relates to it. He confesses that to clear Arthur was a great motive in taking him from Helstonleigh." Lady Augusta seized the letter and tore it open. She was too agitated to read calmly, but she saw enough to convince her that Roland, and no other, had appropriated the money. This must have been the matter he had obscurely hinted at in one of his last conversations with her. The letter was concluded very much after Roland's own fashion. "Now, mother, if you care that anything in the shape of honour should ever shine round me again, you'll go off straight to the college school and set Tom Channing right with it, and with the masters. And if you don't, and I get drowned on my voyage, I'll not say but my ghost will come again and haunt every one who has had to do with the injustice." Ghosts were not agreeable topics to Lady Augusta, and she gave a shriek at the bare thought, but that was as nothing compared with her anger. Honourable in the main, hot, hasty, impulsive, losing all judgment, all self-control when these fits of excitement came upon her, it is more than probable that her own course would have been to fly to the college school, unprompted by Roland. A sense of justice was strong within her, and in setting Tom right she would not spare Roland, her own son though he was. Before William Yorke knew what she was about, she had flown upstairs and was down again with her things on. Before he could catch her up, she was across the Boundaries, entering the cloisters, and knocking at the door of the college school. There she broke in upon that interesting investigation touching the inked surplice. Bywater, who seemed to think she had arrived for the sole purpose of setting at rest the question of the Phial's ownership, and not being troubled with any superfluous ideas of circumlocution, eagerly held out the pieces to her when she was yards from his desk. "Do you know this, Lady Augusta? Isn't it Gerald's?" "Yes, it is Gerald's," replied she. "He took it out of my desk one day in the summer, though I told him not, and I never could get it back again. Have you been denying that it was yours?" she sternly added to Gerald. "Bad luck to you, then, for a false boy. You are going to take a leaf out of your brother Roland's pattern, are you? Haven't I had enough of you bad boys on my hands? But there must something fresh come up about one or the other of you every day that the sun rises. Mr. Pye, I have come by Roland's wish, and by my own, to set the young Channings right with the school. You took the seniorship from Tom, believing that it was his brother Arthur who robbed Mr. Galloway. Not but that I thought some one else would have had that seniorship, you know." In Lady Augusta's present mood, had any one of her sons committed a murder, she must have proclaimed it, though it had been to condemn him to punishment. She had not come to shield Roland, and she did not care in her anger how bad she made him out to be, or whether she did it in Irish or English. The head master could only look at her with astonishment. He also believed her visit must have reference to the matter in hand. "It is true, Lady Augusta. But for the suspicion cast upon his brother, Channing would not have lost the seniorship," said the master, ignoring the hint touching himself. "And all of ye," turning round to face the wondering school, "have ye been ready to fling your stones at Tom Channing, like the badly brought up boys that ye are? I have heard of it, and my two, Gerald and Tod, the worst of ye at the game. You may look, Mr. Tod, but I'll be after giving you a jacketing for your pains. Let me tell you all that it was not Tom Channing's brother took the bank note. It was their brother, Gerald's and Tod's. It was my ill-doing boy Roland who took it." No one knew where to look. Some looked at her ladyship, some at the head master, some at the Reverend William Yorke, who stood pale and haughty, some at Gerald and Tod, some at Tom Channing. Tom did not appear to regard it as news. He seemed to have known it before. The excessive astonishment painted upon every other face was absent from his. But half the school did not understand Lady Augusta. None understood her fully. "I beg your ladyship's pardon," said the head master. "I do not comprehend what it is that you are talking about." "Not comprehend!" repeated her ladyship. "Don't I speak plainly? My unhappy son Roland has confessed that it was he who stole the bank note that so much fuss has been made about, and that Arthur Channing was taken up for it. You two may look and frown," nodding to Gerald and Tod, "but it was your own brother who was the thief. Arthur Channing was innocent. I'm sure I shan't look a Channing in the face for months to come. Tell them about it in a straightforward way, William Yorke." Mr. Yorke, thus called upon, stated, in a few concise words, the facts to the master. His tone was low, but the boys caught the sense that Arthur was really innocent, and that poor Tom had been degraded for nothing. The master beckoned Tom forward. "Did you know of this, Channing?" "Yes, sir, since the letter came to my brother Arthur last night." Lady Augusta rushed up impulsively to Tom. She seized his hands and shook them heartily. Tom never afterwards was sure that she didn't kiss him. "You'll live to be an honour to your parents yet, Tom," she said, "when my boys are breaking my heart with wilfulness." Tom's face flushed with pleasure, not so much at the words as at the yearning, repentant faces cast at him from all parts of the room. There was no mistaking that they were eager to offer reparation. Tom Channing innocent all this time! How should they make it up to him? He turned to resume his seat, but Huntley slipped out of the place he occupied as the head of the school, and would have pushed Tom into it. There was some slight commotion, and the master lifted his spectacles. "Silence there! Huntley, what are you about? Keep your seat." "No, sir," said Huntley, advancing a step forward. "I beg your pardon, sir, but the place is no longer mine. I never have considered it mine legally, and I will, with your permission, resign it to its rightful owner. The place is Channing's. I have only occupied it for him." He quietly pushed Tom into it as he spoke, and the school, finding their voices and ignoring the presence of the master and of Lady Augusta, sprang from their desk at one bound and seized upon Tom, wishing him luck, asking him to be a good old fellow and forgive them. "Long live Tom Channing, the senior of Helstonleigh School!" shouted bold Bywater, and the boys, thus encouraged, took up the shout, and the old walls echoed it. "Long live Tom Channing, the senior of Helstonleigh School!" Before the noise had died away, Lady Augusta was gone, and another had been added to the company, in the person of Mr. Huntley. "Oh," he said, taking in a rapid glance of affairs, "I see it is all right. Knowing how thoughtless Harry is, I feared he might not recollect to do an act of justice; that he would be the first to do it if he remembered, I knew." "As if I should forget that, sir!" responded Mr. Harry. "Why, I could no more live with Channing under me now, than I could let any one of the others be above me. And I am not sorry," added the young gentleman, sotto voce. "If the seniorship is a great honour, it is also a great bother. Here, Channing, take the keys." He flung them across the desk as he spoke. He was proceeding to fling the roll also, and 2 or 3 other sundries which belonged to the charge of the senior boy, but was stopped by the head master. "Softly, Huntley! I don't know that I can allow this wholesale changing of places and functions." "Oh yes, you can, sir," said Harry, with a bright look. "If I committed any unworthy act, I should be degraded from the seniorship, and another appointed. The same thing can be done now, without the degradation." "He deserves a recompense," said Mr. Huntley to the master. "But this will be no recompense. It is Channing's due. He will make you a better senior than Harry, Mr. Pye. And now," added Mr. Huntley, improving upon the whole, "there will be no necessity to separate the seniorship from the Oxford exhibition." It was rather a free and easy mode of dealing with the master's privileges, and Mr. Pye relaxed into a smile. In good truth, his sense of justice had been inwardly burning since the communication made by Lady Augusta. Tom, putting aside a little outburst or two of passion, had behaved admirably throughout the whole season of opprobrium. There was no denying it, and Mr. Pye felt that he had done so. "Will you do your duty as senior, Channing?" unnecessarily asked the master. "I will try, sir." "Take your place, then." Mr. Huntley was the first to shake his hand when he was in it. "I told you to bear up bravely, my boy. I told you better days might be in store. Continue to do your duty in single-hearted honesty under God, as I truly believe you are ever seeking to do it, and you may well leave things in His hands. God bless you, Tom." Tom was a little overcome, but Mr. Bywater made a divertisement. He seized the roll, with which it was no business of his to meddle, and carried it to Mr. Pye. "The names have to be altered, sir," in return for which Mr. Pye sternly motioned him to his seat, and Bywater favoured the school with a few winks as he lazily obeyed. "Who could possibly have suspected Roland Yorke?" exclaimed the master, talking in an undertone with Mr. Huntley. "Nay, if we are to compare merits, he was a far more likely subject for suspicion than Arthur," was Mr. Huntley's reply. "He was, taking them comparatively. What I meant to imply was, that one could not have suspected that Roland, knowing himself guilty, would suffer another to lie under the stigma. Roland has his good points, if that may be said of one who helps himself to bank notes," concluded the master. "Ay, he is not all bad. Witness sending back the money to Galloway; witness his persistent championship of Arthur, and going away partly to clear him, as he no doubt has done. I was as sure from the first that Arthur Channing was not guilty as that the sun shines in the heavens. Did you suspect Roland?" "No. I had a peculiar theory of my own upon the matter," said Mr. Huntley, smiling, and apparently examining closely the grain of the master's desk. "A theory, however, which has proved to be worthless, as so many theories which obtain favour in this world often are. But I will no longer detain you, Mr. Pye. You must have had enough hindrance from your legitimate business for one morning." "The hindrance is not at an end yet," was the master's reply, as he shook hands with Mr. Huntley. I cannot think what has possessed the school lately. We are always having some unpleasant business or other to upset it." Mr. Huntley went out, nodding cordially to Tom as he passed his desk, and the master turned his eyes and his attention on Gerald Yorke. Lady Augusta had hastened from the college school as impetuously as she had entered it. Her errand now was to the Channings. She was eager to show them her grieved astonishment, her vexation, to make herself the amende for Roland, so far as she could do so. She found both Mr. and Mrs. Channing at home. The former had purposed being in Guild Street early that morning, but so many visitors had flocked in to offer their congratulations that he had hitherto been unable to get away. Constance also was at home. Lady Augusta had insisted upon it that she should not come to the children on that, the first day after her father and mother's return. They were alone when Lady Augusta entered. Lady Augusta's first movement was to fling herself into a chair and burst into tears. "What am I to say to you?" she exclaimed. "What apology can I urge for my unhappy boy?" "Nay, dear Lady Augusta, do not let it thus distress you," said Mr. Channing. "You are no more to be held responsible for what Roland has done than we were for Arthur, when he was thought guilty." "Oh, I don't know," she sobbed. "Perhaps if I had been more strict with him always, he would never have done it. I wish I had made a point of giving them a whipping every night all round, from the time they were 2 years old," she continued emphatically. "Would that have made my children turn out better, do you think?" Mrs. Channing could not forbear a smile. "It is not exactly strictness that answers with children, Lady Augusta." "Goodness me! I don't know what does answer with them, then. I have been indulgent enough to mine, as every one else knows, and see how they are turning out. Roland to go and take a bank note, and as if that were not bad enough, to let the odium rest upon Arthur. You will never forgive him. I am certain that you never can or will forgive him, and you and all the town will visit it upon me." When Lady Augusta fell into this tearful humour of complaint, it was better to let it run its course, as Mr. and Mrs. Channing knew by past experience. They both soothed her, telling her that no irreparable wrong had been done to Arthur, nothing but what would be now made right. "It all turns contrary together," exclaimed my lady, drying up her tears over the first grievance, and beginning upon another. "I suppose, Constance, you and William Yorke will be making it up now." Constance's self-conscious smile and her drooping eyelids might have told, without words, that that was already done. "And the next thing, of course, will be your getting married," continued Lady Augusta. "When is it to be? I suppose you have been settling the time?" The question was a direct and pointed one, and Lady Augusta waited for an answer. Mrs. Channing came to the relief of Constance. "It would have been very soon indeed, Lady Augusta, but for this dreadful uncertainty about Charles. In any case, it will not be delayed beyond early spring." "Oh, to be sure! I knew that. Everything goes contrary and cross for me. What am I to do for a governess? I might pay 1,000 a year, and not find another like Constance. They are beginning to improve under you. They are growing more dutiful girls to me, and now it will all be undone again, and they'll just be ruined." Constance looked up with her pretty timid blush. "William and I have been thinking, Lady Augusta, that, if you approved of it, they had better come for a few months to Hazeldon House. I should then have them constantly under my own eye, and I think I could effect some good. We used to speak of this in the summer, and last night we spoke of it again." Lady Augusta flew into an ecstasy as great as her late grief had been. "Oh, it would be delightful!" she exclaimed. "Such a relief to me, and I know it would be the making of them. I shall thank you and William for ever, Constance, and I don't care what I pay you. I'd go without shoes to pay you liberally." Constance laughed. "As to payment," she said, "I shall have nothing to do with that, on my own score, when once I am at Hazeldon. Those things will lie in William's department, not in mine. I question if he will allow you to pay him anything, Lady Augusta. We did not think of it in that light, but in the hope that it might benefit Caroline and Fanny." Lady Augusta turned impulsively to Mrs. Channing. "What good children God has given you!" Tears rushed into Mrs. Channing's eyes. She felt the remark in all its grateful truth. She was spared a reply. She did not like to contrast them with Lady Augusta's ever so tacitly, and say they were indeed good, for Sarah entered and said another visitor was waiting in the drawing-room. As Mr. Channing withdrew, Lady Augusta rose to depart. She took Mrs. Channing's hand. "How dreadful for you to come home and find one of your children gone!" she uttered. "How can you bear it and be calm?" Emotion rose then, and Mrs. Channing battled to keep it down. "The same God who gave me my children has taught me how to bear," she presently said. "For the moment, yesterday, I really was overwhelmed, but it passed away after a few hours' struggle. When I left home, I humbly committed my child to God's good care, in perfect trust, and I feel that, whether dead or alive, that care is still over him." "I wish to goodness one could learn to feel as you do," uttered Lady Augusta. "Troubles don't seem to touch you and Mr. Channing. You rise superior to them, but they turn me inside out. And now I must go, and I wish Roland had never been born before he had behaved so. You must try to forgive him, Mrs. Channing. You must promise to try and welcome him should he ever come back again." "Oh, yes," Mrs. Channing answered with a bright smile. "The one will be as easy as the other has been. He is already forgiven, Lady Augusta." "I have done what I could in it. I have been to the college school, and told them all, and Tom is put into his place as senior. It's true, indeed, and I hope every boy will be flogged for putting upon him. Gerald and Tod amongst the rest. And now, good-bye." Sarah was holding the street door open for Lady Augusta. Lady Augusta, who generally gave a word of gossip to every one, even as Roland, had her head turned towards the girl as she passed out of it, and thereby nearly fell over a boy who at the moment was seeking to enter, being led by a woman, as if he had no strength to walk alone. A tall, thin, white-faced boy, with great eyes and little hair, and a red handkerchief tied over his head to hide the deficiency, but a beautiful boy in spite of all, for he bore a strange resemblance to Charles Channing. Was it Charles, or was it his shadow? My lady turned again to the hall, startling the house with her cries that Charlie's ghost had come, and bringing forth its inmates in consternation. End of chapter 57. Recording by Pam Castille. Chapter 58 of the Channings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pam Castille. The Channings by Ellen Wood. Chapter 58. Bywater's Dance. Not Charlie's shadow, not Charlie's ghost, but Charlie himself, in real flesh and blood. One knew him, if the rest did not, and that was Judith. She seized upon him with sobs and cries, and sat down on the hall bench and hugged him to her. But Charlie had seen someone else, and he slipped from Judith to the arms that were held out to shelter him, his warm tears breaking forth. "Mamma! Mamma!" Mrs. Channing's tears fell fast as she received him. She strained him to her bosom and held him there, and they had to hold her, for her emotion was great. It is of no use endeavouring to describe this sort of meeting. When the loved ones who have been thought dead are restored to life, all description must fall short of reality, if it does not utterly fail. Charlie, whom they had mourned as lost, was with them again. Traces of sickness, of suffering, were in his face, in his attenuated form, but still he was in life. You must imagine what it was. Mr. and Mrs. Channing, Lady Augusta, Constance, the servants, and the Bishop of Helstonleigh, for no less a personage than that distinguished prelate had been the visitor to Mr. Channing, come to congratulate him on his cure and his return. The woman who had accompanied Charlie stood apart, a hard-featured woman, in a clean cotton gown and clean brown apron, whose face proclaimed that she lived much in the open air. Perhaps she lived so much in it as to disdain bonnets, for she wore none. A red cotton handkerchief, fellow to the one on Charlie's head, being pinned over her white calico cap. Many unexpected meetings take place in this life. A casual acquaintance whom we have met years ago, but whom we never expected to see again, may come across our path to-morrow. You, my reader, did not, I am sure, expect to meet that woman again, whom you saw hanging up linen in a boat as it glided beneath the old cathedral walls, under the noses of Bywater and a few more of his tribe, the morning they were throwing away those unlucky keys, which they fondly thought were never to be fished up again. But here is that very woman before you now, come to pay these pages as unexpected a visit as the keys paid to the college boys. Not more unlooked for, and not more strange than some of our meetings in actual life. "Mamma, I have been ill. I have been nearly dying, and she has nursed me through it, and been kind to me." Mrs. Channing leaned forward and grasped the woman's hand, gratitude shining in her wet eyes. Mr. Channing and Judith had a fight which should grasp the other. Lady Augusta laid hold of her behind. Sarah assailed her in front. There appeared to be no room left for Constance and the bishop, or they might have assisted in the demonstration, as the French say. It was soon explained. That same barge had been passing downstream again that night, when Charlie fell into the water. The man heard the splash, called to his horse to stop, leaped overboard, and saved him. A poor little boy, with a wound in his head, quite senseless, it proved to be, when they had him on board and laid him on the bench for inspection. Meanwhile, the docile horse went on of its own accord, and before the knotty question was decided as to whether the man should bring to and get him on shore, and try and discover to whom he belonged, the barge was clear of the town, for the current was strong. It had been nearly clear of it when it passed the cathedral wall, and the splash occurred. The man thought it as well that it was so. His voyage, this journey, was being made against time, and he dared not linger. Had the boat-house keeper's mother not put her head under the bedclothes and kept it there, she might possibly have heard sounds of the rescue. So they kept Charlie on board. He had evidently struck his head against something which had caused the wound and stunned him. It may have been, it is just possible that it may have been, against the projecting wall of the boat-house as he turned the corner in his fright and hurry. If so, that, no doubt, caused his fall and his stumble into the water. The woman, she had children of her own. That great girl whom we saw scraping potatoes was one, and she had two others still younger, washed the wound, and tried to bring Charlie round. But she could not awaken him to full consciousness. His mind appeared to be wandering, and ere another day had passed he was in strong delirium. Whether it was the blow, or the terrible fright which had preceded it, or, and this was most probable, both combined, Charles Channing was attacked with brain fever. The woman nursed him through it. She applied her own simple remedies. She cut off his hair, and kept wet linen constantly to his head, and hot bricks wrapped round with wet steaming flannels to his feet, and she gave him a certain herb tea to drink, which, in her firm belief and experience, had never yet failed to subdue fever. Perhaps Charlie did as well without a doctor as he would have done with one. By the time they reached their destination, the malady was subsiding, but the young patient was so prostrated and weak that all he could do was to lie quite still, scarcely opening his eyes, scarcely moving his hands. When he became able to talk, they were beginning to move upstream again, as the woman called it. Charlie told her all about himself, about his home, his dear mamma and Judith, his papa's ill health and hopes of restoration, his college schoolboy life. It was delicious to lie there in the languor of returning health and talk of these things. The kindly woman won his love and confidence, but when she asked him how he came to fall into the river, he could never remember. In the social atmosphere of companionship, in the bright sunlight, Charley could look back on the ghost in the cloisters and draw his own deductions. His good sense told him it was no ghost, that it was all a trick of Bywater's and others of the college boys. The woman's opinion was, that if they do such a thing to frighten him, they ought to be whipped, but she was inclined to view it as a delusion of Charley's imagination, a relic left by the fever. "Your folks'll be fine and pleased to see you again, dear," she would say to him. "My master'll moor the barge to the side when we gets to the place, and I'll take you home to 'em." How Charley longed for it, he alone could tell. Pleasant as it was, now he was better, to lie on deck, on a rude bed made of sacks, and glide peacefully along on the calm river, between the green banks, the blue sky above, the warm sun shining on him. Had Charley been placed on that barge in health, he would have thought it the nastiest place he had ever seen, confined, dirty, monotonous. But waking to it from fever, when he did not care where he lay, so that he could only lie, he grew reconciled to it. Indeed, Charley began to like the boat, but he was none the less eager for the day that would see him leave it. That day came at last. The barge was brought to, and here you see Charley and his protector. Charley's clothes looked a mile too small for him, he had so grown in his illness, and Charley was minus a cap, and the handkerchief did duty for one. But it was Charley, in spite of all. And I say that you must imagine the meeting, you must imagine their heartfelt thanks to the woman, and their more substantial recompense. "Charley, darling, if you could only have written to us, what dreadful distress you would have saved!" exclaimed Constance. "He write, miss?" interposed the woman. "He couldn't have writ to save his life, and we was a moving up stream again before he was well enough to tell us anything about himself. My husband might have writ a word else. I ain't no hand at a pen myself. We have got quite used to the little gentleman, and shall miss him now." "Constance, tell her. Is it not true about the ghost? I am sure you must have heard of it from the boys. She thinks I dreamt it, she says." Judith broke out volubly before Constance could answer, testifying that it was true, and relating the ill doings of the boys that night rather more at length than she need have done. She and the woman appeared to be in perfect accord as to the punishment merited by those gentlemen. The bishop leaned over Charley. "You hear what a foolish trick it was," he said. "Were I you, I would be upon good terms with such ghosts in future. There are no other sorts of ghost, my boy." "I know there are not," answered Charles. "Indeed, my lord, I do know there are not," he repeated more earnestly. "And I knew it then, only, somehow I got frightened. I will try and learn to be as brave in the dark as in the light." "That's my sensible boy," said the bishop. "For my part, Charley, I rather like being in the dark. God seems all the nearer to me." The woman was preparing to leave, declining all offers that she should rest and take refreshment. "Our turn both down and up was hurried this time," she explained, "and I mayna keep the barge and my master a-waiting. I'll make bold, when we are past the town again, to step ashore and see how the young gentleman gets on." Charley clung to her. "You shall not go till you promise to stay a whole day with us," he cried. "And you must bring the children for mamma to see. She will be glad to see them." The woman laughed. "A whole day? A whole day's pleasure was na for the likes of them," she answered. But she'd try and spare a bit longer to stop than she could spare now. With many kisses to Charles, with many handshakes from all, she took her departure. The Bishop of Helstonleigh, high and dignified prelate that he was, and she a poor hard-working bargewoman, took her hand into his, and shook it as heartily as the rest. Mr. Channing went out with her. He was going to say a word of gratitude to the man. The bishop also went out, but he turned the other way. As he was entering Close Street, the bishop encountered Arthur. The latter raised his hat and was passing onwards, but the bishop arrested him. "Channing, I have just heard some news from your father. You are at length cleared from that charge. You have been innocent all this time." Arthur's lips parted with a smile. "Your lordship may be sure that I am thankful to be cleared at last, though I am sorry that it should be at the expense of my friend Yorke." Knowing yourself innocent, you might have proclaimed it more decisively. What could have been your motive for not doing so?" The ingenious flush flew into Arthur's cheek. "The truth is, my lord, I suspected some one else. Not Roland Yorke," he pointedly added, "but it was one against whom I should have been sorry to bring a charge, and so I went on bearing the blame. Well, Channing, I must say, and I shall say to others, that you have behaved admirably, showing a true Christian spirit. Mr. Channing may well be happy in his children. What will you give me?" added the bishop, releasing Arthur's hand, which he had taken, and relapsing into his free, pleasant manner, "for some news that I can impart to you?" Arthur wondered much. What news could the bishop have to impart which concerned him? "The little lost wanderer has come home." "Not Charles!" uttered Arthur, startled to emotion. "Charles, and not dead?" "Not dead, certainly," smiled the bishop, "considering that he can talk and walk. He will want some nursing, though. Good bye, Channing. This, take it for all in all, must be a day of congratulation for you and yours." To leap into Mr. Galloway's with the tidings, to make but a few bounds thence home, did not take many minutes for Arthur. He found Charles in danger of being kissed to death, Mrs. Channing, Lady Augusta, Constance, and Judith, each taking her turn. I fear Arthur only made another. "Why, Charley, you have grown out of your clothes!" he exclaimed. "How thin and white you are!" The remarks did not please Judith. "Thin and white!" she resentfully repeated. "Did you expect him to come home as red and fat as a turkey cock, and him just brought to the edge of the grave with brain fever? One would think, Master Arthur, that you'd rejoice to see him, if he had come back a skeleton, when it seemed too likely you'd never see him at all. And what if he had outgrown his clothes? They can be let out, or replaced with new ones. I have hands, and there's tailors in the place, I hope." The more delighted felt Judith, the more ready was she to take up remarks and convert them into grievances. Arthur knew her, and only laughed. A day of rejoicing, indeed, as the bishop had said, a day of praise to God. Charley had been whispering to his mother. He wanted to go to the college schoolroom and surprise it. He was longing for a sight of his old companions. That happy moment had been pictured in his thoughts 50 times as he lay in the boat. It was almost as much desired as the return home. Charley bore no malice, and he was prepared to laugh with them at the ghost. "You do not appear strong enough to walk even so far as that," said Mrs. Channing. "Dear mamma, let me go. I could walk it, for that, if it were twice as far." "Yes, let him go," interposed Arthur, divining the feeling. "I will help him along." Charley's trencher, the very trencher found on the banks, was brought forth, and he started with Arthur. "Mind you bring him back safe this time," called out Judy in a tone of command, as she stood at the door to watch them along the boundaries. "Arthur," said the boy, "were they punished for playing me that ghost trick?" "They have not been punished yet. They are to be. The master waited to see how things would turn out. You may remember that Diggs, the boat-house keeper, when he took news of Charley's supposed fate to the college school, entered it just in time to interrupt an important ceremony which was about to be performed on the back of Pierce senior. In like manner, and the coincidence was somewhat remarkable, Charles himself now entered it, when that same ceremony was just brought to a conclusion, only that the back, instead of being Pierce senior's, was Gerald Yorke's. Terrible disgrace for a senior, and Gerald wished Bywater's surplice had been at the bottom of the river before he had meddled with it. He had not done it purposely. He had fallen in the vestry, ink bottle in hand, which had broken and spilt its contents over the surplice. In an unlucky moment, Gerald had determined to deny all knowledge of the accident, never supposing it would be brought home to him. Sullen, angry, and resentful, he was taking his seat again, and the head master, rather red and hot with exertion, was locking up the great birch, when the door was opened, and Arthur Channing made his appearance, a boy carrying the college cap with him. The school was struck dumb. The head master paused, birch in hand, but that he was taller and thinner, and that the bright colour and auburn curls were gone, they would have said at once it was Charley Channing. The master let fall the birch and the lid of his desk. "Channing!" he uttered, as the child walked up to him. Is it really you? What has become of you all this time? Where have you been?" "I have been a long way in a barge, sir. The bargeman saved me, and I have had brain fever." He looked round for Tom, and Tom, in the wild exuberance of his delight, took Charley in his arms, and tears dropped from his eyes as he kissed him as warmly as Judith could have done. And then brave Tom could have eaten himself up in mortification at having been so demonstrative in sight of the college school. But the school were not in the humour to be fastidious just then. Some of them felt more inward relief at sight of Charles than they cared to tell. They had never experienced anything like it in their lives, and probably never would again. In the midst of the murmur of heartfelt delight that was arising, a most startling interruption occurred from Mr. Bywater. That gentleman sprang from his desk to the middle of the room, turned a somersault, and began dancing a hornpipe on his head. "Bywater!" uttered the astounded master. "Are you mad?" Bywater finished his dance, and then brought himself to his feet. "I am so glad he has turned up all right, sir. I forgot you were in school." "I should think you did," significantly returned the master. But Charles interrupted him. "You will not punish them, sir, now I have come back safe?" he pleaded. "But they deserve punishment," said the master. "I know they have been sorry. Arthur says they have," urged Charley. "Please do not punish them now, sir. It is so pleasant to be back again." "Will you promise never to be frightened at their foolish tricks again?" said the master. "Not that there is much danger of their playing you any. This has been too severe a lesson. I am surprised that a boy of your age, Charles, could allow himself to be alarmed by ghosts. You do not suppose there are such things, surely?" "No, sir. But somehow that night I got too frightened to think. You will forgive them, sir, won't you?" "Yes. There, go and shake hands with them," said Mr. Pye, relaxing his dignity. "It is worth something, Charley, to see you here again." "The school seemed to think so, and I wish you had heard the shout that went up from it, the real, true, if somewhat noisy delight that greeted Charles. 'Charley, we'll never dress up a ghost again. We'll never frighten you in any way,' they cried, pressing affectionately round him. 'Only forgive us.'" "Why are you sitting in the senior's place, Tom?" asked Arthur. "Because it is his own," said Harry Huntley, with a smile of satisfaction. "Lady Augusta came in and set things right for you, and Tom is made senior at last. Hooray! Arthur cleared, Tom senior, Charley back, and Gerald flogged. Hooray! Hooray! If Pye were worth a dump, he'd give us a holiday," echoed bold Bywater. End of chapter 58. Recording by Pam Castille. Chapter 59 of the Channings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pam Castille. The Channings by Ellen Wood. Chapter 59. Ready. The glorious surprise of Charley's safety greeted Hamish on his return home to dinner. In fact, he was just in time, having come in somewhat before 1 o'clock, to witness Charley's arrival from the college schoolroom, escorted by the whole tribe from the first to the last. Even Gerald Yorke made one, as did Mr. William Simms. Gerald, the smart over, thought it best to put a light, careless face upon his punishment, disgraceful though it was considered to be for a senior. To give Gerald his due, his own share in the day's exploits faded into insignificance compared with the shock of mortification which shook him when he heard the avowal of his mother respecting Roland. He and Tod had been the most eager of all the school to cast Arthur's guilt in Tom Channing's cheek. They had proclaimed it as particularly objectionable to their feelings that the robbery should have taken place in an office where their brother was a pupil, and now they found that Tom's brother had been innocent, and their own brother guilty. It was well that Gerald's brow should burn. "But she'd no cause to come here and blurt it out to the lot, right in one's face," soliloquized Gerald, alluding to Lady Augusta. "They'd have heard it soon enough without that." Mr. William Simms, I have said, also attended Charles. Mr. William was hoping that the return of Charley would put him upon a better footing with the school. He need not have hoped it. His offence had been one that the college boys never forgave. Whether Charley returned dead or alive, or had never returned at all, Simms would always remain a sneak in their estimation. Sneak Simms he had been called since the occurrence, and he had come to the resolution in his own mind of writing word home to his friends that the studies in Helstonleigh College school were too much for him, and asking to be removed to a private one. I think he would have to do so still. Hamish lifted Charley to him with an eager, fond movement. A weight was taken from his mind. Although really irresponsible for the disappearance of Charles, he had always felt that his father and mother might inwardly attach some blame to him, might think him to have been wanting in care. Now all was sunshine. Dinner over, Mr. Channing walked with Hamish to the office. They were some time in getting there. Every other person they met stopped Mr. Channing to congratulate him. It seemed that the congratulations were never to end. It was not only Mr. Channing's renewed health that people had to speak of. Helstonleigh, from one end to the other, was ringing with the news of Arthur's innocence, and Charley's return was getting wind. They reached Guild Street at last. Mr. Channing entered and shook hands with his clerks, and then took his own place in his private room. "Where are we to put you now, Hamish?" he said, looking at his son with a smile. "There's no room for you here. You will not like to take your place with the clerks again." "Perhaps I had better follow Roland Yorke's plan and emigrate," replied Hamish demurely. "I wish Mr. Huntley— By the way, Hamish, it would only be a mark of courtesy if you stepped as far as Mr. Huntley's and told him of Charley's return," broke off Mr. Channing, the idea occurring to him with Mr. Huntley's name. "None have shown more sympathy than he, and he will be rejoiced to hear that the child is safe." "I'll go at once," said Hamish. Nothing loath was he on his own part to pay a visit to Mr. Huntley's. Hamish overtook Mr. Huntley close to his own home. He was returning from the town. Had he been home earlier, he would have heard the news from Harry. But Harry had now had his dinner and was gone again. He did not dine at the later hour. "I have brought you some news, sir," said Hamish, as they entered together. "News again! It cannot be very great, by the side of what we were favoured with last night from Mr. Roland," was the remark of Mr. Huntley. "But indeed it is. Greater news even than that. We have found Charley, Mr. Huntley." Mr. Huntley sprang from the chair he was taking. "Found Charley? Have you really? Where has he— Hamish, I see by your countenance that the tidings are good. He must be alive." "He is alive and well, at least, well, comparatively speaking. A barge was passing down the river at the time he fell in, and the man leaped overboard and saved him. Charley has been in the barge ever since, and has had brain fever." "And how did he come home?" wondered Mr. Huntley, when he had sufficiently digested the news. "The barge brought him back. It is on its way up again. Charley arrived under escort of the bargewoman, a red handkerchief on his head in lieu of his trencher, which, you know, he lost that night," added Hamish, laughing. Lady Augusta, who was going out of the house as he entered, was frightened into the belief that it was his ghost, and startled them all with her cries to that effect, including the bishop, who was with my father in the drawing-room. "Hamish, it is like a romance," said Mr. Huntley. "Very nearly. Taking one circumstance with another, my father's return, cured, Roland's letter, and now Charley's resuscitation, their all happening together, renders it the more remarkable. Poor Charley does look as much like a ghost as anything, and his curls are gone. They had to cut his hair close in the fever." Mr. Huntley paused. "Do you know, Hamish," he presently said, "I begin to think we were all a set of wiseacres. We might have thought of a barge." "If we had thought of a barge, we should never have thought the barge would carry him off," objected Hamish. "However, we have him back now, and I thank God. I always said he would turn up, you know." "I must come and see him," said Mr. Huntley. "I was at the college school this morning, therefore close to your house, but I did not call. I thought your father would have enough callers without me." Hamish laughed. "He has had a great many. The house, I understand, has been like a fair. He is in Guild Street this afternoon. It looks like the happy old times to see him at his post again." "What are you going to do now your place is usurped?" asked Mr. Huntley. "Subside into a clerk again, and discharge the one who was taken on in your stead, when you were promoted?" "That's the question. What is to be done with me?" returned Hamish, in his joking manner. "I have been telling my father that I had perhaps better pay Port Natal a visit, and join Roland Yorke." "I told your father once that when this time came I would help you to a post." "I am aware you did, sir; but you told me afterwards that you had altered your intention. I was not eligible for it." "Believing you were the culprit at Galloway's." Hamish raised his eyebrows. "The extraordinary part of that, sir, is, how you could have imagined such a thing of me." "Hamish, I shall always think so myself in future. But I have this justification, that I was not alone in the belief. Some of your family, who might be supposed to know you better than I, entertained the same opinion." "Yes, Constance and Arthur. But are you sure, sir, that it was not their conduct that first induced you to suspect me?" "Right, lad. Their conduct, I should rather say their manner, was inexplicably mysterious, and it induced me to ferret out its cause. That they were screening some one was evident, and I could only come to the conclusion that it was you. But, Master Hamish, there were circumstances on your own part which tended to strengthen the belief," added Mr. Huntley, his tone becoming lighter. "Whence sprang that money wherewith you satisfied some of your troublesome creditors just at that same time?" Once more, as when it was alluded to before, a red flush dyed the face of Hamish. Certainly it could not be a flush of guilt, while that ingenuous smile hovered on his lips. But Hamish seemed attacked with sudden shyness. "Your refusal to satisfy me on this point, when we previously spoke of it, tended to confirm my suspicions," continued Mr. Huntley. "I think you might make a confidant of me, Hamish. That money could not have dropped from the clouds, and I am sure you possessed no funds of your own just then." "But neither did I steal it, Mr. Huntley," raising his eyes to that gentleman's face. "How closely you must have watched me and my affairs!" Mr. Huntley drew in his lips. "Perhaps I had my own motives for doing so, young sir." "I earned the money," said Hamish, who probably penetrated into Mr. Huntley's motives; at any rate, he hoped he did so. "I earned it fairly and honourably, by my own private and special industry." Mr. Huntley opened his eyes. "Private and special industry? Have you turned shoemaker?" "Not shoemaker," laughed Hamish. "Bookmaker. The truth is, Mr. Huntley, but will you promise to keep my secret?" "Ay, honour bright." "I don't want it to be known just yet. The truth is, I have been doing some literary work. Martin Pope gave me an introduction to one of the London editors, and I sent him some papers. They were approved of and inserted, but for the first I received no pay. I threatened to strike, and then payment was promised. The first instalment I chiefly used to arrest my debts, the second and third to liquidate them. That's where the money came from." Mr. Huntley stared at Hamish as if he could scarcely take in the news. It was, however, only the simple truth. When Martin Pope paid a visit to Hamish one summer night, frightening Hamish and Arthur, who dreaded it might be a less inoffensive visitor, frightening Constance for that matter, for she heard more of their dread than was expedient, his errand was to tell Hamish that in future he was to be paid for his papers. Payment was to commence forthwith. You may remember the evening, though it is long ago. You may also remember Martin Pope's coming hurriedly into the office in Guild Street, telling Hamish some one was starting by the train, when both hastened to the station, leaving Arthur in wonder. That was the very London editor himself. He had been into the country, and was taking Helstonleigh on his way back to town; had stayed in it a day or two for the purpose of seeing Martin Pope, who was an old friend, and of being introduced to Hamish Channing. That shy feeling of reticence, which is the characteristic of most persons whose genius is worth anything, had induced Hamish to bury all this in silence. "But when have you found time to write?" exclaimed Mr. Huntley, unable to get over his surprise. "You could not find it during office hours." "Certainly not. I have written in the evening and at night. I have been a great rake, stopping up later than I ought at this writing." "Do they know of it at home?" "Some of them know that I sit up, but they don't know what I sit up for. By way of a blind, I suppose it may be called a justifiable deceit," said Hamish gaily. I have taken care to carry the office books into my room, that their suspicions may be confined to the accounts. Judy's keen eyes detected my candle burning later than she considered it ought to burn, and her rest has been disturbed with visions of my setting the house on fire. I have counselled her to keep the water butt full under her window, so that she may be safe from danger. And are you earning money now? In one sense I am. I am writing for it. My former papers were for the most part miscellaneous essays, and that sort of thing. But I am about a longer work now, to be paid for on completion. When it is finished and appears, I shall startle them at home with the news, and treat them to a sight of it. When all other trades fail, sir, I can set up my tent as an author. Mr. Huntley's feelings glowed within him. None more than he knew the value of silent industry, the worth of those who patiently practise it. His heart went out to Hamish. "I suppose I must recommend you to Bartlett's Post after all," said he, affecting to speak carelessly, his eye betraying something very different. "Is it not gone?" asked Hamish. "No, it is not gone, and the appointment rests with me. How would you like it?" "Nay," said Hamish, half mockingly. "The question is, should I be honest enough for it?" Mr. Huntley shook his fist at him. "If you ever bring that reproach up to me again, I'll You had better keep friends with me, you know, sir, on other scores." Hamish laughed. "I should like the post very much indeed, sir." "And the house also, I suppose, you would make no objection to?" nodded Mr. Huntley. "None in the world. I must work away, though, if it is ever to be furnished." "How can you tell but that some good spirit might furnish it for you?" cried Mr. Huntley quaintly. They were interrupted before anything more was said. Ellen, who had been out with her aunt, came running in excitement. "Oh, papa, such happy news! Charles Channing is found, and—" She stopped when she saw that she had another auditor. Hamish rose to greet her. He took her hand, released it, and then returned to the fire, to Mr. Huntley. Ellen stood by the table, and had grown suddenly timid. "You will soon be receiving a visit from my mother and Constance," observed Hamish, looking at her. "I heard certain arrangements being discussed, in which Miss Ellen Huntley's name bore a part. We are soon to lose Constance." Ellen blushed rosy red. Mr. Huntley was the first to speak. "Yorke has come to his senses, I suppose?" "Yorke and Constance between them. In a short time she is to be transplanted to Hazledon." "It is more than he deserves," emphatically declared Mr. Huntley. "I suppose you will be for getting married next, Mr. Hamish, when you come into possession of that house we have been speaking of, and are your own master?" "I always intended to think of it, sir, as soon as I could do so," returned saucy Hamish, and Ellen ran out of the room. That same afternoon, Arthur Channing was seated at the organ, in pursuance of his duties, when a message came upon the dean. He was desired to change the selected anthem, taken from the 35th Psalm, for another, "O taste and see how gracious the Lord is." It was not an anthem in the cathedral collection, but one recently composed and presented to it by a private individual. It consisted of a treble solo and chorus. Why had the dean specially commanded it for that afternoon? Very rarely indeed did he change the services after they were put up. Had he had Arthur in his mind when he decided upon it? It was impossible to say. Be it as it would, the words found a strange echo in Arthur's heart, as Bywater's sweet voice rang through the cathedral. "O taste and see how gracious the Lord is! Blessed is the man that trusteth in him. O fear the Lord, ye that are his saints, for they that fear him lack nothing. The lions do lack and suffer hunger, but they who seek the Lord shall want no manner of thing that is good. The eyes of the Lord are over the righteous, and his ears are open unto their prayers. Great are the troubles of the righteous, but the Lord delivereth him out of all. The Lord delivereth the souls of his servants, and all they put their trust in him shall not be destitute." Every word told upon Arthur's heart, sending it up in thankfulness to the Giver of all good. He found the dean waiting for him in the nave when he went down at the conclusion of the service. Dr. Gardner was with him. The dean held out his hand to Arthur. "I am very glad you are cleared," he said. "You have behaved nobly." Arthur winced. He did not like to take the faintest meed of praise that was not strictly his due. The dean might have thought he deserved less, did he know that he had been only screening Hamish; but Arthur could not avow that tale in public. He glanced at the dean with a frank smile. "You see now, sir, that I only spoke the truth when I assured you of my innocence." "I do see it," said the dean. "I believed you then." And once more shaking Arthur's hand, he turned into the cloisters with Dr. Gardner. "I have already offered my congratulations," said the canon good-humouredly, nodding to Arthur. This was correct. He had waylaid Arthur as he went into college. Arthur suffered them to go on a few steps, and then descended to the cloisters. Old Ketch was shuffling along. "What's this I've been hearing about that there drowned boy having come back?" asked he of Arthur, in his usual ungracious fashion. "I don't know what you have heard, Ketch. He has come back." "And he ain't dead nor drowned?" "Neither one nor the other. He is alive and well." Ketch gave a groan of despair. "And them horrid young wretches'll escape the hangman. I'd a walked 10 times to see 'em." "Gracious, Sir John, what's that you were talking about?" interrupted Bywater, as the choristers trooped up. "Escaped you! So we have, for once. What an agony of disappointment it must be for you, Mr. Calcraft! Such practice for your old hands, to topple off a dozen or so of us. Besides the pay, how much do you charge a head, Calcraft?" Ketch answered by a yell. "Now, don't excite yourself, I beg," went on aggravating Bywater. "We are thinking of getting up a petition to the dean to console you for your disappointment, praying that he'll allow you to wear a cap we have ordered for you. It's made of scarlet cloth, with long ears and a set of bells. Its device is a cross beam and a cord, and we wish you health to wear it out. I say, let's wish Mr. Calcraft health. What's tripe a pound a day, Calcraft?" The choristers, in various stages of delight, entered on their aggravating shouts, their mocking dance. When they had driven Mr. Ketch to the very verge of insanity, they decamped to the schoolroom. I need not enlarge on the evening of thankfulness it was at Mr. Channing's. Not one but had special cause for gratitude, except perhaps Annabel. Mr. Channing restored to health and strength, Mrs. Channing's anxiety removed, Hamish secure in his new prospects, for Mr. Huntley had made them certain, heaviness removed from the heart of Constance, the cloud lifted from Arthur, Tom on the pedestal he thought he had lost, sure also of the Oxford exhibition, Charley amongst them again. They could trace the finger of God in all, and were fond of doing it. Soon after tea, Arthur rose. "I must drop in and see Jenkins," he observed. "He will have heard the items of news from 20 people, there's little doubt, but he will like me to go to him with particulars. No one in Helstonleigh has been more anxious that things should turn out happily than poor Jenkins." "Tell him he has my best wishes for his recovery, Arthur," said Mr. Channing. "I will tell him," replied Arthur, "but I fear all hope of recovery for Jenkins is past." It was more decidedly past than even Arthur suspected when he spoke. A young woman was attending to Mrs. Jenkins's shop when Arthur passed through it. Her face was strange to him, but from a certain peculiarity in the eyes and mouth, he inferred it to be Mrs. Jenkins's sister. In point of fact, that lady, finding that her care of Jenkins and her care of the shop rather interfered with each other, had sent for her sister from the country to attend temporarily on the latter. Lydia went up to Jenkins's room, and said a gentleman was waiting, and Mrs. Jenkins came down. "Oh, it's you," quoth she. "I hope he'll be at rest now. He has been bothering his mind over you all day. My opinion is, he'd never have come to this state if he had taken things easy, like sensible people." "Is he in his room?" inquired Arthur. "He is in his room and in his bed, and what's more, young Mr. Channing, he'll never get out of it alive." "Then he is worse?" "He has been worse this 4 days, and I only get him up now to have his bed made. I said to him yesterday, 'Jenkins, you may put on your things and go down to the office if you like.' "My dear," said he, "I couldn't get up, much less get down to the office, which I knew was the case, before I spoke. I wish I had had my wits about me," somewhat irascibly went on Mrs. Jenkins. "I should have had his bed brought down to the parlour here, before he was so ill. I don't speak for the shop. I have somebody to attend to that, but it's such a toil and a trapes up them 2 pairs of stairs for every little thing that's wanted." "I suppose I can go up, Mrs. Jenkins?" "You can go up," returned she, "but mind you don't get worrying him. I won't have him worried. He worries himself without any one else doing it gratis. If it's not about one thing, it's about another. Sometimes it's his master and the office, how they'll get along. Sometimes it's me, what I shall do without him. Sometimes it's his old father. He don't need any outside things to put him up." "I am sorry he is so much worse," remarked Arthur. "So am I," said Mrs. Jenkins tartly. "I have been doing all I could for him from the first, and it has been like working against hope. If care could have cured him, or money could have cured him, he'd be well now. I have a trifle of savings in the bank, young Mr. Channing, and I have not spared them. If they had ordered him medicine at a guinea a bottle, I'd have had it for him. If they said he must have wine, or delicacies brought him from the other ends of the earth, they should have been brought. Jenkins isn't good for much, in point of spirit, as all the world knows, but he's my husband, and I have strove to do my duty by him. Now, if you want to go up, you can go," added she, after an imperceptible pause. "There's a light on the stairs, and you know his room. I'll take the opportunity to give an eye to the kitchen. I don't care to leave him by himself now. Finally, it's going on, I know." Mrs. Jenkins whisked down the kitchen stairs, and Arthur proceeded up. Jenkins was lying in bed, his head raised by pillows. Whatever may have been Mrs. Jenkins's fault of manner, her efficiency as a nurse and manager could not be called into question. A bright fire burnt in the well-ventilated though small room. The bed was snowy white, the apartment altogether thoroughly comfortable, but Jenkins! Fully occupied with his work for Mr. Galloway, it was several days since Arthur had called on Jenkins, and the change he now saw in his face struck him sharply. The skin was drawn, the eyes were unnaturally bright, the cheeks had fallen in. Certainly there could not be very many hours of life left to Jenkins. A smile sat on his parched lips, and his eyelashes became moist as he looked up to Arthur, and held out his feeble hand. "I knew you would be cleared, sir. I knew that God would surely bring the right to light. I have been humbly thanking him for you, sir, all day." Arthur's eyes glistened also as he bent over him. "You have heard it, then, Jenkins? I thought you would." "Yes, sir. I heard it this morning, when it was getting towards midday. I had a visit, sir, from his lordship the bishop. I had indeed. He came up as he had done before, as kindly and with as little ceremony as if he had been a poor body like myself. It was he who first told me, Mr. Arthur. I am glad he came to see you, Jenkins. He talked so pleasantly, sir. 'It is a journey that we must all take, Jenkins,' he said, 'and for my part, I think it matters little whether we take it sooner or later, so that God vouchsafes to us the grace to prepare for it. For affability, sir, it was just as if it had been a brother talking to me, but he said things different from what any poor brother of mine could have said, and they gave me comfort. Then he asked me if I had taken the sacrament lately, and I thanked him, and said I had taken it on Sunday last. Our clergyman came round to me after service, Mr. Arthur." And poor Jenkins's eyes wore an eager look of gratitude. "I feel sure that his lordship would have administered it to me with his own hands. I wonder whether all bishops are like him." Arthur did not answer. Jenkins resumed, quitting the immediate topic for another. "And I hear, sir, that Mr. Channing has come home restored, and that the little boy is found. His lordship was so good as to tell me both. Oh, Mr. Arthur, how merciful God has been!" "We are finding him so just now," fervently spoke Arthur. "And it is all right again, sir, with you and Mr. Galloway?" "Quite right. I am to remain in the office. I am to be in your place, Jenkins." "You'll occupy a better position in it, sir, than I ever did. But you will not be all alone, surely? Young Bartlett is coming to be under me. Mr. Galloway has made arrangements to day. We shall go on all right now." "Ay," said Jenkins, folding his thin hands upon the counterpane, and speaking as in self-commune. "We must live near to God to know His mercy. It does seem almost as if I had asked a favour of an earthly person, so exactly has it been granted me. Mr. Arthur, I prayed that I might live to see you put right with Mr. Galloway and the town, and I felt as sure as I could feel, by some inward evidence which I cannot describe, but which was plain to me, that God heard me, and would grant me my wish. It seems, sir, as if I had been let live for that. I shan't be long now." "While there is life there is hope, you know, Jenkins," replied Arthur, unable to say anything more cheering in the face of circumstances. "Mr. Arthur, the hope for me now is to go," said Jenkins. "I would not be restored if I could. How can I tell, sir, but I might fall away from God? If the call comes to night, sir, it will find me ready. Oh, Mr. Arthur, if people only knew the peace of living close to God, of feeling that they are ready for the summons, let it come in the second or third watch." "Jenkins," exclaimed Arthur, as the thought struck him, "I have not heard you cough once since I came in. Is your cough better?" "Oh, sir, there's another blessing. Now that I have grown so weak that the cough would shatter me, tear my frame to pieces, it is gone. It is nearly a week, sir, since I coughed at all. My death-bed has been made quite pleasant for me. Except for weakness, I am free from pain, and I have all things comfortable. I am rich in abundance. My wife waits upon me night and day, and she lets me want for nothing. Before I can express a wish, it is done. When I think of all the favours showered down upon me, and how little I can do, or have ever done, for God in return, I am overwhelmed with shame." "Jenkins, one would almost change places with you to be in your frame of mind," cried Arthur, his tone impassioned. "God will send the same frame of mind to all who care to go to Him," was the reply. "Sir," and now Jenkins dropped his voice, "I was grieved to hear about Mr. Roland. I could not have thought it." "Ay, it was unwelcome news for his own sake." "I never supposed but that the post office must have been to blame. I think, Mr. Arthur, he must have done it in a dream, as one, I mean, who has not his full faculties about him. I hope the Earl of Carrick will take care of him. I hope he will live to come back a good, brave man. If he would only act less on impulse and more on principle, it would be better for him. Little Master Charles has been ill, I hear, sir. I should like to see him." "I will bring him to see you," replied Arthur. "Will you, sir?" And Jenkins's face lighted up. "I should like just to set eyes on him once again. But it must be very soon, Mr. Arthur." "You think so?" murmured Arthur. "I know it, sir. I feel it. I do not say it before my wife, sir, for I don't think she sees herself that I am so near the end, and it would only grieve her. It will grieve her, sir, whenever it comes, though she may not care to show people that it does. I shall see you again, I hope, Mr. Arthur." "That you shall be sure to do. I will not miss a day now without coming in. It will do me good to see you, Jenkins, to hear you tell me again of your happy state of resignation." "It is better than resignation, Mr. Arthur. It is a state of hope. Not but that I shall leave some regrets behind me. My wife will be lone and comfortless, and must trust to her own exertions only. And my poor old father, if I didn't know that on some subject or other he'd be safe to be worrying himself, or it would not be him, I'd put myself into my grave at once, if I were you, Jenkins. As good do it that way as by slow degrees." Of course you cannot fail to recognise the voice. She entered at that unlucky moment when Jenkins was alluding to his father. He attempted a defence, an explanation. "My dear, I was not worrying. I was only telling Mr. Arthur Channing that there were some things I would regret to leave. My poor old father, for one. He has looked to me, naturally, to help him a little bit in his old age, and I would rather, so far as that goes, have been spared to do it. But neither that nor anything else can worry me now. I am content to leave all to God." "Was ever the like heard?" retorted Mrs. Jenkins. "Not worrying! I know. If you were not worrying, you wouldn't be talking. Isn't old Jenkins your father, and shan't I take upon myself to see that he does not want? You know I shall, Jenkins. When do I ever go from my word?" "My dear, I know you will do what's right," returned Jenkins, in his patient meekness. "But the old man will feel it hard, my departing before him. Are you going, sir?" "I must go," replied Arthur, taking one of the thin hands. "I will bring Charley in to morrow." Jenkins pressed Arthur's hand between his. "God bless you, Mr. Arthur," he fervently said. "May he be your friend for ever. May he render your dying bed happy, as he has rendered mine." And Arthur turned away, never again to see Jenkins in life. Blessed are those servants whom the Lord when he cometh shall find watching, as Jenkins was that night when the message came for him. End of chapter 59. Recording by Pam Castille.
Chapter 60 of the Channings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine G. The Channings by Ellen Wood. Chapter 60. In What Does It Lie? Had the clerk of the weather been favoured with an express letter containing a heavy bribe, a more lovely day could not have been secured than that one in January which witnessed the marriage of Constance Channing to the Reverend William Yorke. The ceremony was over, and they were home again, seated at breakfast with their guests. But only a few guests were present, and they for the most part close friends: the Huntleys, Lady Augusta Yorke and Gerald, Mr. Galloway, and the Reverend Mr. Pye, who married them. It has since become the fashion to have a superfluity of bridesmaids. I am not sure that a young lady would consider herself legally married unless she enjoyed the privilege. Constance, though not altogether a slave to fashion, followed it, not in a very extensive degree. Annabel Channing, Ellen Huntley, and Caroline and Fanny Yorke had been the demoiselles d'honneur. Charlie's auburn curls had grown again, and Charlie himself was in better condition than when he arrived from his impromptu excursion. For grandeur, no one would approach Miss Huntley. Her brocade silk stood on end, stiff, prim, and stately as herself. Judy, in her way, was stately too. A curiously fine lace cap on her head, which had not been allowed to see the light since Charlie's christening, with a large white satin bow in front, almost as large as the cap itself. And that was no despicable size. The only one who did not behave with a due regard to what might be expected of him was Hamish, grievous as it is to have to record it. It had been duly impressed upon Hamish that he was to conduct Miss Huntley into breakfast, etiquette, and society consigning the lady to his share. Mr. Hamish, however, chose to misconstrue instructions in the most deplorable manner. He left Miss Huntley, a prey to whomsoever might pick her up, and took in Miss Ellen. It might have passed, possibly, but for Annabel, who appeared as free and unconcerned that important morning as at other times. "Hamish, that's wrong. It is Miss Huntley you are to take in, not Ellen." Hamish had grown suddenly deaf. He walked on with Ellen, leaving confusion to right itself. Arthur stepped up in the dilemma, and the tips of Miss Huntley's white-gloved fingers were laid upon his arm. It would take her some time to forgive Hamish, favourite though he was. Later on, Hamish took the opportunity of reading Miss Annabel a private lecture on the expediency of minding her own business. Hamish was in his new post now, at the bank, thoroughly well established. He had not yet taken up his abode in the house. It was too large, he laughingly said, for a single man. The breakfast came to an end, as other breakfasts do, and next Constance came down in her travelling dress. Now that the moment of parting was come, Constance in her agitation longed for it to be over. She hurriedly wished them adieu, and lifted her tearful face last to her father. Mr. Channing laid his hands upon her. "May God bless my dear child, and be her guide and refuge for ever. William Yorke, it is a treasure of great price that I have given you this day. May she be as good a wife as she has been a daughter." Mr. Yorke, murmuring a few heartfelt words, put Constance into the carriage, and they drove away. "It will be your turn next," whispered Hamish to Ellen Huntley, who stood watching the departure from one of the windows. What Ellen would have said, whether she would have given any other answer than that accorded by her blushing cheeks, cannot be told. The whisper had not been quite so low as Hamish thought it, and it was overheard by Mr. Huntley. "There may be 2 words to that bargain, Mr. Hamish." 20, if you like, sir," responded Hamish promptly, "so that they be affirmative ones." "Ellen," whispered Mr. Huntley, "would you have him, with all his gracelessness?" Ellen seemed ready to fall, and her eyes filled. "Do not joke now, papa," was all she said. Hamish caught her hand, and took upon himself the task of soothing her, and Mr. Huntley relapsed into a smile, and did not hinder him. But someone else was bursting into tears, as the sounds testified. It proved to be Lady Augusta Yorke. A few tears might well be excused to Mrs. Channing on the occasion of parting with her ever-loving, ever-dutiful child, but what could Lady Augusta have to cry about? Lady Augusta was excessively impulsive, as you have long ago learned. The happiness of the Channing family, in their social relations to each other, the loving gentleness of Mr. and Mrs. Channing with their children, the throughout respect, affection, duty, rendered to them by children in return, had struck her more than ever on this morning. She was contrasting the young Channings with her own boys and girls, and the contrast made her feel very depressed. Thus she was just in a condition to go off, when the parting came with Constance, and the burst took place as she watched the carriage from the door. Had anyone asked Lady Augusta why she cried, she would have been puzzled to state. "Tell me," she suddenly uttered, turning and seizing Mrs. Channing's hands, "what makes the difference between your children and mine? My children were not born bad, any more than yours were, and yet, look at the trouble they give me. In what does it lie?" "I think," said Mrs. Channing, quietly and with some hesitation, for it was not pleasant to say anything which might tacitly reflect on Lady Augusta, "that the difference in most children lies in the bringing up. Children turn out well or ill, as they are trained, and in accordance with this rule they will become our blessing or our grief." "Oh yes, that must be it," acquiesced Lady Augusta. "And yet, I don't know," she rejoined doubtingly. "Do you believe that so very much lies in the training?" "It does indeed, Lady Augusta. God's laws everywhere proclaim it. Take a rough diamond from a mine. What is it, unless you polish it, and cut it, and set it? Do you see its value, its beauty, in its original state? Look at the trees of our fields, the flowers and fruits of the earth. What are they, unless they are pruned and cared for? It is by cultivation alone that they can be brought to perfection. And, if God so made the productions of the earth, that it is only by our constant attention and labour that they can be brought to perfection, would he, think you, have us give less care to that far more important product, our children's minds? They may be trained to perfectness, or they may be allowed to run to waste from neglect." "Oh dear," sighed Lady Augusta, "but it is a dreadful trouble, always to be worrying over children." "It is a trouble that, in a very short time after entering upon it, grows into a pleasure," said Mrs. Channing. "I am sure that there is not a mother, really training her children to good, who will not bear me out in the assertion. It is a pleasure that they would not be without. Take it from them, and the most delightful occupation of their lives is gone. And think of the reward. Were there no higher end to be looked for, it would be found in the loving obedience of the children. You talk of trouble, Lady Augusta. Those who would escape trouble with their children should be careful how they train them. I think I'll begin at once with mine, exclaimed Lady Augusta, brightening up. A smile crossed Mrs. Channing's lips, as she slightly shook her head. None knew better than her that training to bear its proper fruit must be begun with a child's earliest years. Meanwhile, the proctor was holding a conference with Mr. Channing. Presents seem to have been the order of the day, he was remarking, in allusion to sundry pretty offerings which had been made to Constance. I think I may as well contribute my mite. Why, you have done it! You gave her a bracelet, you know, cried Miss Annabel, for which abrupt interruption she was forthwith consigned to a distance, and ran away, to be teased by Tom and Gerald. I have something in my pocket which I wish to give to Arthur, which I have been intending for some time to give him, resumed Mr. Galloway, taking from his pocket what seemed to be a roll of parchment. Will you accept them, Arthur? What, sir? Your articles. Oh, Mr. Galloway! No thanks, my boy. I am in your debt far deeper than I like to be. A trifling thing such as this, touching the parchment, cannot wipe out the suspicion I cast upon you, the disgrace which followed it. Perhaps at some future time I may be better able to atone for it. I hope we shall be together many years, Arthur. I have no son to succeed to my business, and it may be... but I will leave that until the future comes. It was a valuable present, gracefully offered, and Mr. Channing and Arthur so acknowledged it, passing over the more important hint in silence. Children, said Mr. Channing, as the festivities of the day at an end, and the guests departed. They were gathered together round their fireside, bereft of Constance. What a forcible lesson of God's mercy ought these last few months to teach us! 6 months ago there came to us news that our suit was lost. Other troubles followed upon it, and things looked dark and gloomy. But I, for one, never lost my trust in God. It was not for a moment shaken, and if you are the children I and your mother have striven to bring up, you did not lose yours. Tom, turning suddenly upon him, I fear you were the only impatient one. Tom looked contrite. I fear I was, Papa. What good did the indulgence of a hasty spirit do you? No good, but harm, frankly confessed Tom. I hope it has helped me to some notion of patience, though, for the future, Papa. Aye, said Mr. Channing. Hope on, strive on, work on, and trust on. I believe that you made those your watchwords, as did I. And now, in an almost unprecedentedly short time, we are brought out of our troubles, while others, equally deserving, have to struggle on for years before the cloud is lifted. It has pleased God to bring us wonderfully quickly out of ours, to heap mercies and blessings and a hopeful future upon us. I may truly say, He has brought us to great honour and comforted us on every side. I have been young, and now I am old, and yet saw I never the righteous forsaken, nor his seed begging their bread. End of chapter 60. In What Does It Lie? End of The Channings by Ellen Wood.